Chapter 2222, Qualitative Transformation. The first casting Goldstone Shurfong had produced was so hard that not even a dark gold weapon could damage it. Yet the instant it had touched Killing Ray, it liquefied and flowed into the sacred sword. Golden, divine runes then emerged down Killing Ray's blade in the blink of an eye. The divine runes covered the entire sword. Some even manifested on the hand Shurfong used to wield the weapon. It was as if these runes connected Shurfang's hand with the sacred sword after the last rune formed. Shurfong felt a stream of dense energy flow into his body, and his mind cleared amazing. It can even improve my mental state. Shurfong could not help his excitement as he gazed down at Killing Ray. Improving one's mental state was incredibly difficult. Generally, players could maintain a clear mind when in a high mana density environment, but now, holding Killing Ray was even more effective. As Shurfong held his sword, his mind felt sharp and alert. As if he had just swallowed a stimulant with this, his performance would be extraordinary. However, Shurfang's mental state wasn't the only thing that had improved. Killing Ray itself had changed slightly. Now, divine runes circulated the sacred sword as it steadily absorbed the life energy around it. The divine runes only vanished after this continued for 3 to 4 seconds. Once they had disappeared, a faint layer of bloody mist took their place, but Killing Ray's new attributes were even more astounding than the external changes. The weapon had gained another passive skill after merging with the casting Stoneblood Refining Power. Increases all of users' basic attributes by 15% and main basic attribute by an additional 5%. Increases users' physique by 25% as well. All attacks claim some of the target's life energy to restore the user's concentration. The casting Goldstone is already so powerful with a twofold magic array. Shurfong was stunned after reading Blood Refining Power's introduction. Killing Ray was nearly as powerful as fragmented legendary items in terms of basic attribute bonuses now. It was only somewhat inferior in its attack power and skills. The bonus to his physique was truly horrific. A 25% increase could almost rival the boost players received when they rose from Tier 0 to Tier 1 with the casting Goldstone's massive improvements. Ordinary experts would have a high chance of defeating Refinement Realm experts if both had the same levels and equipment standards. An improvement to physique alone would improve players' perception, kinetic vision, and reaction speed. Even if players didn't have the fine physical control to exhibit their combat power to the fullest, they could dodge attacks from Refinement Realm experts with these advantages. Furthermore, the Blood Refining Power significantly increased the bonuses to players' basic attributes. Of course, the Blood Refining Power was so effective here because of Killing Ray's extraordinary quality. The casting Goldstone's power didn't just originate from the magic arrays used to create it. A small portion of that power came from the weapon it merged with, resheathing Killing Ray. Shurfong returned his focus to producing another casting Goldstone, merging it with a level 75 Dark Gold ranked battle axe. When it was finished as Shurfong had guessed, the Blood Refining Power's effects weren't as intense with this battle axe as they were with Killing Ray. Even so, it still increased all basic attributes by 13% and the user's main basic attribute by an additional 4%. It also increased physique by 22% and absorbed a portion of the enemy's life energy to restore the user's concentration. It's no wonder why the various superpowers have been so desperate to obtain the advanced blood refining designs. If even a basic blood refining design can produce such an item, the items crafted with the advanced designs can likely empower a first-rate guild to stand against a super guild's assault for some time. Not even he could help his desire for the advanced blood refining designs if the casting Goldstone were already so powerful. Tier 2 experts could likely take on Tier 3 experts with the items crafted from the advanced blood refining designs. Tier 3 experts would even be able to face Tier 4 experts. A Tier 2 domain realm expert could only face ordinary Tier 3 experts of the same level without such a boon. If a Tier 2 refinement realm or flowing water realm expert challenged an ordinary Tier 3 expert, they might not even escape with their life. However, Shurfong did not give the matter too much thought. Aside from how difficult obtaining the advanced blood refining designs was, He hadn't even mastered the casting Goldstone's production process yet. He was only able to draw 2 of 3 of the core magic arrays right now. Even if he had an advanced blood refining design, he wouldn't likely be able to craft the item following, which Shattering focused on forging more casting Goldstones. Although the casting Goldstones he could currently forge weren't perfect, they would still significantly increase players' combat power. These casting Goldstones would boost the guild's overall combat power much faster than nurturing refinement realm experts. And it didn't cost nearly as much. Each casting Goldstone only cost around 40 gold to produce. That might be an abhorrent expense to most ordinary experts, but it was spare change to Shattering. Gathering the necessary materials was the only thing that troubled him. Even after utilizing all of Zero Wing's connections, he had only collected several hundred sets of materials to the massive Zero Wing. Several hundred casting Goldstones was simply not enough. At the very least, he would need 10,000 casting Goldstones to arm Zero Wing's members enough to confront superpowers in the fields. Even so, these several hundred sets of materials were not completely useless. At the very least, he had enough to boost the combat power of Zero Wing's main force as one casting Goldstone after another took form. Shattaring's production speed increased since he hadn't yet been familiar with drawing the magic arrays and worried that he'd fail the production process. He had been very careful when he had started. However, after merging Killing Ray and the first casting Goldstone, the boost to his mental state made it easier to draw the magic arrays. After more than 20 hours of continuous work, Shattering had gone through 326 sets of materials. Although he had occasionally failed the process and excluding the first 2 Goldstones, he had forged 300 casting Goldstones. As Shattering was about to begin the next forging process, he received a call request. It was Unyielding Heart, and Shattering immediately accepted the call. Brother Heart, how are you free to give me a call? Shattering asked while forging a casting Goldstone. I've heard that you've been grinding restlessly in the bottomless abyss's first floor. Once Unyielding Soul had garrisoned in Stone Forest City, the guild had turned its focus to the bottomless abyss. Both of its vice guild leaders had devoted themselves to exploring the regional dungeon, barely leaving the first floor since they had entered Brother Blackflame. How do you have time for jokes? Anxiously, Unyielding Heart asked, is it true that you've agreed to fight Starlink in Dark Knight City? Oh, so you've heard about it? Shattering said, nodding. Every player in the Dark Knight Empire knows by now. Unyielding Heart stated, flabbergasted by Shattaring's lackluster reaction. Starlink recently, and quite loudly, announced the situation to the public. Every player in the Empire is talking about this. How could you agree to such a match? Since Zero Wing had secured its hold on Stone Forest City, its fame in the Dark Knight Empire had become unmatched. As a result, the guild had finally established a foothold in the Empire, and Starlink couldn't do anything about it yet. Starlink had found an opportunity at 0-0-0 versus 10-0-0-0 fight might seem like a fair match, but in reality, Zero Wing had an overwhelming disadvantage. Starlink had been in the Dark Knight Empire for a long time already and had recruited many talented experts within the Empire. It had more than enough high-quality experts to fill the 10,000 slots. On the other hand, Zero Wing had just established itself in the Empire and recruited a small number of powerful experts. How was it supposed to compete with Starlink? If Zero Wing lost this fight, its hard-earned reputation in the Empire would crumble. Everyone would think of the guild as a one-trick pony. Zero Wing had only established a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire because the various major powers and powerful experts saw the guild's potential to resist Starlink. Thus, many of these powers and experts had formed secret alliances with Zero Wing to band together against the larger superpower. Although Starlink had many experts under its command, its territory was too vast. It had barely been able to manage its territory, and now that the various major powers were working against the guild, Starlink was struggling even more to do so. As a result, it had no choice but to dispatch more manpower to these areas, preventing the guild from concentrating its forces. However, once the various major powers saw that Zero Wing couldn't withstand Starlink's assault, they'd abandon the guild and ally with Starlink. Some might even move against Zero Wing to curry favor with Starlink. If that happened, Zero Wing would-be doomed Shifeng could only offer a bitter smile as a reply to Unyielding Heart's concern and confusion. The situation regarding the fortress in the Gravity Mountain range was confidential, so he couldn't say anything about it. Unyielding Heart could not help but sigh. He then said, "I have a group of hidden experts under my command, although there are only a little over 1,000 of them. They should be helpful to Zero Wing. I also have some weapons and equipment that we obtained from the bottomless abyss. If your main force members use them, their combat power should increase quite a bit." "Thank you, but let's not do that. If my guild suddenly gains an extra 1,000 or so experts, Starlink will grow suspicious. It will look into the matter, and news will spread that Zero Wing requested external aid. In addition, it will expose Unyielding Soul strength," Shifeng said, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued, "Starlink might have an advantage in this match, but Zero Wing's no pushover." "All right then. If you need any help, feel free to ask," Unyielding Heart said, sighing. A L000 versus L000 fight might not have been an issue. With a few peak experts and apex experts, one could easily turn the tide of battle. However, a 10-000 versus 10-000 match was a different story. It was very difficult for a handful of players to change such a large-scale battle's outcome. Furthermore, Starlink was a powerhouse. Not even some of the weaker super guilds would be guaranteed to win a 10-000 versus 10-000 battle against Starlink. After Shifeng exchanged a few more words with Unyielding Heart, he disconnected the call. He then contacted Aqua Rose and had her send the main force members and some core members to the Candlelight trading firm. Once they arrived, Shifeng distributed the 300 casting goldstones he had made when she used her own casting goldstone. Aqua Rose was stunned by how powerful its effects were. She had never expected to find such an amazing item in God's domain. The casting goldstone would even be useful to flowing water realm experts like herself, not to mention refinement realm experts later. Shifeng instructed Aqua Rose to gather the top 10,000 experts in the guild and recall them to White River City's guild residence. Zero Wing's White River City residence was quite lively for a while as experts from across the guild's territories gathered. It was truly an impressive sight. The lowest leveled of these experts had already reached level 77, while most of them were already level 78. These experts were a cut above mainstream experts, who had only reached level 75. "Everyone's here, guild leader. We can depart at any time," Aqua Rose reported, smiling at Shifeng, who stood before the gathered experts. "Good. Let's set off." Glancing over the crowd before him, Shifeng nodded approvingly and led his players out of the residence. The group then boldly marched toward White River City's teleportation hall. Chapter 22-23, Six Wing appears. Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Currently, players crowded the central plaza outside the Divine Coliseum. If one observed these players carefully, they would notice that even the lowest level player had reached level 75, and all of these players were either from main force members from well-known adventurer teams or large guilds experts. Amazing. There are actually so many experts here. Is the Divine Coliseum holding some kind of event? A level 72 ranger, who had just arrived in Dark Knight City, exclaimed out, in a moment, 10,000 experts from Zero Wing are going to face off against 10,000 from Starlink. One is the Dark Knight Empire's overlord, while the other is Stone Forest City's overlord. This is a rare treat in the Dark Knight Empire. None of these experts would miss the chance to watch such a spectacular show. A level 74 berserker that happened to overhear the level 72 ranger's comment explained, "Something that exciting is going on. Let's go. We can replace our equipment later." One of the level 72 ranger's teammates urged. It was not every day that one could watch two superpowers duke it out. Even when they did, the public only got to see the tip of the iceberg, but this was an opportunity to watch two of God's domain's overlords go head-to-head. The upcoming match would be even more exhilarating than watching a war movie. The ranger agreed with his teammates' idea. Aside from the invigorating show, they could learn quite a bit from watching peak experts clash. It wasn't very often that peak experts fought each other. They normally just fought larger groups of ordinary experts. You guys want to watch? The level 74 Berserker chuckled at the Ranger and his team. See those experts in the plaza? What about them? The Ranger asked. They want to watch the fight too, but they can't. They can't even get into the Divine Coliseum, so they're watching from out here, the level 74 Berserker explained. Starlink has reserved the entire Divine Coliseum. Anyone who wants to watch the fight directly will have to prove their ability to clear the Trial Tower's 6th floor or pay 100 gold. The Ranger and his teammates gasped. That's fraudulent. Don't they want players to watch the battle? The Ranger objected. Players who could reach the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor were already considered experts, and those that could reach the 6th floor were some of the best of the best. Not even ordinary guilds had many of these experts. Although the level 72 Ranger was a capable expert, he had only reached the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. He was still a step away from the 6th floor. The Ranger couldn't even dream of completing the 6th floor, and reaching the 7th. The 100 gold entry fee was just as fraudulent. Ordinary experts barely had more than 20 gold on them. Most of their money went into repair and teleportation fees. They also had to replace old equipment on occasion. For experts like this Ranger, it would be a luxury to have an extra 100 gold lying around. The Ranger finally realized why so many players were standing in the plaza, rather than in the Divine Coliseum itself. However, a moment after the Ranger fell silent, a 30-man team approached the Divine Coliseum's entrance. None of this team's members wore a guild emblem, proving that they were independent players. When the crowd noticed them, they opened a path for these players. The 30-man team passed through the crowd, disappearing through the Divine Coliseum's entrance. Who are they? The Ranger asked with wide eyes. Every player in the plaza was an expert, and some were even stronger than the Ranger, but they had all stepped aside for those 30 independent players. It was unbelievable. However, that wasn't the most shocking part. The Ranger was even more shocked that none of those 30 players had paid a single coin to enter the Divine Coliseum. In other words, every member of that team had already reached the Trial Tower's 7th floor. They're members of the Windwolf Adventurer Team, a top adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire. The man leading the team is Windwolf's commander, Northwind. I hadn't expected him to make a personal appearance, though. He's normally very secretive, rarely appearing in public. It's a pity I don't have 100 gold. I'd definitely pay the entry fee to watch this fight, the level 74 Berserker said as he longingly gazed at the Divine Coliseum. 100 gold was a huge sum. It was nothing compared to the knowledge and experience he could gain from watching a large-scale battle between two of God's domain's overlords. Players would be able to experience the battle physically from inside the Divine Coliseum, which would be entirely different than just watching a video recording. Shortly after the Windwolf Adventurer team disappeared into the Divine Coliseum, a large army of players arrived. Everyone in the plaza felt overwhelmingly stifled the moment this army reached the plaza. Starlink's members are here. Amazing. They're so strong. I can actually feel how much stronger they are than me. Despite being experts, many of the players in the plaza gasped when they saw Starlink's army. Their reactions were so intense because of how incredibly powerful every member of Starlink's army was. Even the lowest level player had reached level 77 and was fully geared in level 75 secret silver equipment. They were on an entirely different level than the experts in the plaza. So, this is a superpower strength? Are you kidding me? Our guild doesn't even have more than 100 people at level 77 right now. Those players' leveling speed is insane. Why are you looking at their levels? Their equipment is so much more impressive. Not even our guild leader has a full set of level 75 secret silver equipment yet. Look, over a dozen of them are wearing the level 75 fine gold ranked evil spirit set. You can only get that set equipment from the bottomless abyss. None of the various major powers had even collected one complete evil spirit set yet. The level 75 set equipment was god tier equipment to most experts. They could only dream of wearing such items, yet Starlink had collected more than a dozen sets. The difference between Starlink and the various major powers' strength was like the difference between Heaven and Earthwind, the various major powers' upper echelons, who waited in the Divine Coliseum. Notice Starlink's army. They were in awe of the guild's foundation as expected of Starlink. It's no wonder why even the various super guilds are wary of it. I hadn't expected the guild to successfully annex the Battlescar workshop as well. A woman in the Divine Coliseum commented as Starlink's army entered the building. She wore a suit of pitch-black armor, with long, red hair spilling down her back and an intimidating aura. The woman turned to Unyielding Heart, who sat in a comer, and commented, "Heart, it seems that your ally is in for a rough time." Battlescar had been a dark workshop that operated on the Western continent. Although the workshop was small, with fewer than 300 members, no super guild dared to underestimate it. This was due to the many astonishing feats the workshop had achieved. Battlescar had specifically targeted the various superpowers' main force members. On the Western continent, it had focused on ambushing superpowers' main forces, and the various superpowers had suffered tremendously for it. Although many of the superpowers had tried to avenge their members, none had succeeded. On the contrary, they had only suffered. Further battles involving tens of thousands of players were little more than playing house to the Battlescar workshop. Unyielding Heart's expression was grim. He hadn't expected Starlink to hide so much of its strength. Not only had it recruited the Mad Beast Legion from the Western continent, but it had also roped in the Battlescar workshop blood. "Haven't you been focusing on the Fire Dragon Empire? Why are you here?" Unyielding Heart asked the red-haired beauty, walking toward him frostily. This woman was as strong and famous as the Mad Beast Legion's commander, Startled Wind. He had no choice but to treat her with caution. "I'm here to see if the Dark Knight Empire has any good seedlings, of course. However, I really hadn't expected to find the almighty Unyielding Soul in such a state, forced to ally with an up-and-coming guild," the woman, Delicate Blood, said, chuckling. "Why don't you leave Unyielding Soul, Heart? Once Zero Wing has been defeated, the situation in the Empire will be beyond salvation. And after Starlink finishes with Zero Wing, it'll turn its attention to Unyielding Soul. You know your guild is no match for Starlink. You might as well join me as my vice commander. You'll have a far better future with me than an Unyielding Soul." "I will never leave Unyielding Soul. Moreover, Zero Wing's defeat isn't a guarantee." Unyielding Heart snarled softly. "Perhaps. In any case, give me a call if you have nowhere to go," Delicate Blood said, chuckling. She did not try to argue with Unyielding Heart. She knew he was only trying to delude himself while the various powers discussed Starlink. Another army emerged through the Divine Coliseum's entrance. The lowest level player among this army was level 77, and many of them had reached level 78. In fact, this force had even more level 78 players than Starlink is in. Every one of these players wore a silver, six-winged emblem on their chest. Zero Wing. Chapter 22-24, Zero Wing's Foundations. Everyone in the Divine Coliseum was stunned when Zero Wing arrived. "How are their levels so high? So many of them have already reached level 78. Starlink doesn't even have 1,000 level 78 players, yet Zero Wing has more than 3,000. Is this because of the benefits in Stone Forest City?" The various powers' upper echelons were especially shocked when they saw the levels of Zero Wing's members. The fact that Zero Wing had level 78 players wasn't particularly surprising. Many of God's Domain's peak experts had long since reached that level, and were only a step away from level 79. What truly shocked them was the number of level 78 players Zero Wing possessed. The guild had far more than the various superpowers, which suggested that their leveling speed was even greater than the various superpowers members previously. The average level of Zero Wing's experts hadn't been a match for the various superpowers, but after establishing a city in the bottomless abyss not so long ago, these experts' average level was so much higher than the superpowers experts. The level difference wasn't even half a level, but as time passed, that gap could grow to a full level or more. While a single level might not seem like much, the benefits of such a lead were massive. This was especially true when it came to the minor thresholds every 5 levels. A 1-level lead could give Zero Wing a 3 to 5 head start in dungeons over the various superpowers. Sure enough, Stone Forest City provides some major benefits. It's no wonder why Zero Wing dares to clash with Starlink, Delicate Blood commented. Even she was a little jealous when she saw the levels of Zero Wing's members' levels with a foundation of players' strength in God's domain. A higher level meant players could hunt stronger monsters and gain better resources, and as players leveled up, they could use higher level equipment. Moreover, as players leveled up, they could also use higher leveled equipment. I told you Zero Wing's loss isn't assured. Unyielding Heart delightfully responded when he saw the envious look on Delicate Blood's face. Ordinary players might not notice anything odd about Zero Wing's levels, but guild upper echelons knew exactly what they meant. There were no leveling shortcuts in God's domain. The fact that Zero Wing's members had leveled up so quickly meant they had gained more EXP than others. The only way to do that was to kill more monsters, higher-leveled monsters, or complete more quests. Regardless of which method Zero Wing employed, it was certain that they had gained more resources than their competition now, that Zero Wing's experts were a higher level on average than Starlink's. Zero Wing had amassed just as many, if not more, resources than the larger guild. That fact was also clear in the equipment Zero Wing's members wore. Even the weakest piece of equipment they wore was level 75 Secret Silver. Rank Unyielding Heart could tell that although Starlink had explored more of the bottomless abysses a first floor than Zero Wing, Zero Wing had secured more resources from the regional dungeon. He knew that Zero Wing didn't lack top-tier equipment. Starlink might have a large number of Evil Spirit sets, but Zero Wing could mass-produce the Crystal Light set, which was one rank higher. Most importantly, the Crystal Light set could level up with its user. Although the Crystal Light set would not undergo a qualitative transformation at level 78, it was still superior to level 75 Dark Gold set equipment in terms of basic attributes. Needless to say, it was leaps and bounds ahead of the level 75 Fine Gold ranked Evil Spirit set. Don't celebrate so soon, Heart. Levels are important, but a small level gap won't make a difference. The expert's quality will decide the victor of this match, Delicate Blood retorted, rolling her eyes at Unyielding Heart. Zero Wing might have a slight edge when it came to levels, but the quality of its experts still couldn't compare to Starlink's. Any Refinement Realm expert could tell the difference between Zero Wing standards and Starlink's. Of the 10,000 experts Starlink had dispatched, more than 700 were Refinement Realm experts. A current first-rate guild would be impressive if it had 10 Refinement Realm experts. An ordinary superpower, at most, would only have around 400 such experts. Yet, Starlink had sent more than 700 Refinement Realm experts to this match. Starlink's foundations were much sturdier than an ordinary superpower. This was why the various superpowers' upper echelons had been so surprised to see Starlink's experts. With so many Refinement Realm experts, Starlink's army could easily trample over a 10,000-man expert army. Although these upper echelons were surprised to see that Zero Wing had nearly 100 Refinement Realm experts, it was nothing compared to Starlink. Once experts had reached the Refinement Realm, they could exhibit far greater combat power. When they cooperated, a 3-on-1 fight between Refinement Realm experts would end in seconds, and Starlink had nearly 8 times more Refinement Realm experts than Zero Wing's 7 or 8 Refinement Realm experts could even take down Flowing Water Realm experts. Unyielding Heart fell silent after Delicate Blood's last comment. Starlink's foundations were even stronger than he had expected. Even Unyielding Soul wouldn't be a match for the larger guild, much less Zero Wing. Meanwhile, a white-clad youth watched Zero Wing's members, surprised, from within one of the Divine Coliseum's VIP rooms. It was none other than 13 Thrones Guild leader. Melancholy. Zero Wing is certainly impressive. It has grown so powerful in such a short time. With a little more time and resources, it could certainly become a superpower in God's domain. It's a pity that it has to face Starlink. Zero Wing might have a chance of winning if it had to face any other superpower. Melancholy's investigation into the guild had been brief, and rumors circulated stating that Zero Wing only had a handful of experts, while the rest of the guild's members were quite weak. However, seeing Zero Wing's force for this match, it seemed those rumors had been mistaken. Zero Wing had the ability to form a 100-man raid team of Refinement Realm experts. It was an amazing foundation. Not a single first-rate guild was a match for Zero Wing. Not even ordinary superpowers could shake Zero Wing's foundations without taking damage. Moreover, Melancholy was shocked to see that Zero Wing had a domain realm expert other than Sherfone. If he included Zero Wing's main force commander, Fire Dance, and vice guild leader, Gentle Snow, the guild should have 4 apex combatants in total. That was nearly as many as an ordinary superpower if Zero Wing were truly this powerful. He'd definitely get his money's worth in the upcoming Fortress Siege, although Zero Wing was still much weaker than Starlink. Many of the superpowers in the Divine Colosseum re-evaluated their opinions of the guild. I have to say, Black Flame, you've really surprised me. To think you could actually gather so many experts without anyone finding out, it's no wonder why you spouted such nonsense, Lu Xinglua said, smiling at Sherfone, who led Zero Wing's army. Unfortunately, your force isn't strong enough. I'll give you one last chance. Admit defeat now and permit Starlink's members to enter Stoneforest City. Do that, and I'll forget everything that has happened between us. The watching crowd was dumbfounded to hear Lu Xinglua's offer. This was Starlink's opportunity to destroy Zero Wing in the Dark Knight Empire. Yet Lu Xinglua offered to let Zero Wing off the hook. I've really underestimated Lu Xinglua. It seems he's not as simple as I assumed. Melancholy carefully watched Lu Xinglua with narrowed eyes. The outcome of this match was already obvious. Regardless of whether or not these two guilds fought, the Dark Knight Empire's major powers recognized how powerful Starlink truly was. Not only could Lu Xinglua continue to hide Starlink's strength by offering such a deal, but he'd also gain entry into Stoneforest City. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zero Wing could also benefit from the deal. If Starlink's members entered Stoneforest City en masse, Zero Wing's income would rise significantly, and if Starlink stopped harassing Zero Wing, the smaller guild could increase its development speed. Moreover, by admitting defeat, rather than fight a losing battle, Zero Wing could hide a portion of its strength from the public. Unyielding Heart breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't a perfect outcome, but it wasn't the worst scenario. Either the rest of the various powers' upper echelon sighed with disappointment. None of them had expected Lu Xinglua to make such an offer. Now, they wouldn't get the show they were hoping for. The attending superpowers were particularly disappointed, as they had hoped to discover Starlink's exact strength. The guild had simply been growing too fast. Unfortunately, that was no longer possible. Even a fool could recognize the best decision here. Not to mention a guild leader like Sherfone, however. As everyone expected this farce to end, a low voice echoed throughout the hall. Admit defeat? I'm afraid you don't qualify to demand such a thing. Chapter 22-25, Shattering thousands of attacks with one move. Everyone in the Divine Colosseum turned to Sherfone in utter shock. Is Black Flame tired of living? Starlink's strength was obvious. With over 700 refinement realm experts under Starlink's command, even ordinary superpowers would have to bow their heads before the guild, not to mention Zero Wing. Furthermore, Starlink had both the Mad Beast Legion and the Battlescar Workshop, both of which were comprised of lunatics. However, rather than temporarily concede and allow his guilds to develop unimpeded, Sherfone chose to fight Starlink for a moment. They wondered if Starlink's display had scared Sherfone silly, and he had blurted out his refusal without thinking. Heart, it seems that your ally is quite stubborn. Delicate Blood said with a glance at Unyielding Heart. Is this really necessary? Ignoring Delicate Blood's jab, Unyielding Heart could not help but shake his head as he watched Sherfone in response. Starlink's members radiated powerful killing intent as they coldly glared at Sherfone. The combined killing intent was so powerful that even domain realm experts would likely shudder. Black Flame, our guild leader has kindly offered you this opportunity. Don't be a fool. If our guild leader gets angry, not even Unyielding Soul will survive his wrath, let alone Zero Wing. Bright Dawn, one of Starlink's vice guild leaders, declared. Everyone in the hall heard Bright Dawn's claim, but despite the arrogance in his tone, none of them tried to rebuke the statement. Not even Unyielding Heart commented on it. What Bright Dawn had said was true. A lot of things had become clear the moment Starlink had dispatched over 700 refinement realm experts. The various superpowers always hid a portion of their strength, only revealing a small fraction to the public. However, The small fraction Starlink had revealed was far more than Unyielding Soul's total power. If Lu Xingluo were resolved to accept some losses, Starlink could thoroughly destroy Unyielding Soul. While everyone discussed Bright Dawn's comment, Shifeng ignored the man and shifted his gaze to Lu Xinglu can certainly try. Shifeng's declaration further shocked the crowd. Black Flame is insane. Does he doubt that Starlink will go all out to annihilate Zero Wing? He really is courageous, but he's also doomed his guild. Black Flame's actually trying to drag his entire guild down with him. I feel sorry for Zero Wing's members. Bright Dawn's declaration proved that today's match wouldn't be a simple fight. If Zero Wing refused to admit defeat, Starlink would stop at nothing to eliminate the guild. It would no longer give Zero Wing room to breathe. Moreover, this declaration had been made before the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers, proving that it was no idle threat, and yet Shifeng still dared to oppose Starlink. He was simply insane. When Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and Zero Wing's other experts saw the pitiful looks the crowd gave them from behind Shifeng, they could only respond with bitter smiles in a second-floor VIP room. Happy Art watched the conversation between Shifeng and Starlink's upper echelons anxiously from her position behind Melancholy. Is there no way to stop this? Guild leader. Zero Wing will be a massive help in the upcoming Fortress Siege with its current strength. If Starlink defeats Zero Wing, however, it will affect the siege's outcome. Happy Art Sadie can't interfere. Starlink is one of our partners as well, and it will also be a great help in the siege. Black Flame is still a little naive, Melancholy said. He shook his head disappointedly as he watched Shifeng. I had hoped that we could deepen our relationship with Zero Wing, since Black Flame is so capable, but it seems that I was mistaken. Guild leaders should always prioritize their guild's development over all else. When Melancholy had first met Shifeng, he had been surprised by the man's individual strength. The other guild leader had made a good impression, but the fact that Shifeng was willing to take his guild down with him for the sake of his personal reputation was simply foolish. Melancholy's opinion of Shifeng's current performance could be summed up in one word: disappointing. While everyone discussed Shifeng, Lu Xingluo, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Good. Very good. I hope that you will be this stubborn after the match. Lu Xingluo exclaimed with a grim expression. Even a fool could hear the fury in his tone. No one would have been surprised to hear Lu Xingluo order his players to attack Zero Wings, ensuring that none of them left alive. If not for the Divine Colosseum's strict policy against PvP instead, Lu Xingluo led his men to their designated waiting area, although he hadn't said anything more. The crowd understood that a storm would sweep through the Dark Knight Empire after this match. Lu Xingluo is really furious now. Your guild best be careful after this. Starlink might decide to remove Unyielding Soul from the Empire before annihilating Zero Wing to ensure absolute stability within the Dark Knight Empire. Delicate Blood warned Unyielding Heart as she watched Lu Xingluo leave the main hall. It seems a battle is unavoidable. Unyielding Heart nodded gravely in response. He knew that Starlink had grown stronger. In fact, the guild's foundations were so solid that it had already begun its conquest of the Western continent. Very few superpowers were capable of such a feat at this stage of the game. There was a vast distance between God's domain's two continents. One could only travel between them by relying on special methods. Naturally, the ability to travel between continents would greatly benefit a guild. Each continent had different terrain, and as a result, they had different specialties. If a guild could take advantage of both continents, their development would be nearly assured. As the crowd watched Zero Wing's members leave the hall as well, they turned their attention to the arena. The various superpowers' upper echelons were particularly eager for the match to start. Starlink had been developing in secret for a while, rarely clashing with other superpowers. Even when it did, it would limit the scale of the conflict. Hence, no one had any idea of the guild's depths. Now that Starlink intended to go all out against Zero Wing, this was the perfect opportunity to gain more intel on the larger guild. Although Zero Wing wasn't as strong as the various superpowers, with only 100 Refinement Realm experts, it should have enough strength to expose Starlink's experts. An expert's power wasn't limited to their combat standards. Weapons, equipment, combat techniques, skills, spells, and special items all played a role. There were many aspects of an expert's strength one couldn't see until that expert fought, fortunately. The Divine Colosseum's 10,000-man battlefield was the perfect place to witness a guild's comprehensive strength. The 10,000-man battlefield was an outdoor map, half as large as an ordinary map in the outside world. Naturally, one had to eliminate every opponent to claim victory. After a moment, both Zero Wing and Starlink's armies appeared in the outdoor clearing. A dense forest lay behind the armies, offering cover. Zero Wing's only hope is to retreat into the forest and use guerrilla tactics against Starlink. That's right, a head-on clash would be suicide for Zero Wing, but even guerrilla tactics will be a problem for them. Starlink's 700-plus refinement realm experts will be a frightening force in the forest. Many of the spectators were upper echelons from major powers. They had all experienced field battles, so they knew how terrifying refinement realm experts could be in a dense forest. However, Zero Wing's members didn't feel into the woods as expected. Instead, they charged at Starlink's army the moment the match began. Zero Wing's going for a straight-up brawl. The development took everyone by surprise. A team would have to rely on comprehensive strength to win a frontal clash on an open clearing, and Starlink's was far greater than Zero Wing's bastards. Lu Xinghua cursed as he watched Shifeng lead the charge with a 300-man team close behind him. He then commanded, "Concentrate your attacks. Get rid of them first." Following their leader's order, Starlink's ranged members took action. Thousands of spells and arrows flew towards Shifeng's group. Even peak experts' scalps would tingle against such a fierce assault. Normally, both sides' MTs would for a defensive wall, slowly advancing toward their opponents during such a large-scale battle. But Shifeng and the others disregarded normal protocol as they ran towards Starlink's army like lunatics. Every Starlink member present was an expert among experts, with far more accurate attacks than ordinary experts. Most importantly, they properly coordinated their attacks. Moreover, Starlink's refinement realm experts launched their attacks a moment after the first barrage, taking advantage of any blind spots players would expose after blocking the first attacks. Such an overwhelming assault could even take down peak MT experts in an instant, but just as the spells and arrows fell on Zero Wing's members like ravenous wolves, Shifeng unsheathed Killing Ray and swung the blade forward lightning edge. Countless arcs of lightning shot forth, forming a blue river that slammed into the descending spells and arrows. The instant these ranged attacks encountered this river of lightning, they vanished. After both sides' attacks dissipated, a small crater stretching across 50 yards separated the armies. Chapter 22-26, Annihilating Tier 3. Everyone gasped as the river of lightning disappeared. How is that even possible? The spectators were astonished to see a single move counter thousands of spells and arrows. Some of the many incoming attacks Zero Wing's members had faced were even as powerful as Tier 3. That first wave could have wiped out a 100-man expert team focused fully on defense, yet Shifeng had countered every incoming attack by himself. Amazing! He actually managed to execute such a move. Unyielding Heart, who was watched from the spectator stands, was amazed by the way Shifeng had used his skill. Although Unyielding Heart normally used offensive skills to defend himself, too, he hadn't thought it was possible to use an offensive skill to counter several thousand attacks. He realized that his thinking was still stuck in the earliest days of God's domain. He had thought that one could only cope with such a massive assault by dodging or blocking individual attacks, while the crowd reeled over Shifeng's performance. Lu Xinghua, who led Starlink's army, sneered and said, "You might be clever for using an AoE skill to block those attacks, but how many times can you repeat that feat?" AoE skills and spells were extremely rare in God's domain, and the majority of them were exclusive to magical classes. How many AoE skills could Shifeng possibly possess? On the other hand, Starlink's army was more than capable of replicating that first wave without, in Lu Xinglua's question, snapped Starlink's members out of their days, and they launched the second wave just as the second assault was about to slam into Zero Wing's vanguard. Aqua Rose waved her Sea Dragon staff. Under her command, violent, water-type mana gathered in front of Foam Water Raid. The water-type mana formed an 8-meter-tall tidal wave in the blink of an eye, halting the incoming attacks as it surged towards Starlink's army, but before the tidal wave crashed into Starlink's members. The magical class forces at the rear of the army completed their incantations. As a result, defensive barriers rose before the army, blocking Aqua Rose's water raid. The various powers' upper echelons were shocked to see these defensive barriers manifest. Starlink already has so many defensive combination spells. Based on the power of those barriers, they must have cast Tier 2 advanced offensive spells. But how did Starlink get so many of them? Amazing. Zero Wing doesn't stand a chance against Starlink. Players were prohibited from using tools or berserk skills in the Divine Colosseum. At most, they could use their weapons and equipment skills. In other words, the defensive barriers Starlink's members had used didn't involve magic array scrolls. As players leveled up in God's domain, they'd encounter more spells and skills that required more than one player to cast. These are known as combination skills and spells, and they were far more powerful than the ordinary skills or spells. However, they were also extremely rare, and Tier 2 advanced defensive combination spells were particularly so, and yet Starlink had clearly obtained over a dozen of these defensive spells, enough to call forth barriers to envelop its entire army with Tier 2 advanced rank barriers. Starlink's advantage over its opponent was massive. Even a Grand Lord of the same level would struggle to destroy the barriers, not to mention Tier 2 players. So, this is Starlink's foundation? Unyielding Heart felt disheartened as he gazed at the many defensive combination spells. Defensive combination spells could also be used in team dungeons, and with such powerful barriers, Starlink's teams would have a much easier time defeating dungeon bosses. Moreover, unlike magic array scrolls, players could use their combination spells as often as necessary. When the various superpowers upper echelon saw this, their fear of Starlink grew a little. Although they knew that Starlink had hidden a huge fraction of its strength, they hadn't expected it to hide this much. It was no wonder why Bright Dawn had boasted that Starlink could easily take out Unyielding Soul. It seemed that he had told the truth, and Starlink certainly was strong enough to do so. However, Lu Xinglua watched his opponents with a gloomy expression. Everyone, switch targets. Attack Zero Wing's main army. Startled Wind, I want the Mad Beast Legion to form battle arrays and eliminate Zero Wing's vanguard. Let's show everyone what the consequences are for defying Starlink. Lu Xinglua snarled as he glared at Aqua Rose and the other players behind Foam. He had wanted to secure such an overwhelming victory that no power in the Dark Knight Empire would ever consider rebelling against Starlink in the future yet. Even after 2 waves of attacks, Starlink had failed to harm a single player from Zero Wing. It was just humiliating. We're going to use the battle array this soon? Startled Wind asked, surprised the battle array they spoke of wasn't a weapon or equipment piece's additional skill, but a combination battle array they had obtained from a Tier 2 skill book. Up to 100 players could work together to manifest the array, and once it activated, all players involved would receive a huge boost to their physiques and basic attributes. These players would share their senses as well. With these boons, the 100 Tier 2 players involved could even contend with one Tier 3 player. Startled Wind had hoped to take his time with Foam, but it seemed that he wouldn't get the opportunity. Starlink had obtained 3 battle array Tier 2 skill books thus far, which gave it the equivalent of 3 Tier 3 experts. Moreover, a peak expert led the activation for each battle array. For these teams, killing Tier 2 players would be child's play. Receiving their orders, 300 players from the Mad Beast Legion moved into position to activate their battle arrays. As they did, crimson runes began to appear on their bodies, linking them together. The 300 players' combined aura even felt like impending doom to the spectators. Before anyone could react, the 3 100-man teams broke away from Starlink's army and charged for Zero Wing's Vanguard Sword Demon. How many hits do you think Black Flame can take before he falls? A man with tousled hair asked from the rear of Starlink's army. This man's attitude would surprise any superpower expert. He actually had the gall to speak to Sword Demon with such disrespect. Sword Demon was a monster that had made significant progress in the domain realm. Even a super guild's guild leader would treat him with respect. Yet this unkempt man dared to question him directly. What was even more surprising, however, was the fact that Sword Demon didn't seem angry with him. Rather, he simply glanced at the man Sword Demon wouldn't hesitate to put any other expert in his place for such an insult. But he didn't dare do so with this unkempt man. The man beside him was Evil Blade, the Battlescar Workshop's commander. Evil Blade was a true lunatic and inhumanly strong. The Mad Beast Legion's strongest team leaders are leading those 3 teams. They are all peak experts who are more than capable of using the battle array's power to its fullest extent. Black Flame should only last 7 or 8 moves against any one of them. He'll have to flee if he wants to survive longer than that, Sword Demon replied after giving the matter some thought. Sherfong had defeated Sword Demon once already, so he wanted the other swordsmen to last as long as possible against the Mad Beast Legion. Unfortunately, he had witnessed the battle array's power personally and knew it wasn't something current players could contend with. How boring. And I thought I had found a good opponent. It seems the rumored Sword King isn't as impressive as rumors say, Evil Blade said, the excitement in his eyes dying away. Sword Demon could not help his frown. He wanted to rebuke the man's words, but decided to remain silent. Instead, he returned his gaze to Sherfong, hoping the man wouldn't fall too quickly at this time. The Mad Beast Legion had also arrived before Zero Wing's vanguard. The 300 players then spread out and accelerated towards Zero Wing's members in response. Another massive lightning bolt escaped Sherfang's killing ray lightning slash. From the sidelines, it looked like a black screen appeared, disrupting the battlefield as it extended and sliced through the Mad Beast Legion. In the blink of an eye, several dozen Mad Beast Legion members collapsed before transforming into particles of light. Black Panther, the Guardian Knight in the core of the central battle array, flew away from the group, scorched black. Before he even hit the ground, Black Panther's body had dispersed into particles of light. Chapter 22-27. Overwhelming the battle arrays. Not even domain realm experts would take a 100-man battle array lightly. But as the blue lightning bolt passed through the central array, even the charging Mad Beast Legion members were stunned when they noticed Black Panther's disappearing corpse. How is that possible? Even Sword Demon and the others watching from a distance were flabbergasted. Although Black Panther was a member of the Mad Beast Legion, they knew how strong the Guardian Knight was. Not only did Black Panther wear a full set of level 75 top-tier equipment, but he also carried an epic shield and a piece of epic equipment. Normally, he had no trouble tanking a Grand Lord of the same level by himself with the boons from the battle array. Black Panther could even rival a Tier 3 player's physique and basic attributes. Not even domain realm experts could contend with Black Panther when he had the battle array's boons. A domain realm expert might be able to predict the Guardian Knight's movements, but Black Panther could still overwhelm them with his extraordinary reaction speed and attack speed. In the end, the domain realm experts that had sparred with Black Panther had only received a beating for their efforts. If the domain realm experts weren't careful, they could die in an instant. Yet now, Sherfong had instant-killed Black Panther. However, Sherfang's damage wasn't what astonished Sword Demon and the others the most. If the skill Sherfong had used was a powerful taboo skill, Black Panther's death wouldn't be that strange. What really surprised Sword Demon was how fast Sherfong had taken action. Sherfong could execute his attacks so quickly that not even Black Panther, who had the physique of a Tier 3 player, had reacted in time. How did he attack so quickly? Sword Demon watched Sherfong in confusion. Sherfong was just a Tier 2 player. Even if his basic attributes were incredibly high, he shouldn't be able to launch an attack that not even Black Panther could block. Of course, Sword Demon and his companions didn't know that Sherfong had already reached level 90. Not only was he more than 10 levels higher than Starlink's members, but most of his weapons and equipment were epic or fragmented legendary rank as well, and they could all level with their owner. Furthermore, Sherfong possessed a bloodline, and the strength in killing Ray. His basic attributes were even higher than those of a level 80 Tier 3 player, and his physique wasn't, in any way, inferior to a Tier 3 player's. All he was missing was the ability to use Tier 3 skills. Black Panther might be able to face a Tier 3 player, but that was limited to a player of the same level. Moreover, Black Panther had only reached the Void Realm and had no progress in the Realms of Truth. On the other hand, Sherfong had reached the Domain Realm and Ascension Realm. Most importantly, Lightning Slash was an insanely fast attack and could easily reach across several dozen yards. It wasn't that unusual that Black Panther had failed to cope with the attack, although Sure Fang's counterattack had been shocking. Startled Wind, who commanded the Mad Beast Legion from the rear line, continued to bark orders. Everyone, surround him. He can't use that kind of skill multiple times. Startled Wind shouted he had wanted to rely on the battle array to overwhelm Zero Wing's forces. But the strength Sure Fang had displayed thus far made it clear that a single peak expert like Black Panther wouldn't be enough to take him down. In that case, they needed to gang up on him after all was said and done. There was a limit to an individual's strength. Fortunately, the Mad Beast Legion members shared their senses when under the battle array's effects. Ordinary experts were no match for their coordination in this state. The scattered Mad Beast Legion members immediately reconcentrated their strength. They gave up on any hope of individual battles moving as one. Dozens of ranged players fired over 100 spells and arrows at Sure Fang. With well-practiced timing, they sealed off any path of escape for the swordsman. These attacks were nothing like the first two-wave Starlink's army had previously launched facing the coordinated assault. Even Sure Fang had to execute Sword's Orbit to defend himself. He had no room to dodge the incoming projectiles. This was where battle arrays shined the brightest normally. Not even 100 Tier 2 experts would be a match for a single Tier 3 expert. But if these Tier 2 experts perfectly coordinated their attacks and focused their strength on a single location, they could even render Tier 3 experts powerless as the rain of ranged attacks pinned down Sure Fang. Ink Rain and Brilliant Python, who led the other two battle array teams, joined the assault. Brilliant Python was a berserker, so he took the lead in the two-man charge. When he swung his greatsword, even space itself began to crack. Moreover, every one of his attacks moved like a vicious snake that struck at Sure Fang's weak spots. Brilliant Python neglected his defense, focusing on his assault and fully intent on trading Sure Fang blow for blow. As for Ink Rain, the female assassin executed the combat technique 9 phantom steps, manifesting 9 copies of herself. She surrounded Sure Fang and patiently waited for an opportunity to land the final blow. This forced Sure Fang to focus on his defense. And as a result, he continued to shove Brilliant Python back 2 or 3 steps, not giving the berserker the chance to land a direct hit. Although Sure Fang wanted nothing more than to follow up with a fatal strike, Ink Rain and the Mad Beast Legion's ranged forces interrupted him before he had the chance. Whenever Sure Fang tried to target the ranged players, Brilliant Python and Ink Rain did everything they could to stop him, giving the ranged players the time they needed to pull back. Although the two team leaders were no match for Sure Fang's basic attributes, he couldn't kill either of them without using a powerful skill. Both had the support of more than a dozen healers for a time. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Although Sure Fang successfully suppressed the Mad Beast Legion by himself, he wasn't dealing any permanent damage regardless. The watching crowd was shocked by Sure Fang's prowess, especially Starlink's members. They hadn't dreamed that Sure Fang would be so powerful. Despite facing an all-out assault from 2 battle array teams, he stood his ground. Even the weakest player on these battle array teams was a refinement realm expert. Yet despite the boon from the battle arrays, Sure Fang single-handedly contended with 200 of these experts. He was simply inhuman amazing. To think one player can wield such immense combat power. It's no wonder why you were spouting such nonsense earlier. But no matter how powerful you are, Black Flame, you're still only one man, Lu Xinghua said as he watched Sure Fang. The situation even surprised him. The combat power Sure Fang displayed was truly frightening. Startled Wind and Evil Blade nodded in agreement. In such a high-speed battle, where one did not even have the time to breathe, their stamina consumption would be extremely high. If Sure Fang continued fighting at this pace, he would soon deplete his stamina, even if he still had HP remaining after a few more minutes. Sure Fang abruptly retreated, shaking off Ink Rain, Brilliant Python, and the rest of the Mad Beast Legion. Sure enough, dealing with Tier 2 battle arrays is tough without a sure kill skill. Sure Fang thought as he eyed Brilliant Python and Ink Rain. Battle arrays were one of the main weapons players relied on to defeat high-tiered players. Even Sure Fang had used battle arrays to do so during his previous life. but he had never expected to be on the receiving in one day. He wouldn't have had so much trouble against a single 100-man battle array, but he currently had to deal with two. In addition, both Ink Rain and Brilliant Python, the core of the two battle arrays, had impressively high combat standards. If he couldn't kill these two, even he'd be helpless. What? Are you giving up already, Guild Leader Black Flame? Ink Rain teased MHM. This game is too exhausting to continue. I don't want to play anymore. Sure Phone replied, I am afraid that is not up to you. Ink Rain said, smiling. She then led her team and charged at Sure Phone. Once Mori as the woman and her companions approached, Sure Phone turned to Aqua Rose and his elite team, saying, you guys can jump in now. Chapter 22-28, one after another. When they heard Sure Fang's invitation, Aqua Rose and her comrades, who had remained on standby, revealed excited grins as they turned to the Mad Beast Legion before charging to meet their opponents. When Lu Xinghua noticed that Aqua Rose and the others were joining the fray, he glanced at Sure Feng with a sneer. Black Flame, I suppose you want to rely on your people to cause chaos while you pick off the Mad Beast Legion members, one by one. Smiling, Lu Xinghua continued, unfortunately, you're only digging your own graves. Although the battle array allowed players to fight higher-tiered opponents, it was truly a weapon to use against large groups. Sure Fang's decision to take on the Mad Beast Legion by himself had been the wisest decision. If Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's Vanguard joined the battle, they'd only be a liability, not an asset. Once the two armies truly clashed, chaos would rule this battlefield, and amid such chaos, players couldn't rely on AoE skills or spells. A single misfire could kill one's allies without AoE skills or spells. Even peak experts would find the Mad Beast Legions challenging in a one-on-one, not to mention Aqua Rose and the others, who were only flowing water and refinement realm experts. However, Brilliant Python realized that the atmosphere around Zero Wing's members felt odd. What's up with these people? As Brilliant Python watched Zero Wing's players charge forth, he was confused. Aqua Rose and the others didn't look at him and his teammates like they were powerful foes. Rather, their expressions seemed like they had just found the perfect practice targets. Ignore them. They are fools if they think they can defeat us in our own battle array. Ink Rain shouted to her team. She then turned her sights to Fire Dance, radiating intense killing intent. Her previous clash with Fire Dance was still fresh in her mind. Her strength was only second to the Mad Beast Legion's commander and vice commander, yet someone with weaker combat standards had defeated her. It would be hard not to remember such a humiliating defeat, although she didn't know how Fire Dance had increased her life rating so drastically last time she had the battle array. She was going to use this chance to toy with the other assassin. Ink Rain's figure blurred as she dashed forward, only taking a moment to reach her opponent. She thrust her blade at Fire Dance, who ran at the forefront of Zero Wing's team as Ink Rain's dagger shot forth. She split into 9 identical copies. When Happy Art saw this from one of the VIP rooms, she couldn't help but gasp. That's 9 phantoms, 1 kill. Happy Art was astonished to see Ink Rain's 9 phantoms. 9 phantoms, 1 kill was a bronze combat technique, and one of the most powerful the 13 Thrones had obtained from bronze legacy tablets. With a fraction of the combat technique, a Void Realm expert would be unrivaled among their peers. Had Happy Art fully mastered 9 phantoms, 1 kill, she could have even fought Sandbone, one of the Flower of Seven Sins senior cadre members, without losing ground. Unfortunately, despite the extensive time Happy Art had dedicated to learning the combat technique, she had failed to make any progress. It was simply too complex for her to comprehend and execute. Not even a domain realm expert was guaranteed to learn the technique. Why wouldn't Happy Art be surprised to see that Ink Rain execute 9 phantoms, 1 kill, despite the difficulties of learning the technique? However, Happy Art didn't know that the battle array's boons were the only reason that Ink Rain could execute 9 phantoms, 1 kill. Without those effects, she wouldn't be able to use the combat technique. Either Ink is taking this too seriously. She's actually relying on such a forbidden move. Cloudy Mountain, the Mad Beast Legion's vice commander, muttered with a frown. 9 phantoms, 1 kill was Ink Rain's greatest trump card. They had wanted her to reserve this move for a domain realm expert, but now that she had used it, word would spread, forget it. Just let her be. She might be able to take that final step after exacting her revenge, Startled Wind said. Chuckling Ink Rain was a prodigy he had set his sights on, and he had been surprised to learn that Fire Dance had actually defeated the young woman. Unfortunately, that defeat had maddened Ink Rain with thoughts of revenge. It had severely impacted her development. If Ink Rain could avenge her prior defeat and clear from her mind, she would have a high chance of reaching the domain realm just when everyone assumed that Ink Rain's attack had been successful. A metallic clang echoed across the battlefield, stupefying the spectators. What's going on? They had only seen Fire Dance lightly swing her short sword before Ink Rain's phantoms had disappeared. Ink Rain stumbled a step back, her dagger vibrating violently, as if she had struck an adamantine wall. Who is she? Happy Art muttered as she stared at Fire Dance, in surprise. Ink Rain's assault could likely even kill domain realm experts. Yet Fire Dance had so casually nullified the attack. Moreover, Fire Dance's strength was clearly superior to Ink Rain's. Yet, Happy Art's surprise was nothing compared to the shock Starlink's members felt. Ink Rain was the core of one of the battle arrays, and the boost to her physique and basic attributes was even greater than what her comrades had received. With this boost, she shouldn't have any issues contending with Tier 3 players of the same level. Yet her strength was no match for Fire Dance's. Before Ink Rain could recover from her momentary shock, Fire Dance swung 1,000 transformations once more as the short sword sliced through the air. Countless blades bit into Ink Rain, giving the woman no room to dodge pump. This time, Ink Rain felt as if a hammer had struck her hand, leaving it completely numb. She was forced to stumble 2 steps backward, as well seeing the weakness in Ink Rain's defense. Fire Dance didn't hold back as she continued to attack the enemy assassin. She continued to push Ink Rain back, forcing the woman to defend herself. The Mad Beast Legion members, who were preparing to face off against Zero Wings members, were stunned. They had never expected to find yet another powerful player among Zero Wings members before anyone could recover from their shock. However, the battle between Zero Wings Vanguard and the Mad Beast Legion stunned the spectators. Once more, the clash hadn't ended, as everyone had expected. They had expected the Mad Beast Legion's charge to shatter Zero Wings formation. After all, every Mad Beast Legion member was a refinement realm expert, and they were all empowered by their battle arrays. They should be able to annihilate Zero Wings Vanguard in a few moves. However, Zero Wings Vanguard repeated pushback the powerful Mad Beast Legion, and even Brilliant Python, one of the battle array's cores, suffered a worse fate than Ink Rain at Gentle Snow's hands, as if swatting a helpless fly. Every one of Gentle Snow's casual swings with her greatsword sent Brilliant Python flying 5 or 6 yards away. What is going on? Lu Xingluo's smile froze as he watched his Mad Beast Legion suffer. Baffled, he watched Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. Even the various spectating powers gaped in shock. They simply couldn't process what was happening before their very eyes. Chapter 22-29, Group Fight. The spectating crowd felt stifled by Zero Wing's unstoppable performance. Zero Wing is actually this strong? The players watching this battle from within the Divine Colosseum weren't ordinary experts. Some are even superpowers upper echelons. They had all seen the strength of the Mad Beast Legion's battle arrays. The boons the arrays provided were undeniably massive. Yet despite such power, the Mad Beast Legion was no match for Zero Wing's 300-player Vanguard. It was unbelievable. Fire Dance's and Gentle Snow's performances were especially stunning based on the combat power Ink Rain and Brilliant Python had displayed. The crowd knew they were peak experts. Even as Super Guild, they'd be top-ranked players. With the boots from the battle array, even domain realm experts would have to avoid a fight with those two, but neither Ink Rain nor Brilliant Python was a match for Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. The spectators simply couldn't understand how Zero Wing had gained 2 such powerful experts. Even Delicate Blood, who sat in the stands, was surprised as she watched the women. How are their attributes so high? Delicate Blood had a better understanding of what was happening on the battlefield than many of the experts around her. Although the 2 women's moves seemed special, as if they used a combat technique with every swing of their weapons, Delicate Blood could tell that they had only reached the flowing water realm while incorporating combat techniques into every attack would increase their combat power. Basic combat techniques could only offer a small boost. Furthermore, basic combat techniques didn't pose much of a threat to experts like Ink Rain and Brilliant Python. The real reason that Ink Rain and Brilliant Python were so miserable right now was because of how much higher Fire Dance's and Gentle Snow's basic attributes were. However, the two team leaders served as the cores for their respective battle arrays, and the attribute boots they had received was no trivial matter. Moreover, they should be wearing multiple pieces of epic equipment as peak experts, yet for some reason, they were no match for Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. In contrast, Unyielding Heart brimmed with joy. His eyes were practically glowing as he watched Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. He didn't know how the two women had amassed such high basic attributes, either, but with their strength, there was no doubt that Zero Wing's Vanguard could suppress the Mad Beast Legion. In fact, it was only a matter of time before the Vanguard annihilated the 300 Mad Beast Legion members. The 300 Mad Beast Legion members were Refinement Realm experts, and if Zero Wing's peak combatants could suppress these players, it would prove that Zero Wing had its own peak legion that could rival the various superpowers. Combined with Unyielding Soul's peak combatants, not even Starlink would find the two guilds an easy opponent to deal with. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the fights continued for a short time as the Mad Beast Legion rapidly lost members guild leader. I'm afraid that the Mad Beast Legion won't last much longer at this rate. Startled Wind reported as he watched one Legion member die after another. He didn't want to admit it, but Zero Wing was stronger than he had expected. The team Fire Dance and Gentle Snow led was more than capable of rivaling a superpower's main force. There was also Sure Fong to take into account, and he was capable of suppressing two battle array teams by himself. Right, join the battle, but make sure that you win it quickly. Lu Xinglua said as he shot Sure Fong a fierce look. Lu Xinglua wanted to hide as much of Starling's strength as possible, but Sure Fong had given him on choice, but to reveal his card, Startled Wind nodded sharply and left to gather Sword Demon, Evil Blade, and the guild's other domain realm experts. The watching superpowers gasped as these experts broke away from Starlink's main force. Even Unyielding Heart felt a chill crawl down his spine. They watched as Startled Wind, the Mad Beast Legion's commander, Cloudy Mountain, its vice commander, the Four Shadow Demons, 3 kills, and the Battlescar Workshop's commander, Evil Blade, charged forth. That was a total of 8 domain realm experts, and among them, Startled Wind and Evil Blade were powerful enough to have shaken the Western continent in God's domain. Moreover, all 8 experts radiated strange auras. A crimson mark also graced their foreheads, and their eyes were completely black. Not one of them looked like an ordinary human-demon-god transformation. So, that's what Starlink has been hiding. Delicate Blood was stunned as she watched Starlink's 8 domain realm experts. Most superpowers were likely still unfamiliar with the term demon-god transformation. Only an extremely small number of players knew about what it was right now. The demon-god transformation was one of the few ways players could increase their life ratings, but trying to perform the act was extremely difficult. Not only did it require a ton of super rare materials, but the players undergoing the transformation also had to find the legacy entrance and clear the demon gods. Trial the materials alone were an intense challenge to procure. Any superpower would struggle to secure a single set, yet Starlink had collected at least 8. Startled Wind and his companions had reached Fire Dance and Gentle Snow before Delicate Blood could even react. Although Startled Wind and the others' basic attributes and physiques weren't quite as powerful as Ink Rain and Brilliant Python's, their combat standards were leagues above. Among the 8, Startled Wind and Evil Blade's basic attributes and physiques could rival Ink Rain and Brilliant Python's, and as a result, they led the charge relying on their superior combat standards. Startled Wind and Evil Blade deflected all of Fire Dance and Gentle Snow's attacks. They responded with their own advanced combat techniques, targeting the women's weak points. At the same time, Cloudy Mountain, Sword Demon, and the domain realm experts coordinated their attacks with Startled Wind and Evil Blade. After just a few exchanges, Fire Dance and Gentle Snow had taken several hits. They had no choice but to use their skills and focus on defense. It seems that this fight ends here. Although Zero Wing's experts have higher basic attributes, it still lacks capable manpower. Delicate Blood could not help but sigh as she watched Starlink's experts push back Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. At the end of the day, Zero Wing's foundations weren't solid enough. Fire Dance and Gentle Snow might be very strong, but God's Domain was not a single-player game. Starlink's foundations were far too sturdy. It had 8 Domain Realm experts that had undergone the Demon God transformation, and with that kind of strength, Starlink could decimate any ordinary superpower. Only super guilds would have a chance of putting Starlink in its place, but before Startled Wind and his team could land the final blow, 10 sword lights rained down on them from above. Not only were these sword lights incredibly powerful, but they were also quite fast and accurate. Startled Wind and his companions had no choice but to defend themselves. Pong, pong, pong. The crowd heard a series of metallic clangs as Startled Wind and the others were forced 2 or 3 steps back. All 8 Domain Realm experts instantly turned toward the sword light's origin, and they clearly weren't happy with what they found. Their attacker was none other than Shifeng's attacks were even heavier than Gentle Snow's. If any of them had to face the 10 sword lights alone, they'd likely take immense damage. 8 Domain Realm experts dare to gang up on 2 players who haven't even reached the Void Realm yet. You must be insane, Shifeng said as he looked at Startled Wind and the others. Don't insult us, Black Flame. This is war. There is only victory or defeat. We'll still fight with everything we have, even if you join the fight, Startled Wind stated. Unperturbed by Shifeng's provocation, however, Startled Wind and his companions still watched Shifeng with serious expressions. They hadn't fought him yet, so they didn't know exactly how high Shifeng's strength was, but after blocking the previous attack, they knew it must be horrifically high. None of them would be a match for him in a one-on-one. Indeed, this is a war. Since that is how you feel, everyone attack, Shifeng ordered. Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Shadow Sword, Yin Tianxing, Alluring Summer, Iluafe, Flying Shadow, Zhao Yuru, and a dozen or so other core upper echelons from Zero Wing, who had refrained from combat, surrounded Shifeng. Chapter 2230, Violent Suppression. When Aqua Rose and the others stepped forward, they unleashed the auras they had kept contained. Although each of their auras was not as powerful as Fire Dance and Gentle Snow's, the combined pressure easily surpassed their 2 comrades. Startled Wind and his team were stunned. Aqua Rose and the others hadn't seriously joined the battle yet, so Fire Dance and Gentle Snow's brilliance had easily overshadowed their performances. As a result, Startled Wind and his companions hadn't been able to get a clear estimation of their strength. However, as Aqua Rose's group revealed their true selves, Startled Wind and Starlink's other Domain Realm experts recognized how powerful these players were. Are you kidding me? How can a guild like Zero Wing have so many experts with such incredible attributes? Aqua Rose and her comrades no longer felt like current players. The weakest among them likely had basic attributes that could even rival Ink Rain and Brilliant Python. Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, and Zhao Yuru were only slightly weaker than Fire Dance and Gentle Snow, and the Mad Beast Legion members felt this combined aura. They couldn't help their instinct to retreat. None of them dared to approach Aqua Rose's group. Only the Legion's peak experts withstood the powerful aura. Although they were still afraid, the Mad Beast Legion felt as if they stood before over 20 great lords. How could they possibly face such a powerful force? Have they already reached Tier 3? Brilliant Python muttered, and Shock Brilliant Python was his battle array's core, and the boost was even great enough that he could contend with a Tier 3 player of the same level. Yet Aqua Rose and the others' auras were no weaker than his own. He couldn't think of any possibility other than the fact that they must have reached Tier 3. No, that's not possible. Players can't take the Tier 3 promotion quest until they've reached level 100. No matter how incredible their leveling speed is, it's not possible to reach level 100 at this stage of the game. Even if they have reached that level, they'd still have to complete their promotion quests. They can't even challenge the quest until they've met the minimum equipment standards, not to mention completed, Ink Rain said. Shaking her head, Ink Rain refused to believe that Aqua Rose and the others had reached Tier 3 already. Just from their life ratings, she could tell they hadn't. There was, after all, a significant difference between a Tier 2 player's life rating and that of a Tier 3 player. Ink Rain didn't feel the pressure that would result from such a difference in life ratings, however. Even if Aqua Rose and the others weren't Tier 3, they weren't any weaker than an actual Tier 3 player of the same level. Calm down, everyone. These people might have very high attributes, but their combat standards are subpar. Our refinement realm experts easily outnumber theirs by several times. Avoid direct fights. Split up and keep them distracted. Follow-up units. Attack with combination spells. Evil Blade. You'll work with me to distract Black Flame. I want everyone else to work with the combination spells to keep Zero Wing's Vanguard busy. Once we've annihilated the rest of Zero Wing's army, we'll take out time whittling these players down. After taking a moment to calm down, Startled Wind commanded the Mad Beast Legion's Refinement Realm experts. It was impressive that Zero Wing had 20-plus players with the combat power to rival Tier 3 players. But the difference between experts wasn't limited to basic attributes. Combat standards also played a massive role after all was said and done. Zero Wing did not even have 100 Refinement Realm experts. Even if Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts had higher basic attributes, they couldn't one-shot other players. They could simply split up and tackle these Refinement Realm experts using boss rating methods with Startled Wind's orders. Realization dawned on Starlink's members. Aqua Rose and the others were quite powerful, but the fact remained that Starlink had more Refinement Realm expert. Starlink's forces then took action. The Refinement Realm experts that had stood with the main army began to cast their Tier 2 combination spells, targeting Zero Wing's Vanguard. These Tier 2 combination spells were even stronger than single-target Tier 3 spells, and could even cause a significant amount of damage against Grand Lords. Moreover, these Refinement Realm experts' aim was incredibly accurate. In the meantime, the 4 Shadow Demons, Cloudy Mountain, and 3 kills made their way toward Aqua Rose's group. Their basic attributes might not be as high, but they had higher combat standards. With a single glance, they found plenty of weak points in the Vanguard's defenses. If they coordinated their attacks with the combination spells, killing Aqua Rose and the others would not be difficult. But the instant Starlink's members reached their targets, they discovered that they had been mistaken, outrageously mistaken. Naturally, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and Zhao Yuru didn't hold back, facing several dozen incoming combination spells. Aqua Rose lightly waved her Sea Dragon Staff and cast Aqua Precinct. 12 water serpents immediate appeared around Aqua Rose, radiating an aura no weaker than that of a level 75 Grand Lord. Under Aqua Rose's control, the serpents blocked most of Starlink's combination spells. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud activated her death-size Shadow Rage, summoning a total of 300 Shadow Blades. Every Shadow Blade effortlessly struck down a combination spell, and in the end, Aqua Rose shattered the remaining incoming attacks in an instant. In the end, it took only an instant for Aqua Rose to shatter the remaining combination spell. Zhao Yuru took a more direct approach than her companions. Her Frostflame's Wrath was already capable of upgrading her spells by 1 tier, so they were currently Tier 3 spells. With her extraordinary basic attributes and physique, she'd have no issues defeating an actual Tier 3 Great Mage, much less a bunch of Tier 2 magical class players. After casting the Tier 2 spell Flame Sanctions, over 30 Crimson Magic arrays appeared around Zhao Yueru. Each released a fiery spear, which was powerful enough on its own to warp the space around it. These spears were easily more powerful than Starlink's Tier 2 combination spells, and Zhao Yueru used them to bombard the Mad Beast Legion members. The Mad Beast Legion members responded in time and blocked the incoming spears, but they still stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, their arms trembling from the impact and their HPs plummeting. Zhao Yueru's attacks made her just as powerful as a humanoid defense turret. As long as magical class players had enough time to cast their spells, they'd wreak even more havoc on an open battlefield than their melee counterparts. A magical class player with a special legacy and a fragmented legendary weapon would be no more than a natural disaster, although the 4 shadow demons and their companions wanted to stop the 3 women, Kola, Shadow Sword, Alluring Summer, Iluafe, Flying Shadow, and Yin Tianqing halted their advance. Despite having higher combat standards, the 4 shadow demons party struggled against Kola's due to the huge level gaps Yin Tianqing, in particular, could suppress Sword Demon on his own. Meanwhile, Iluafe kept 3 kills, who was only second to Sword Demon's strength. Busy Fire Dance and Gentle Snow continued to push back Ink Rain and Brilliant Python, who fared far worse than Sword Demon and 3 kills elsewhere on the battlefield. The more Startled Wind and Evil Blade fought Sure Feng, the more afraid they became of the swordsman's prowess. Not only could Sure Feng incorporate a combat technique in every move, but he also used his horrifying speed and strength to increase the lethality of his attacks. The 2-domain realm experts couldn't get close to him, forced to dodge or use skills to defend themselves. Even so, their HPs continued to decrease. If not for the rear line healer's support, they would have likely died already, however. Even though Zero Wing had the advantage, Starlink simply had too many Refinement Realm experts. Although Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts could face 5 opponents by themselves, it wasn't enough to compensate for Starlink's numerical advantage. Unfortunately, most of Zero Wing's Refinement Realm experts weren't quite that strong after several minutes. Zero Wing's Vanguard had lost over 100 players, including over a dozen Refinement Realm experts. In contrast, Starlink had only lost around 300 players. As both guilds' main armies clashed, Zero Wing's losses were more severe. It wasn't just because of the quality difference between their experts, but the defensive barriers that protected Starlink's members' Black Flame. Zero Wing's story ends here. If it were merely a 1,000-man battle, you might have had a chance of victory. Unfortunately, this is a 10-0-0-0 versus 10-0-0-0 battle. You alone aren't enough to influence the outcome. Startled Wind snarled, breathing a sigh of relief once he saw that this battle's outcome was assured. Zero Wing had already suffered more than 2,000 casualties on the main battlefield, while Starlink had only sustained around 500 as long as they could hold out until Zero Wing's main army fell. The rest of Starlink's players could wear Sure Feng and his companions down, even if Starlink's domain realm experts were annihilated. In such a high-speed battle, experts of their caliber were no trivial matter. Fighting at their peak consumed a lot of stamina and concentration, and executing one advanced combat technique after another would increase their consumption. Startled Wind only had around half of his stamina remaining, and with Sure Feng facing 2 domain realm experts at the same time, he shouldn't fare any better. Startled Wind wasn't the only one to consider the issue. Everyone was aware of it. Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other magical class experts had already blown through more than half of their mana. Even if Zero Wing's Vanguard team eliminated Starlink's 700-plus Refinement Realm experts before its main army fell, the surviving Vanguard members wouldn't be useful combat power. How exactly did Zero Wing plan to defeat Starlink's forces? You're not wrong. I can't turn the tide of this battle by myself. But what happens if I'm not alone? Sure Feng asked, flashing a grin at Startled Wind, and Evil Blade. Sure Feng's question made them realize something, and they stared at him with grim expressions. The moment Sure Feng finished his question, he activated Twilight's Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. The swordsman then split into 8 identical clones, each looking straight at Startled Wind and Evil Blade Crap. Many of the watching players gasped when they saw Sure Feng split into 8 copies of himself. Some even cursed aloud in surprise. Startled Wind and his comrades, who shared a battlefield with Sure Feng, felt as if someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over their heads. Chapter 2231. Instant Killing Apex Experts. Sure Feng was already unstoppable on his own. He could, single-handedly, destroy a 1,000-man legion of expert players, and now that he had split into 8 clones of himself, even a fool could predict what was about to happen. Startled Wind and Evil Blade stared with grim faces. They wanted to curse this swordsman for cheating, although doppelganger skills were very rare in God's domain. They were apex experts and had seen quite a few before, but they had never seen a doppelganger skill as despicable as the one Feng had just used to run. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Startled Wind shouted for retreat. He turned and fled without any hesitation. Startled Wind could sense doppelganger skills' effects. And although Feng's doppelgangers had lower attributes than the main body, he could tell that their basic attributes were still higher than his and Evil Blade as for combat standards. Feng might not be able to control all 8 doppelgangers as efficiently as his own body, but each doppelganger could likely rival Ink Rain and Brilliant Python. If that were the case, they had no chance of victory, even if he worked with Evil Blade. Moreover, since the doppelgangers shared a single consciousness, their coordination would be seamless following Startled Wind's order. Evil Blade ran in the opposite direction. Even he recognized that only one outcome awaited them if they tried to fight Feng head-on: death. The only way out of this predicament was to buy time and run. No doppelganger skill lasted forever, and as long as they could survive the skill's duration, all would be well. Again, doppelganger skills were quite powerful, but they had an obvious flaw. They were a huge burden on players' concentration. Every summoned doppelganger increased the user's concentration consumption by 100%. If Feng were facing boss monsters or ordinary experts, he might be fine, but he was fighting apex experts. His concentration consumption would be just as high as his stamina concentration. Once his concentration fell to a critical low, it would affect his mental state, which would in turn severely impact his performance in battle. In other words, if they could survive until Feng's doppelganger skill ended, they could defeat the swordsman. Startled Wind and Evil Blade weren't the only ones to flee for their lives. The experts that clashed with Zero Wing's vanguard retreated, as well, especially Starlink's Domain and Void Realm experts. They practically ignored their opponents and fled. They knew how great the difference was between their strength and Feng's. Once Feng killed Startled Wind and Evil Blade, they'd be next on his menu. Even on the off chance that Feng couldn't slay his current 2 opponents, he'd make the best use of his doppelganger skill by attacking weaker enemies like them for a time. Chaos reigned over Starlink's Refinement Realm and higher experts. As everyone ran for their lives, the audience in the stands was stupefied. The weakest player among Starlink's main force was a Refinement Realm expert, and the force was more than capable of annihilating a 10,000-man army of ordinary experts. However, these experts fled just because Feng had used a skill. They looked like mice that had just run into a cat. It's too late. With a glance at Startled Wind and Evil Blade, Feng directed his doppelgangers to surround the 2 experts. If he wanted Zero Wing to win this competition, he couldn't let these 2 live. No matter what, Feng had avoided using Twilight Blade skills precisely because he worried that Startled Wind and Evil Blade would flee. Naturally, the rest of Starlink's main force would run the moment their commanders did so, and that wasn't the desired outcome. Starlink's Refinement Realm experts far outnumbered Zero Wing's. If these Refinement Realm experts split up and targeted Zero Wing's main army, they'd pose a much greater threat than if they operated as a single unit. Not even Feng would be able to kill every one of these Refinement Realm experts before exhausting his stamina. Hence, Feng's plan since the beginning was to gather Starlink's members as close to each other as possible. He could then pick off these experts and reduce the threat to Zero Wing's main army. By this point, only half of Starlink's Refinement Realm experts were still alive. Feng had hoped to continue this stalemate for a while longer, slowly reducing their numbers. But as Zero Wing's main army was close to falling, he decided to change his plans. Although Zero Wing's main army still had over 7,000 experts, a battle between such large armies would snowball. The casualty rate at the start of the battle might not be that high, but as time passed, players would begin to die faster. Feng could no longer wait. The moment Feng's doppelgangers surrounded Startled Wind and Evil Blade, all 8 attacked together. Feng held a massive advantage over the duo when it came to basic attributes. Hence, even though each doppelganger only possessed 85% of Feng's basic attributes, they were still far superior to Startled Wind and Evil Blade when it came to speed. Moreover, ever since Feng started using the life potion, his brain capacity had been continuously improving. After including the casting Goldstone's effects, Feng was now capable of getting two of his doppelgangers to exhibit combat standards close to the domain realm. Not only did these two apex experts have to face a domain realm expert with higher basic attributes, but they also had to face 7 other experts that could rival Ink Rainin. The first exchange, Startled Wind and Evil Blade, each suffered at least 3 direct hits, instantly losing more than 50% of their HPS damage. The outcome both shocked and enraged Startled Wind. He stopped holding back and desperately executed every advanced body technique and life-saving skill. He had. Evil Blade bellowed with fury as he summoned his own doppelganger to assist him in this fight, but his doppelganger was significantly inferior to Feng's, only possessing 70% of his total attributes. At most, Evil Blade's doppelganger could act as a meat shield, taking hits. It wouldn't be able to exhibit any significant combat power against Feng. Meanwhile, Starlink's rear-line healers frantically cast healing spells on the 2 apex experts. Some even used their trump cards to keep Startled Wind and Evil Blade alive. This allowed the 2 apex experts to fight and run without worrying about dying, but even after crossing over 50 yards, Startled Wind and Evil Blade couldn't shake off Feng. Not even Refinement Realm experts could keep up with the fight, and the 3 apex experts consumed stamina and concentration at an alarming rate. Feng held nothing back, either, as all 8 of his doppelganger executed swords transmigration simultaneously. The technique pushed aside every attempt Startled Wind and Evil Blade made to defend themselves, creating the opening necessary for the remaining attacks to strike 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. In the blink of an eye, Startled Wind and Evil Blade had each gained an additional dozen or so wounds. Before the rear-line healers could do anything about it, both apex experts' HPs hit 0, and their bodies fell to the ground. Lifeless, every player watching the fight gasped when Startled Wind and Evil Blade died. Even Melancholy, who watched from a second-floor VIP room, was shocked. Both Startled Wind and Evil Blade stood at the apex of God's domain. Just trying to kill one of them would give the various superpowers massive headaches. Yet Feng had killed both in the same moment, while it was easy to repel experts of such caliber in God's domain. Killing them was dozens of times more difficult. If an apex expert focused on escaping, even a slightly stronger expert would find it challenging to stop them. Furthermore, both Startled Wind and Evil Blade had the support of multiple healers, yet neither had survived Feng's onslaught. Chapter 2232, Abyss Unsheathed. They died? Delicate Blood turned her gaze to Feng, shocked after watching Startled Wind and Evil Blade vanish from the battlefield. Startled Wind and Evil Blade's strength was top-notch, even among God's domain's apex experts. On their own, they could even survive a fight against 3 or 4 domain realm experts. Yet Feng had slain both of them by himself. However, Feng had actually succeeded in killing both of them all by himself. Feng's strength was simply horrifying. However, before the audience could recover from the shock of Startled Wind and Evil Blade's deaths, Feng charged towards Sword Demon and Starlink's other domain realm experts. Although Feng's fight with Startled Wind and Evil Blade had seemed slow, it had only lasted a handful of seconds to Sword Demon and the others, who struggled against Aqua Rose and her companion's harassment. These several seconds weren't enough for them to cross 100 yards. Feng, on the other hand, only needed an instant. Naturally, Feng didn't let the enemy refinement realm experts he came across in that instant off the hook. Like a group of Grim Reapers, Feng's doppelgangers brandished their swords, reaping a life with each swing of their swords. Is he even human? The various major powers experts watched with wide eyes as Feng left the refinement realm experts' corpses in his wake. Unlike the various superpowers' upper echelons, they knew that Startled Wind and Evil Blade were quite powerful, but they didn't know exactly how strong the 2 domain realm experts were. However, most of them quite familiar with the kind of strength refinement realm experts wielded, having personally fought such experts. Many of these watching experts worked towards reaching the refinement realm themselves, and yet the refinement realm experts they looked up to couldn't even last more than 1 move against Feng. They only saw Feng walk past these experts, and a moment later, The players he passed transformed into particles of light and disappeared. When Sword Demon and his comrades saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. They hadn't considered that their refinement realm experts would fail to stall Shurfeng for even a moment. In the end, they could only watch as the distance between Shurfeng and themselves shrank. Black Flame. You bastard! Lu Xinghua bellowed as he watched Shurfeng's rampage through the rear of Starlink's main army. Everyone switch targets. Attack him with everything you've got. Those domain realm experts were the core of Starlink's army in this competition. If Shurfeng annihilated them, Starlink would struggle to win the battle. Fire Dance, Jittle Snow, and Zero Wing's other core upper echelons were simply too strong. The range players of Starlink's main army immediately turned their attention to Shurfeng, bombarding him with frenzied attacks. They loosed several thousand spells and arrows in the blink of an eye, all aimed at Shurfeng. Even domain realm experts' scalp would tingle if they had to face so many attacks. However, before these attacks could get close to him, Shurfeng replaced Killing Ray with the Abyssal Blade. He then activated 9 dragons / summoning 16 phantoms of the magic weapon around him's sword's orbit. The Abyssal Blade phantoms began to rotate around Shurfeng with astonishing speed, their gleaming blades creating a galaxy of stars. The scene was mesmerizing. A moment later, the thousands of spells and arrows collided with the rotating stars, instantly shattering. Not a single attack made it through that bladed galaxy despite taking the time to execute Sword's orbit. Shurfeng's pace didn't slow as he continued to approach Sword Demon and the other domain realm experts. Crap. What kind of skill is he using? Is that an invulnerability skill? No, it's not an invulnerability skill. If it were, the mana around him would have fluctuated. Since that didn't happen, Black Flame must be using a combat technique. How can a combat technique be that powerful? That's several thousand attacks we're talking about. Players can become so incredibly powerful with combat techniques. The many spectating experts were stunned as they watched the scene play out. They had all watched experts charge into large forces to slay an army's commander before. In fact, it was a common occurrence in God's domain. There are so many skills, spells, and tools available in God's domain. And with a powerful enough tool, players could wipe out armies of tens of thousands of players by themselves. However, they had never seen a player effortlessly walk through thousands of attacks by relying on a combat technique. Some of those attacks had been as powerful as Tier 3 attacks, and every one of them had originated from an expert. They had all been incredibly accurate. Even peak experts would be reduced to a pincushion. However, none of these attacks could reach Shurfeng. The galaxy of stars he had summoned struck every one of them down. Although the Abyssal Blade couldn't keep up with Shurfeng's leveling, the magic weapon's incredible skills were still useful. 9 Dragon Slash, in particular, was a major help in group fights. The summoned phantoms were even more useful than the Abyssal Blade itself, since attacks wouldn't affect them. When Shurfeng used these phantom swords in conjunction with Sword's orbit, the technique could be Shurfeng's strongest defensive maneuver. Don't think that I'm so easy to kill. Sword Demon knew that escape wasn't possible as he watched Shurfeng's rapid approach. He immediately used his strongest move against the swordsman. The twin swords in Sword Demon's grip began to release a dense, dark energy, and the atmosphere around him began to feel much heavier. It felt as if the space around him couldn't bear the existence of this dark energy, following which Sword Demon used Cross Slash, sending a pitch-black cross of dark energy flying toward Shurfeng. This attack was Sword Demon's last hope for survival. As long as the galaxy of stars around Shurfeng remained, Starlink's range players would be useless. But if Sword Demon could shatter that galaxy, Starlink could continue its assault against Zero Wing's guild leader. Shurfeng would be forced to deal with the attacks, allowing Sword Demon to escape. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield the instant the Dark Cross collided with the galaxy of stars, creating a powerful storm that swept through the area. Black tears appeared as space began to unravel. However, when the dust cleared, what Sword Demon saw left him stupefied. His attack, which had the strength to rival mythic monsters' attacks, had done nothing to the defensive galaxy around Shurfeng. He had done nothing more than push the swirling lights closer to the swordsman. For a brief moment, before they returned to their original positions watt power. If I hadn't reached the Ascension realm during my fight with Startled Wind and Evil Blade, my sword's orbit would have broken. Sure, Foam, Flash, Sword Demon, and Amazed Look players couldn't use Berserk skills on this battlefield, so it was practically impossible for a Tier 2 player to display Tier 4 power. Not even Sure Foam could do so. As a result, he had no choice but to combine his Abyssal Blade Phantom Strength to deflect Sword Demon's attack. After that last attack, Sword Demon's aura had weakened substantially. Using this opportunity, Sure Foam ganged up on Sword Demon with his doppelgangers. This domain realm expert was much easier to defeat than Startled Wind and Evil Blade. The instant Sword Demon ran out of life-saving skills, Sure Foam killed him and moved on to his next target. The scene rendered the spectating crowd speechless despite several thousand attacks bombarding him. Sure Foam had slain Sword Demon. His strength was absurd. When Lu Xinghua watched another domain realm expert fall, he paled shortly after Sword Demon died. Wind Demon and Cloudy Mountain, the closest domain realm experts, fell under Sure Fang's blades. Surprisingly, General Snow and Yin Tianxing had successfully killed 3 kills, while Fire Dance and Yi Luofei ended Ink Rain. Because of this development, Starlink's morale plummeted. In less than 2 minutes after Sure Fang had activated Twilight of the Gods, all of Starlink's domain realm experts had died. Furthermore, Starlink had less than 200 refinement realm experts remaining. Everyone could see that Zero Wing's main army had suffered over 6,000 casualties, yet it had secured a chance of emerging victorious. If Zero Wing's remaining members hid in the nearby forest, they could recover their stamina and concentration, turning the rest of this competition into a battle of attrition. What should we do next, guild leader? Should we use that move? A woman in a strange black robe asked from beside Lu Xinghua. That is my final trump card. I will not use it here, Lu Xinghua said, shaking his head. Viciously glaring at Sure Fang, Lu Xinghua continued, "We're retreating." Lu Xinghua then left the battlefield, as did the rest of Starlink's experts, one after another. In less than a minute, the battle ended, and a message appeared above the battlefield victor, Zero Wing. Chapter 2233, New Powerhouse. As the system announced the competition's victory, silence descended on the entire venue. Only after some time did the audience snap out of their daze. What? Zero Wing won, just like that. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes as they stared at the words hovering above the battlefield. Although Zero Wing had killed all of Starlink's top combatants, Zero Wing's army had suffered. After such a long fight, Zero Wing's top combatants should have exhausted much of their stamina and concentration. If they had continued this battle, they would have likely collapsed from exhaustion. Moreover, Zero Wing's 300-man vanguard only had a little over 100 survivors remaining. Among them, less than 70 were refinement realm experts. In contrast, although Starlink had lost all of its domain realm experts, it still had over 200 refinement realm experts. Overall, Zero Wing had still been at a disadvantage. Most importantly, Starlink's main army had crushed Zero Wing's main army to a point where it couldn't even be considered an army anymore. The situation wouldn't be easy for Zero Wing to salvage, and yet Starlink had taken the initiative to admit defeat. Starlink surrendered? Delicate Blood watched Lu Xinghua, who had already returned to the Divine Colosseum's main hall, in astonishment. She had never expected this outcome. Starlink was the Dark Knight Empire's overlord and a guild that developed on both the eastern and western continents simultaneously. The guild had countless experts under its command, yet Starlink had surrendered so strangely. Ha ha! I told you that the outcome wasn't set in stone. Zero Wing has won. Unyielding Heart exclaimed, grinning at Delicate Blood. Don't celebrate so soon. Starlink might have lost, but there is a high chance that it only surrendered to keep its true strength hidden, Delicate Blood said, clicking her tongue. If Starlink accepted defeat in such an important competition to hide its strength, it must have something massive in store. That doesn't change the fact that Zero Wing won, Unyielding Heart said, chuckling. Every player in the Empire was watching this match. Now that Zero Wing has won, the powers that previously doubted the guild's strength will begin to side with Zero Wing. Unyielding Heart didn't know what Starlink was planning, but the fact that Zero Wing had won this 10-0-0-0 versus 10-0-0-0 match was undisputable today. The Dark Knight Empire entered a new era. Starlink would no longer have full control over the Empire. Instead, two powerhouses would contest for control. The various major powers that had hesitated to pick a side would swarm towards Zero Wing. The Dark Knight Empire was very large, and although it appeared to be under Starlink, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor's control, the three superpowers only commanded the Empire's core areas. There were plenty of small, obscure cities that were free of these three superpowers, controlled by upstart powers. Corporations around the world were actively trying to invest in God's domain, and while some invested in existing guilds, others had chosen to form their own. As a result, upstart powers were secretly rising all over God's domain. Naturally, the Dark Knight Empire was no exception. Meanwhile, these upstart powers have been annexing small guilds and adventurer teams across the Empire, and by this point, they were no weaker than first-rate guilds. Some were even stronger since these upstart powers had their own agendas. They weren't willing to submit to Starlink. That being said, they didn't dare oppose the superpower, either. As a result, they had remained in an awkward position. However, now that Zero Wing had defeated Starlink and proven itself to be just as powerful in the Dark Knight Empire, these upstart powers would eagerly ally themselves with Zero Wing to work against Starlink. Delicate Blood had no response to offer Unyielding Heart. Instead, she shifted her gaze to Shattering, who had just left the battlefield. It seems I'll have to report this to the old commander, Delicate Blood thought as she watched Zero Wing's guild leader. Unyielding Heart hadn't been wrong. A victory was just that. From today on, the Dark Knight Empire had a new powerhouse, Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in one of the Divine Coliseum's second-floor VIP rooms, Happy Art could not believe her eyes as she stared at the outcome of this competition. Guild leader, Zero Wing, and Happy Art muttered. Days she had insisted that Zero Wing was an excellent guild, but she hadn't actually expected it to defeat Starlink in this competition. The difference between the two guilds was just so massive. I can see that, Melancholy said, smiling at Happy Art's dazed expression. Zero Wing has certainly surprised me. With such strength, we'll have a much better chance of securing the fortress. I really must thank you for your recommendation and reports. I will leave our cooperation with Zero Wing to you. Also, I want you to tell Black Flame something for me. Others will always envy those who stand out. Even super guilds will be envious of Zero Wing's incredible development speed. Melancholy didn't particularly care about Zero Wing's other experts, but the strength its vanguard had displayed in this battle had surprised him. Now he, more or less, understood why Shattering had been so confident. Zero Wing's growth rate was too frightening. It had grown from an obscure guild in a kingdom into Starlink's rival in such a short time. Moreover, it had successfully nurtured so many powerful experts. There was definitely a secret behind Zero Wing's success, one that even tempted Melancholy. I understand, Happy Art said, nodding while everyone discussed the competition's outcome. Shattering, who had just left the battlefield, was puzzled. He had been prepared to order a retreat into the forest, employing guerrilla tactics against Starlink's remaining forces. Not only would his strategy compensate for Zero Wing's numerical disadvantage, but would also give his players time to recover their stamina and concentration. With their level and attribute advantage, they could whittle Starlink's survivors down. He had never expected Lu Xinghua to give up so quickly. Shattering found the situation strange, since it didn't fit with Lu Xinghua's usually rash behavior. Just forget about it. In any case, we've won. Shattering shook his head as he dismissed the issue. What mattered the most was the reputation boost Zero Wing would gain with its victory. Although Zero Wing had established a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire, it hadn't made any developmental progress yet, even with the benefits Stone Forest City provided. Starlink was simply far too strong. However, Starlink's prestige in the Empire would suffer, while Zero Wing's would soar. After this, Zero Wing could finally absorb the Empire's talented players. If a guild wanted to become a true superpower, it needed enough talented players and experts. Although Zero Wing had already surpassed first-rate guilds in this aspect, it wasn't a match for superpowers. This competition had made that much obvious. The difference between each side's refinement realm experts had been massive. There was no need to mention other aspects to gain more refinement realm experts. Zero Wing needed to recruit a large number of talented players and experts, but relying on Starmoon Kingdom's player population wasn't enough. Most importantly, Zero Wing had exposed too much of its strength during this competition. Superpowers would start to become interested in the guild. Shifeng needed to increase Zero Wing's overall strength as quickly as possible. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng's gaze drifted toward the 10,000 ancient gold he had won from Lu Xingla. 10,000 ancient gold coins. Even for Starlink, this amount was extremely difficult to acquire. If Shifeng hadn't signed a contract with Lu Xingla before the competition, Lu Xingla would likely have gone back on his word, even if his reputation would take a hit for it. Ancient gold coins were immensely difficult to acquire. Most independent experts on Dragonheart Island only earned ancient copper, with an extreme few earning ancient silver coins. Only superpowers were strong enough to earn ancient gold coins. It's about time I paid Dragonheart Island a visit, Shifeng thought. Smiling, he had assumed that he'd only earned so many ancient gold coins after fulfilling his agreement with 13 thrones, but now that he had them in hand, he could secure a foothold on Dragonheart Island later. Shifeng left the Dark Knight Empire's affairs to Aqua Rose while he made his way to Dragonheart Island. Chapter 2234. Purchasing Shop. Dark Knight Empire, Starlink's residence in Dark Knight City. As soon as Lu Xingla entered his quiet office, he noticed someone sitting in the room. As Bright Dawn noticed the visitor as well, he positioned himself in front of his guild leader. Starlink's residence was heavily guarded, and the guild had a rule that no one was allowed in the guild leader's office on their own without the guild leader's permission. Not even Bright Dawn, Starlink's vice guild leader, was an exception, and yet someone sat, apparently waiting, in the guild leader's office. Even more frightening, this player wasn't wearing Starlink's guild emblem, and if Bright Dawn hadn't spotted this player, he wouldn't have noticed their visitor at all. It was as if this person did not actually exist inside this room. Although Bright Dawn wasn't a domain realm expert, he was a void realm expert, a peak expert. He had sharpened his 5 senses to their very limits. He'd noticed a tiny fly, let alone a living person. However, when it came to the young man in silver leather armor, he couldn't sense the youth. Even as he looked straight at him as Bright Dawn stared, he felt cold sweat drip down his back. Yet he couldn't sense where the danger came from. While Bright Dawn struggled with what he should do, Lu Xingla spoke. "Dawn, leave us." Understood. The command informed Bright Dawn that his guild leader was acquainted with this stranger. Before he left, however, he spared one last glance for the thin young man on the sofa. Once Bright Dawn left the guild leader's office, Lu Xingla took a seat opposite of the youth. "Why are you here, Blue Mask?" Lu Xingla asked frostily. "I am here to ascertain your progress with the task that great personage has assigned you, of course." The youth, Blue Mask, replied, unperturbed by Lu Xingla's cold treatment. "Rest assured, everything is progressing smoothly. I will personally report on this matter. You don't need to concern yourself," Lu Xingla said. "Good." Blue Mask nodded. Smiling, he continued, "However, I've heard that Zero Wing has defeated your guild. This is quite interesting. I am merely letting Zero Wing live a little while longer," Lu Xingla said, his expression darkening. "Once I've finished my tasks, I'll teach Zero Wing the meaning of despair." He had no choice but to surrender to keep his trump card hidden. There was no way he'd let Shifeng and Zero Wing off the hook. When the time was right, even Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would meet their doom. Not to mention Zero Wing. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to mock you. I am merely talking about Zero Wing. Despite its lack of background, it has developed with such ferocious speed and nurtured so many powerful experts. Zero Wing has even defeated your subordinates," the youth said, shrugging. Every existing superpower had only developed into such due to an abundance of capital and resources. This was especially true when it came to nurturing experts. Money wasn't enough to accomplish this feat, however. Despite lacking investors, Zero Wing had displayed an astonishing growth rate. No one believed that Zero Wing wasn't hiding some kind of secret. "What? Are you actually interested?" Blue Mask's comment surprised Lu Xingla. The young man had never paid attention to anything outside of his own concerns, and had zero interest beyond his own I am on the one who's interested. That great personage is, Blue Mask said, smiling faintly. That great personage will likely seek out Zero Wing for a chat. That great personage is interested in Zero Wing. Lu Xinghua was stunned. Lu Xinghua was the Starline Corporation's heir and enjoyed high status and an immense amount of influence in the real world. But compared to that person, he was little more than an ant. Lu Xinghua had never thought that an insignificant pest like Zero Wing would catch that person's interest. That's right. I'd suggest that you avoid messing with Zero Wing. At least, not until you've completed your tasks. Blue Mask said he understand. Lu Xinghua nodded. Since that great personage had decided to make a move on Zero Wing, there was nothing Lu Xinghua could do about it. If negotiations were successful, he'd be fine, but if they failed, Zero Wing would be doomed, even if he didn't make a move. While the Dark Knight Empire was in an uproar about the match between Starlink and Zero Wing, Shifeng secretly arrived on Dragonheart Island in the Sea of Death. Dragonheart City was currently crowded with people, and as Shifeng wandered down the city streets, he could tell that the city was even more prosperous than Empire's imperial capitals as the only large-scale, independent NPC city in the Sea of Death. Many powers had gathered here. Even the rarely seen neutral powers and naval powers frequently visited. Especially the neutral powers. Neutral powers were strong enough that not even superpowers dared to provoke them at sea. These neutral powers consisted of non-human players. Unlike on land, non-human players weren't restricted at sea. With the superior racial traits, it was easy to imagine how powerful these non-human powers would be on the open ocean. Non-human players were superior to human players in both leveling speed and combat power achievements. The only downside these players had to deal with was the promotion quests, which were far more challenging than those human players had to face. As for naval powers, they spoke with their ships. Naval powers fought in such a way that made individual players' strength nearly ineffective. This was why it was so difficult to secure a foothold on Dragonheart Island, and why so many powers tried to do so. Regardless, Shifeng hadn't had an opportunity to establish a foothold on Dragonheart Island in his previous life. At most, he had been able to lead teams to the island to challenge the World Tower. His guild hadn't even had a temporary residence on the island, however. Shifeng had reached Dragonheart Island much sooner in this life. Moreover, he had the ability to establish a foothold here. He couldn't help but sigh ruefully at the situation. I missed the best chance to prepare for the Tier 3 promotion in my last life. I won't let it happen this time. Shifeng swore to himself as he gazed at Dragonheart City Hall, his heart pounding with excitement. Completing the Tier 3 promotion quest was an intense challenge. Not only did players need a certain degree of strength, but they also needed the help of specific external items. Fortunately, Dragonheart City had a large variety of items to offer. As long as he could purchase a shop here, he could buy many of the items NPC had for sale. It was one of the most reliable methods of acquiring items in Dragonheart City. Of course, the quality of the items available would largely depend on the shop's location and rank. Many powers had failed to establish a shop in Dragonheart City in the past, and as a result, they had lagged behind when it came to Tier 3 players. Shifeng would not miss this opportunity in this life. Shifeng quickly entered the city hall, and following an NPC administrator, he arrived in an elegant reception room. The NPC administrator then retrieved a list of available shops in Dragonheart City, allowing Shifeng some time to browse through his options. Purchasing a shop with a high star rank was the most important thing to Shifeng right now, but considering the amount of ancient gold he had on hand, his choices were limited. If he wished to purchase a 2-star shop, his only options were grocery stores. He simply couldn't afford a 2-star alchemy workshop or smithy. Sure enough, I'm limited to a grocery store in the city's inner area. After browsing through the list for some time, Shifeng felt like a pauper. Almost all of the 2-star shops available cost more than 10,000 ancient gold. Some of the more expensive shops even cost upward of 30,000 ancient gold. However, as Shifeng considered purchasing the 2-star grocery store, he noticed a 1-star shop at the very bottom of the list. Unlike the other shops, this 1-star shop's name was written in gray. We read the shop's name. Shifeng was stunned. The Wanderer's Shop. Chapter 2235, Shop's Secret. When Shifeng saw the words Wanderer's Shop, excitement and shock filled his heart. He had never dreamed that he'd get lucky enough to come across such a golden opportunity. "Can I purchase this Wanderer's shop?" Shurfeng asked the female, elven NPC beside him. Most players wouldn't recognize the Wanderer's shop. Even the current superpowers were likely unaware of what it was. However, every power would recognize the Wanderer's shop by its other name, the Black Market. The Black Market existed on the dark side of God's domain, but its influence could be found in many of the game's neutral areas, and the Black Market always had a variety of items for sale. No NPC auction house could even hope to rival the Black Market's items. Powerful potions and combat techniques were often available, and if one were truly lucky, they might even find a flying mount or fragmented legendary item. One could say that the Black Market was a heaven for the rich naturally. Purchasing the Wanderer's shop wasn't easy. It would appear randomly in the various neutral NPC cities. Moreover, it would only remain in a city for a certain amount of time before disappearing. Purchasing it would require incredible luck, and now the Wanderer's shop was in Dragonheart City and only cost 9,000 ancient gold, which just so happened to be within Shurfeng's budget. Of course, you may. However, you're not allowed to convert this shop for other uses after purchasing it. You will also be required to pay a 3,000 ancient gold management fee once every 10 days. If you fail to make the payment, we will repossess the shop. The elven NPC explained how vicious. It's no wonder why none of the powers here have bought the Wanderer's shop. Shurfeng was astonished when he heard the pricing for the shop. A one-star shop in Dragonheart City's outer area only cost 1,000 ancient gold per month to maintain. Even the one-star shops in the city's inner area only cost 1,500 to 1,800 gold per month to maintain. On the other hand, despite occupying the city's outer area, the Wanderer's shop's maintenance cost 3,000 ancient gold every 10 days. In other words, maintaining this shop each month would cost 9,000 ancient gold coins. Even the first-rate powers that had operated in Dragonheart City for some time now only earned around 9,000 ancient gold per month. Only superpowers could afford such a high management fee, of course. No superpower would be willing to spend that kind of money on a one-star shop. Even the one-star Wanderer's shop wouldn't have anything particularly valuable to sell. It mostly sold ordinary clothing and groceries. At best, one could purchase ordinary herbs and ores from the shop. There was simply no profit in owning the one-star Wanderer's shop. In fact, it would be even less profitable than owning an ordinary grocery store. Players could sell their crafted products to an ordinary grocery store, but they couldn't do so in the Wanderer's shop. Investing in this shop would be no different than investing in a bottomless pit. Only a lunatic would pay a monthly management fee of 9,000 ancient gold for such a worthless shop. Are you sure you wish to purchase the Wanderer's shop, Lord Bronze Legatee? The NPC administrator asked for confirmation. That's right, I wish to buy it. Shurfeng nodded. The Wanderer's shop was a dying business, but that was only true until it was promoted to 2-star status. Once the Wanderer's shop reached 2-star status, it would start to reveal its true purpose. At 2 stars, the Wanderer's shop would gain 2 divine abilities. First, it could purchase rare items that weren't usually on the market, such as magic array designs, which kingdoms and empire considered national secrets. And Tier 3 and higher skill books. Tier 3 classes were an intermediate force anywhere across God's domain's main continent. Tier 3 NPCs could even serve as some NPC cities' magistrates. Hence, the various kingdoms and empires typically regulated items for Tier 3 and above classes. This was also why players had to visit neutral maps for their Tier 3 promotion quests, rather than in a kingdom or empire. The second ability was the Black Market Teleportation Gate. This ability allowed players to teleport to the Black Market's marketplace. However, the entry slots were severely restricted. Not only was there a limited number of entry slots, but each slot could also only be used a certain number of times. These entry slots were the Wanderer's shop's true merchandise. Naturally, anyone who owned the Wanderer's shop would be first in line to purchase these slots. Many powers in the past had been unaware of the 2-star Wanderer's shop's abilities and had missed out on such a rare opportunity. Very few had been lucky enough to purchase a Wanderer's shop for themselves. Only a fixed number of Wanderer's shops would appear in each neutral NPC city. At most, only 15 Wanderer shops would appear in a large-scale NPC city like Dragonheart City. Once that maximum number had been reached, Dragonheart City would not gain another Wanderer shop unless an existing shop were repossessed once Shattering confirmed his desire to purchase this Wanderer's shop. The NPC administrator saw to the purchasing procedures in less than 5 minutes. 9,000 ancient gold vanished from Sherfang's bag. In exchange, he obtained the deed to the Wanderer's shop and all information relating to the shop. After Sherfang inspected the shop's details, he began to get ahead of Kite's. No wonder why those powers had taken so long to promote their Wanderer's shops to 2-star status. This promotion condition is really something. Sherfang frowned at the Wanderer's shop's promotion condition to promote an ordinary NPC shop. One only needed a certain level of popularity and transaction volume. The Wanderer's shop, however, was a different story. Perhaps it was because the shop didn't have much merchandise to sell, but it actually required a bronze shop promotion order to reach 2-stat status. Without that, it would forever be a 1-star shop. The bronze shop promotion order, meant for NPC shops, was far more difficult to obtain than promotion orders for player shops. Generally, these promotion orders only dropped in level 100+ large-scale team dungeons, and every one of them was worth tens of thousands of gold. After all, there were a lot of benefits to promoting an NPC shop. Unfortunately, the thought of raiding level 100 team dungeons with current players was a joke. If a team of level 90 experts tried raiding a level 100 dungeon, they'd even struggle to defeat the dungeon's mobs. Level 100+ dungeons catered to Tier 3 players and above. Tier 2 players could do nothing more than spectate or die. This was also why Tier 3 existences were considered an intermediate force in God's domain. It seems I'll have to kill a world boss. Sherfang thought to himself, as far as he could remember. The only other way to obtain a bronze promotion order was to kill world bosses. Although world bosses were challenging to raid, he had to upgrade the Wanderer's shop to 2-star status as quickly as possible. He simply didn't have another way of acquiring a large amount of ancient gold. And Zero Wing didn't have any members in Dragonheart City. Yet considering his options, Sherfang retrieved a return scroll and teleported to White River City. World bosses were extremely rare and incomparably strong. Even Zero Wing would be limited to raiding level 70 world bosses, and that included a little risk. The higher level the world boss was, the more difficult it would be to defeat. World boss's growth rate was far beyond players. Unfortunately, if he wanted a high chance of securing a bronze shop promotion order, he would have to raid the Frost Monarch, a level 90 world boss. He had heard that this boss would drop a bronze shop promotion order in the past. However, Sherfang decided to increase Kite and Anna's strength before attempting such a challenging raid. He had absorbed plenty of souls from the skeletal generals in the Endless Desert. Although the skeletal generals were only great lords, they were level 100+ monsters and considered mini-bosses. It hadn't been too difficult to collect soul essence while killing them in total. Sherfang had collected 8 drops of soul essence initially. He had planned to save them for Fire Dance and the others. If he used soul strengthening on his strongest players, they might be able to break through to the Ascension or Void Realm. But considering his current predicament, Sherfang decided to use the ability on his personal guards first. Once Sherfang arrived in the Candlelight trading firm, he summoned his 2 personal guards. Kite had already reached level 95, while Anna had reached level 96. Their leveling speeds were simply frightening. In comparison, most mainstream Secret Silver personal guards had only reached level 90. Personal guards didn't earn bonus EXP when killing higher-level monsters. They could only level up by completing quests after summoning his 2 personal guards. Sherfang used the Ancient Gods literature fragment to scan Anna sent the required number of soul essence a little too high. Sherfang inwardly cursed when he saw that he'd need 15 drops of soul essence to use soul strengthening on Anna's soul essence was not easy to obtain, and he could only use soul absorption once every 6 hours. The only reason that he had collected so many drops thus far was that he had been fighting level 100 Great Lords. He doubted that even great lords below level 100 would grant him any soul essence Shurfong, then proceeded to scan Kite when Shurfong saw that he only needed 5 drops of soul essence to use soul strengthening on Kite. He released a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Kite was only a dark gold personal guard, while Anna was an epic personal guard. Since that's the case, let's strengthen you first. Shurfong began to chant an incantation, using the power within the Ancient Gods Literature fragment. Chapter 2236, Soul Strengthening's Effect. As soon as Shurfong finished chanting the incantation on the Ancient Gods Literate fragment, silver armor began to encase Kite's body. A 5-fold magic array appeared beneath Kite, who carried 2 black iron swords across his back. As the magic array completed, Shurfong felt as if space around him had frozen, and everything around him had turned gray. The dense, violent mana around Kite also began to increase at an unprecedented rate 3 times, 6 times, 10 times. So much mana gathered around the personal guard that the ambient mana around the magic array had been sucked dry, and drops of liquid mana formed around Kite with the magic array to guide it. The liquid mana encased the 5 drops of soul essence the Ancient Gods Literature fragment had released. These 5 drops slowly moved toward Kite's forehead, merging with his soul. As more of the soul essence merged with Kite's soul, he began to scream in agony. The very sound of his screams stung. As the last of the soul essence merged with Kite's soul, his aura exploded from his body. Shurfong could sense the changes that were happening to Kite's body. This new aura was nothing like the aura Kite had released before merging with the soul essence. It was obvious that the personal guard had grown significantly stronger. Is soul strengthening truly this powerful? Shurfong stared at Kite in astonishment. Shurfong had assumed that soul strengthening would only increase Kite's growth potential, not affect his current combat power over much. Yet Kite's current attribute panel proved that Shurfong had been greatly mistaken. However, Kite's current attribute panel proved that Shurfong was greatly mistaken. Aside for his growth potential, Kite's body had improved after the soul strengthening. Kite's growth potential had risen from 94-96. All of his basic attributes had increased by roughly 5% as well. A 5% increase might not be much to ordinary players, to it was a huge boost to NPCs. Furthermore, the 5% was a direct boost to his basic attributes. It didn't factor in the bonuses from his weapons and equipment. Personal guards typically used stronger weapons and equipment than players. Not only was Kite wearing a full set of epic equipment, but the black iron swords across his back were epic set weapons as well. Hence, Kite's weapons and equipment massively increased his total basic attributes. According to Shurfang's estimates, Kite's overall strength had increased by at least 20% after the soul strengthening. Moreover, that didn't take into account his new growth potential. A 2-point increase was immensely meaningful for a Dark Gold Guard. There would be visible differences as Kite leveled up. With a growth potential of 96. Kite could rank among the top Dark Gold Guards. Very few Dark Gold Guards throughout God's domain would be a match for Kite. Now if I use soul strengthening a few more times on him, could he become an epic guard? Shurfang's eyes glowed with excitement as he considered the possibility. If each soul strengthening increased Kite's growth potential by 2 points, then Kite would only need to undergo soul strengthening 2 more times to reach 100 growth potential and upgrade to an epic guard. With this thought in mind, Shurfong used the Ancient Gods Literature fragment to scan Kite again, trying to determine the cost of using soul strengthening a second time. Once the scan was complete, Shurfong gasped when he saw the required number of soul essence. How vicious. Shurfong silently cursed. Kite's second soul strengthening cost 50 drops of soul essence. This was 10 times more than the first soul strengthening. Collecting 50 drops of soul essence was possible with enough time, but if the second soul strengthening cost 50 drops, wouldn't the third cost a minimum of 500 drops? Sure enough, upgrading personal guards with the literature fragment isn't going to be easy, Shurfong muttered to himself. Smiling bitterly, he had hoped to form an army of powerful personal guards through the Ancient Gods Literature fragment, but it seemed the chances of such a thing happening weren't optimistic. Based on the scale of soul strengthening's cost, he could, at most, upgrade each personal guard twice. For personal guards like Anna, he'd only be able to afford to upgrade their souls once. The cost for a second soul strengthening would be astronomical, however. After giving the matter some more thought, Surefone realized that the scaling might be lower for lower-ranked personal guards. If that were the case, he could then afford to upgrade them a few more times than he could with Kite and Anna. If he could upgrade Mysterious Iron, Secret Silver, and Fine Gold Guard that were close to the next growth potential rank, he could use them to boost Zero Wing's overall strength. The only problem was that such personal guards were not easy to come by. Even so, they would be easier to find than higher-quality personal guards. Once Surefone had finished upgrading Kite, he left to gather ice resistance items. The Frost Monarch was not an easy opponent. If they entered the world boss's domain without enough ice resistance, even Tier 3 experts would freeze to death. Fortunately, Zero Wing had been developing its potion and equipment production excellently. The Master Ice Resistance potions, which the various major powers still considered rare, were relatively easy for Zero Wing to obtain. In fact, several hundred bottles already sat in the Candlelight Trading Firm's warehouse. Zero Wing also had the Advanced Ice Resistance armor kits, which Melancholic Smile had been researching and crafting. Not only would these armor kits increase players' ice resistance by 10 points when equipped, but they'd also increase players' base ice resistance by 3%. Furthermore, each player could equip a total of 5 kits. In other words, players could increase their ice resistance by 50 points and base ice resistance by 15% if they equipped the total number of advanced ice resistance armor kits. It was an absurd amount compared to the ice resistance equipment that was currently available. If the required materials weren't so rare, Zero Wing would have made a fortune by selling off these kits. Players had already begun to explore level 80 maps, a few of which included snowy environments. If players could equip 5 advanced ice resistance armor kits, they'd have no trouble traversing these maps. They wouldn't need to sacrifice their basic attributes by unequipping their normal armor. Either while Surefone crafted these armor kits, he received a call from Melancholic Smile Guild leader. The Azura Adventurer Team's members have arrived at White River City's teleportation hall. Should I call them here? Melancholic Smile asked. They here? Good. Have them wait at the teleportation hall for a little while longer. I'll head over once I'm done handling my affairs here, Surefone said. Nodding. World bosses were not easy to raid. Normally, one would take on a world boss with a 200-man raid team, while some allowed up to 1,000 players. Of course, players were allowed to bring larger raid teams, but the world boss's basic attributes would significantly increase as a result. Meanwhile, a team could raid the Frost Monarch with 200 players before the world boss's basic attributes rose. Raiding a level 90 world boss was a monumental matter. Since Surefone didn't want any of his plans to leak, he had to select trustworthy players for this raid. The only players he could truly trust right now were Zero Wing's and Azura's. Main Forces players had to meet strict requirements and were thoroughly vetted before they could join either main force. Zero Wing's main force members were selected from thousands of guild experts, while Azura's were selected through a fierce competition held among the Adventurers Alliance. Both main forces members were experts among experts. Hence, Surefone had asked Melancholic Smile to request Azura's participation for the Frost Monarch raid. Melancholic Smile relayed Surefang's message to the Azura Adventurer Team's members in White River City's teleportation hall. A group of level 78+ players had gathered in the third-floor bar in White River City's teleportation hall. When passers-by saw this group, they were astonished by how high the players' levels were. Moreover, every member of the group wore dazzling equipment, with the weakest piece at level 75 Secret Silver rank. The dozen or so players that clearly led the group even wore epic equipment. The man carrying a bluish-purple spear was particularly eye-catching. Not only had he reached level 79, but the weakest piece of equipment he wore was also level 75 Dark Gold rank. Aside from the spear, whose rank couldn't be determined, the man had a total of 4 pieces of epic equipment on him. Even a superpower's peak experts will be jealous of this man. This group's aura deterred any players from entering the bar. Not even expert players dare to do anything more than watch from a distance. Vice Commander. Do you think the commander will be surprised when he sees our current stats? Yinya, who currently sat by a window, asked, smiling at the man carrying the spear. Since the Azura adventurer team had begun to grind on God's Domain's main continent, their development had skyrocketed. Thanks to the constant supply of combat techniques and potions from Zero Wing, the Azura adventurer team had been able to take on dangerous expeditions as well. Both the adventure team's combat and equipment standards had improved by leaps and bounds nowadays. Azura ranked as one of the top 10 adventurer teams in the Fire Dragon Empire, one of the 4 great empires on the God's Domain continent maybe. Lifeless Thorn had thirsted for a rematch with Sure Fong for a long time now. Sure Fong was, after all, the first person to defeat him in the Ice Crystal world, and after arriving on the God's Domain continent, Lifeless Thorn had continued to challenge experts from the various major powers, rapidly growing stronger. Now, he wanted nothing more than a challenge. Sure Fong maybe. He'll definitely be surprised. Cleansing Whistle confidently declared. We've even raided a level 80,000 100-man Helm mode team dungeon. Our weapons and equipment are just as powerful as the main force members from the Fire Dragon Empire superpowers. Solitary 9 and the others nodded their agreement. At this point, only superpowers could successfully raid level 80 100-man Helm mode team dungeons. Not even first-rate guilds had survived the dungeons. After waiting for about 2 hours, Azura's members spotted a group of players wearing 6-winged emblems as they entered the bar. Chapter 2237, Difference in Growth. Azura's members fell silent as they watched Sure Fong and the others enter the bar. When they saw Aqua Rose and her companions, in particular, they were overwhelmed with shock. How does Zero Wing have so many refinement realm experts? Cleansing Whistle muttered, dazed. Although Zero Wing's members hid their levels with black cloaks, Cleansed Whistle could tell by their movements that these players had already reached the refinement realm. As Zero Wing's members walked, they used subtle movements, minimizing their stamina consumption. It was almost a form of training for them. Ordinary experts might not see the difference, but as someone who had reached the refinement realm as well, Cleansed Whistle noticed immediately. In fact, she had even incorporated that subtlety in her daily life as a form of continuous training to minimize her stamina consumption while in the fields. Once she had become familiar with this form of subtle movement, she had begun to subconsciously use the technique while fighting powerful bosses or other experts in high-speed battles, significantly reducing her stamina consumption. This was the greatest difference between refinement realm experts and ordinary experts. However, reaching the refinement realm wasn't easy. Cleansed Whistle had run around and fought countless experts to train. She had also run across multiple fortuitous encounters in the game. This combination was the only reason she had successfully reached the refinement realm, and yet every Zero Wing member before her was a refinement realm expert. The situation was both unbelievable and frustrating. Is this really the Zero Wing we know? The situation even shocked Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9. They were very familiar with the power refinement realm experts wielded first-rate guilds, which ordinary players thought of as unreachable. Would be fortunate to have 10 or so refinement realm experts at this stage of the game, even after carefully recruiting the best of the best among the Ice Crystal World's Adventurers Alliance and putting them through countless life or death battles. The Azura adventurer team only had a little over 20 refinement realm experts. On the other hand, despite remaining in Starmoon Kingdom and rarely venturing out on dangerous expeditions, Zero Wing had 100 refinement realm experts. For a moment, Lifeless Thorn and the others wondered if they had teleported to the wrong city and were looking at some superpower's main force, not Zero Wing. However, when they saw Sure Fang's familiar figure, as well as Shadow Sword and the others, whom they had previously met, they had no doubt that these were Zero Wing members. Just what have the commander and his guildmates been doing? Yinya wondered as she gazed at Sure Fang. When she had lived in the Ice Crystal world, the Matchless family, a guild that hadn't even been first-rate, had been colossal to her, not to mention a guild like Zero Wing. But after adventuring around the various kingdoms and empires on God's Domain's continent, she had learned one thing. Though Zero Wing might be very powerful, it was only as strong as a first-rate guild. Across the expansive God's Domain, first-rate guilds could, at most, lord over a small kingdom. Compared to the various superpowers, a first-rate guild was nothing. However, Zero Wing had a team that wasn't any weaker than a superpower's main force. While Solitary 9 and the other Azure members focused on Zero Wing's refinement realm experts, Lifeless Thorn's gaze shifted to Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and the few others that stood beside Surefoam. His expression shifted as complex emotions overcame him, even if he weren't a match for Surefoam. Lifeless Thorn had assumed that no other player in Zero Wing could defeat him after he had reached the Flowing Water Realm. Yet as he stared at Fire Dance and the others, they felt immensely dangerous. He could tell that they had also reached the Flowing Water Realm, and their combat standards were no weaker than his. There was also Yin Tianxing and Iluafe. Lifeless Thorn could sense that those two had even greater combat power than his own. They were even stronger than the superpower's peak experts he had met thus far. After a moment of silence, Surefoam swept his gaze across Azure's members and nodded approvingly. He had to admit that Azure's development speed was impressive, and it was now full of talented players. Azure had been faring far better than he had expected, although it didn't have the support of a complete Refinement Realm legacy. Azure had nurtured so many Refinement Realm experts. It was an amazing feat. Lifeless Tom, in particular, had already reached the peak of the Flowing Water Realm and was only one step away from the Void Realm. Any superpower would try to recruit him at all costs. If he had already reached the Flowing Water Realm without the support of a legacy, he might rise to become a Domain Realm expert with such help in the future, something that even the various superpowers dearly lack since everyone's here. "Let's head out," Surefoam said. "Where are we going, Commander?" "We've just arrived in White River City and haven't prepared anything," Solitary 9 asked as players who constantly fought on God's Domain's front lines. They had made it a habit to prepare before heading off to complete a task, regardless of whether they intended to raid a dungeon or explore a new map. Most of these players had different environments, and players could easily die if they weren't prepared. "We're going to the Purple Frost Field, and I've already seen to the necessary preparations. Here, distribute these to everyone," Surefoam said as he revealed a bunch of Master Ice Resistance potions and Advanced Ice Resistance armor kits. Purple Frost Field? Solitary 9 hadn't expected that answer. He had never heard of that place. However, he did not pay it much mind. God's Domain was quite large, after all, and there were many level 80 maps he hadn't heard of before. He obediently accepted the potions and armor kits Surefoam handed him when Solitary 9 inspected the items. However, his eyes went wide. With Shockmaster Ice Resistance potions were practically impossible to find on the market at this stage of the game. Even if they showed up, they usually sold for at least 60 gold. Yet Surefoam had handed him 200 bottles. Solitary 9 hadn't even seen the Advanced Ice Resistance armor kits before, and when he saw their attributes, he knew that these items were extraordinarily valuable. One could easily fetch several hundred gold if they sold the armor kits as a 5-piece set when Azure's members received their share. They were similarly astonished. Even superpowers would likely struggle to obtain so many of these precious items. Yet Surefoam handed them out without any hesitation. Once everyone was ready, Surefoam instructed Azure's members to use their black cloaks and head to the teleportation area. The team then teleported to one of Starmoon Kingdom's border towns before using Surefang's spatial gate and their mounts to traverse the remaining distance. After 3 teleportations and riding their mounts for several hours, the team reached a snow-covered field. This was none other than the Purple Frost Field, a level 90 to level 100 neutral map as the biting cold winds assaulted them. The team noticed level 90 monsters roaming the winter field. Every monster had a humanoid shape made entirely of crystal. Even the weakest of these monsters was a lord, and they all traveled in groups of 20 to 30, each led by several great lords. Frost Giant, Elemental Creature, Lord, level 90. HP 55, 000, 000/55, 000, 000. Frost Wanderer, Elemental Creature, Great Lord. Level 91. HP 120, 000, 000/120, 000, 000. Azure's members gasped when they saw these monsters. These monsters were more than 10 levels higher than they were, and with how harsh this map's environment was, their combat power would be limited. Trying to defeat a single group of these monsters would be suicidal, Commander. Are we really going to explore this place? Solitaire 9 could not help but ask. He was Azura's lead MT, but even he doubted that he could hold his own against one Frost Wanderer, not to mention a group of Frost Wanderers and Giants who are not here to explore. We're here to kill a boss, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He then turned to Kola and said, Kola, open a path for us. We don't have a lot of time to waste. The longer we take, the more stamina we'll lose to cold. All right, leave it to us. Kola grinned when he heard Shifeng's orders. He immediately led Turtle Dove and Yi Womana to lure every Frost Wanderer and Frost Giant in the area. Chapter 2238, Bloodline Lord. As they watched Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Womana charge toward three separate groups of frost monsters, Solitary 9 and the other Azura members' expressions changed. Are they insane? Cleansing Whistle blurted out, how could Kola and his fellow MTs lure monsters like this? Even one group of frost monsters was more than enough to annihilate their team. Luring three groups at once was simply suicidal. Azura's members began to panic, preparing to activate their berserk skills to escape this madness at a moment's notice. They had already spent a long time exploring neutral maps, so they knew that the monsters in these maps would be better coordinated as they reached higher levels. The monsters' individual combat standards would also rise with their levels if these monsters hadn't had little to no skills, relying on brute strength in battle. Not even a six-man party of level 80 ordinary players will be able to defeat a single level 80 Lord. Not only did the level 90 Lord-ranked Frost Giants have greater combat standards than level 80 Lords, but they also had higher basic attributes. Not even a level 80 Great Lord was a guaranteed match for a level 90 Frost Giant. They were an absolute nightmare for current players. Furthermore, each group had level 91 Great Lord-ranked Frost Wanderers. Each of these monsters likely had high enough strength to send an MT like Solitary 9 flying. If two Frost Wanderers ganged up on him, not even the healers could save him. Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Womana didn't need long to reach their respective targets. The Frost monsters noticed the three MTs immediately and responded with deafening roars. The 20-plus Frost Giants immediately moved to surround the MTs, while the spear-wielding Frost Wanderers led the charge against them. Unlike lower-level monsters, these Frost monsters didn't try to attack like an angry mob. Instead, they cooperated like a pack of wolves. Each member of the groups had their own tasks, and they all worked together to cut off any path of retreat for them. Susura's members gasped as they watched. Crap. Are those things still monsters? How was their intellect so high? Solitary 9 wondered aloud. The level 80 Lords they had fought earlier only had slightly higher combat standards than level 70 Lords, but these level 90 Frost monsters moved like well-trained soldiers. They actually knew how to use strategy to corner their opponents before Azura's members could snap out of their daze. The Frost Wanderers had arrived before Zero Wings MT Trio and brandished their spears. The Frost Wanderers were 6-meter-tall giants, and their frost spears were even longer than they were tall. As the three Frost Wanderers brandished their spears, it looked like they were swinging large tree trunks. Their swings sent snow flying into the air, as if these Frost Wanderers were trying to use their environment to attack the MT Trio. Solitary 9, who had been confident about tanking at least one Frost Wanderer by himself, revealed a grim expression when he saw this powerful display. Boom, boom, boom. Three loud explosions echoed throughout the snowy field. Yet to everyone's surprise, Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Womana remained in their original position after receiving the Frost Wanderers' attacks. Although the snowy ground had cracked a little under their feet, each of the MTs had only lost around 5,000 HP. They blocked that. Solitary 9 stared at Kola and his companions in shock even from so far away. Solitary 9 had felt that collision shockwave, and he had been able to tell how frightening the Frost Wanderer's strength was based on the intensity of that shockwave. Just one of those attacks would have sent him flying, yet not only had Zero Wings MT Trio held their ground, but they had only lost 5,000 HP as well. Kola, in particular, had taken then minus 3,000 damage. His strength and defense were heaven-defying. The rest of Azura's members were just as stupefied. Kola and the others had stopped 3 level 90 Great Lords, just like that. Their strength and defense was unheard of. Even in the Fire Dragon Empire before Azura's members recovered from their days, Kola and his comrades charged at the frost giants that surrounded them. The 3 MTs effortlessly broke through the encirclement and lured the 3 groups of frost monsters toward Shattering. That actually worked. Cleansing Whistle gaped. She'd have no way to escape such an encirclement without activating a berserk skill, yet Kola and the other 2 MTs had made it look so easy, simply barreling their way through. Their strengths were ridiculously high. Not even Lifeless Thorn, who had the highest strength of any Azura member, would be a match for any one of those MTs. Aqua, get ready to attack. Shattering commanded as he watched the 3 groups of frost monsters approach, nodding. Aqua Rose gave the magical class players behind her their priority targets. As soon as the 3 monster groups came within 50 yards of Shattering, spells flew at them in rapid succession. Damages exceeding minus 50,000 immediately appeared above the frost monsters' heads, and the impact from these spells forced the monsters to halt their charge. Aqua Rose, Zhao Yuru, and Violet Cloud's attacks even managed to stop the Frost Wanderers in their tracks. Zhao Yuru, in particular, had forced a Frost Wanderer to stumble back several steps. Meanwhile, Zero Wings' MT trio stopped the few frost monsters that managed to evade the incoming spells. Once the monsters had been properly herded, Zero Wings' melee players joined the assault. The battle progressed in an orderly fashion as the 3 groups rapidly lost HP, stunning Azura's members once more. For a moment, Azura's players even wondered if these frost monsters were truly high-level monsters. How have these people grown so fast? Not only have they reached the refinement realm, but their basic attributes are also insanely high. Based on their auras, I think my basic attributes are only slightly higher after I've activated a berserk skill. Yinya exclaimed as she watched Zero Wings' team give these frost giants and wanderers a one-sided beating. She couldn't even believe her eyes since they had arrived on God's Domain's continent. The Azura Adventurer team had constantly fought the Fire Dragon Empire's many experts, eventually becoming one of the Empire's top 10 adventurer teams. Every member of the adventurer team was proud of their development speed, but compared to Zero Wings members, their development speed was laughable. Yin had looked forward to showing Shattering the fruits of their labor in the Fire Dragon Empire, but it seemed that they wouldn't get that opportunity. In this map, they'd be nothing more than spectators. Hey, I want you guys to attack too. If we work together, we'll take these monsters down faster. Shattering addressed Azura's members, who weren't sure what they should do. Current players couldn't afford to provoke level 90 monsters, especially those in the purple frost field. This map was special. Not only did it prohibit all forms of teleportation, but these monsters were also quite adept at group combat. Moreover, the power of frost these monsters wielded made them difficult to fight in melee combat. If players try to face these monsters in close quarters, the power of frost would corrode their bodies and increase their stamina and concentration consumption. While these level 90 monsters were a major challenge for other players, they were easy opponents for Zero Wings' main force members. The players on Zero Wings' main force had already reached level 86 and 87, and every one of them had merged their main weapons with a casting goldstone. If one compared their basic attributes, these players were already as strong as level 90 players. Naturally, taking out level 90 monsters would be relatively easy aside from filling the raid team slots. Shattering had called the Azura's main force members to join them on the Frost Monarch raid to help power level them. The Ice Crystal world was a massive gold mine, and by this point, the various superpowers had already begun to reach into that world and plunder its resources. Contending with these superpowers would be impossible with the Adventurers' Alliance and Azura's current strength. Shattering needed to help them grow stronger. With Shattering command, Solitary 9 and his comrades regained their senses and moved to join the fray. Although their DPS was a far cry from Zero Wings' main force members, they were still capable of dealing a significant amount. After nearly 20 minutes, all 3 frost monster groups had fallen. As the battle reached its end, Azura's members gained a huge chunk to their experience bars. Surprised that their current leveling speed was several times faster than normal, the team continued deeper into the purple frost field for another 7 or so hours, during which time many of Azura's members had gained another level, reaching level 79. Lifeless Thorn was now only a step away from the level 80 threshold under Shurfeng's lead. The raid team arrived before a colossal, snowy mountain. A huge cave lay at the foot of the mountain, containing a sleeping, 20-meter-tall giant with a body made of crystals. Frost Monarch, Tori, Realm Lord, Bloodline Lord, Mythic, level 90. HP 960, 000, 000/960, 000, 000. When they saw the Frost Monarch statistics, everyone shuddered. It didn't react this way due to the Frost Monarch's mythic rank, but because this world boss had a total of 9 HP bars hovering above its head. In other words, the Frost Monarch was a level 90 world boss, a Bloodline Lord. Even Shurfeng was stunned when he saw the Frost Monarch with his own eyes. Chapter 2239, Kite Strength. When Shurfeng saw the Frost Monarch statistics, his expression revealed both surprise and excitement. At this stage of the game, most players wouldn't recognize the term Bloodline Lord. To put it simply, Bloodline Lords were the evolved versions of bloodline creatures in God's domain. Bloodline creatures could only use their bloodline strength on an instinctive level in battle, but Bloodline Lords could fully control their bloodline, actively using the advantages it provided in combat. To put it into perspective, a Bloodline Lord was a player that had learned a combat technique, while a bloodline creature was a player that hadn't. Combat techniques allowed players to perform stronger attacks than normal without using skills or spells. If two players with similar basic attributes faced off against each other, the player with a combat technique would exhibit drastically higher combat power than the player without. Although Bloodline Lords were incredibly powerful, they were just as rare in God's domain. Mastering a bloodline was an extremely challenging task. Shurfeng had only heard of Bloodline Lords. He had never actually seen one in person. Encountering a Bloodline Lord was as dangerous as it was a blessing. Bloodline Lords commanded incredibly high combat power, akin to kings among monsters of the same rank and level. Fortunately, they were also guaranteed to drop a bloodline when they died. During Shurfeng's previous life, hunting Bloodline Lords was one of the more reliable ways to obtain bloodlines. Even the most common bloodline was worth as much as a fragmented legendary item. Players might not see any significant effects after first using a bloodline, but as they leveled up, those effects would become more prominent. Eventually, the bloodline's benefits would evolve from a quantitative transformation into a qualitative transformation commander. That's a level 90 world boss. Is that what we're here to raid? Solitary 9 nervously asked. Shurfeng, a world boss. Even in a massive country like the Fire Dragon Empire, world bosses were extremely rare. The Empire's various superpowers had targeted a few of the world bosses within their borders, but they had only dared to raid level 60-plus world bosses. Even so, they had incurred severe losses during those raids, sacrificing several teams to whittle the boss down and kill it. None of the Fire Dragon Empire's superpowers had even considered raiding level 70 world bosses yet, and yet, the monster before them was a level 90 world boss. This Frost Monarch could likely kill an MT like Solitary 9 in a single hit. He doubted that even Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian could tank the Frost Monarch. After all, there was a full-tier difference between a Great Lord and a mythic monster. Moreover, the Frost Monarch would be even more of a challenge than an ordinary mythic monster. As a world boss, even Lifeless Thorn turned to stare at Shurfeng. Although a part of him wanted to raid the Frost Monarch as well, current players had no hope of defeating a level 90 world boss. Moreover, it was common knowledge that players couldn't use external items during world boss raids. Players could not summon powerful monsters or use magic arrays to aid them in battle. Any external tools would lose their effects and vanish after use. Players could only rely on their strength to defeat these monsters. With these restrictions in place, they'd likely need a team of level 100 players to defeat the Frost Monarch. That's right, we're going to raid that boss, Shurfeng said, smiling when he saw the anxious looks Azura's members were giving him. A level 90 world boss is very powerful, but that is only true for other teams. Our team is an exception. A level 90 world boss was terrifying. Most of God's Domain's players would despair over the Frost Monarch's nearly 1 billion HP alone. With its battle recovery, the Frost Monarch would recover 9,600,000 HP every 5 seconds. If a team couldn't deal an average DPS of -2 million, the raid would be impossible. World boss raids might prohibit external items, but they didn't disallow personal guards. Fortunately, Shattering just so happened to have a Dark Gold guard and an Epic guard. Moreover, Cola carried a fragmented legendary shield. You should have no problems tanking the Frost Monarch. Overall, Shattering was fairly confident in their chances of taking down the Frost Monarch. The only thing that Shattering hadn't expected was the Frost Monarch status as a Bloodline Lord. However, a monster wouldn't receive a basic attribute boost just because it was a Bloodline Lord. They'd simply gain the ability to use combat techniques and could exhibit greater combat power. Hence, completing the raid was still well within the realm of possibility. Moreover, Shattering could not afford to not raid the Frost Monarch. This was one of the few world bosses that had the highest likelihood of dropping a bronze shop promotion order. As it was, he couldn't afford the Wanderer's shop's weekly management fee. He needed that promotion order. If he couldn't make the payments and the shop was repossessed, he'd likely lose the opportunity to own a Wanderer's shop for the rest of his career in God's Domain. After all, the Wanderer's shop only appeared at random after confirming their target. Shattering began to give his team their orders. Cola, you'll be the sub-tank later in the raid. I want everyone else to attack with everything you've got. Shattering said. His orders confused both Azura's and Zero Wings members. They did not understand why Shattering had assigned Cola as the sub-tank. Did they have a stronger MT than Cola? Not bothering to explain, Shattering retrieved 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag and summoned Kite, and Annihilating figures appeared before the raid team a moment later. One was a swordsman with 2 black iron swords, while the other was a staff-wielding summoner crap. A level 95 swordsman and level 96 summoner. Everyone gasped when they saw the personal guards levels at this stage of the game. The various superpowers' best personal guards had only reached level 90, and that was after the superpowers had invested astronomical sums of money, allowing their personal guards to accept all sorts of high-ranked quests. Ordinary experts' personal guards hadn't even reached level 85 yet when they saw Kite and Anna. Lifeless Thorn and his comrades finally understood why Shattering dared to pick a fight with a level 90 world boss. Personal guards were far more powerful than players. At the same level, a secret silver guard could slay a Void Realm expert if their team had the help of 2 level 95 plus peak experts. Raiding a level 90 world boss would definitely be possible. However, it was extremely risky to use personal guards in a world boss raid. Unlike players, resurrecting NPCs was incredibly challenging. Not being able to resurrect one's personal guards would mean permanent death for these NPCs. If that happened, all of the time and money they had poured into these guards would go down the drain. This was also why the various superpowers didn't even dare to use their personal guards in dungeon or field boss raids. The various superpowers treated their high-ranked personal guards, in particular, like precious children. These personal guards had yet to reach their full potential. The higher a personal guard's rank was, the faster they could level up, and the easier their Tier 3 and 4 promotions would be. Hence, risking a high-ranked personal guard's permanent death while they were still Tier 2 was considered atrociously wasteful behavior. Yet, Shattering clearly intended to use his personal guards to raid a world boss. He had to be insane. Once everyone was in position, Shattering commanded Kite to charge the Frost Monarch with Cola closely behind. World bosses had incredibly large perception ranges, and the Frost Monarch noticed Kite from 300 yards away. When it sensed the NPC, the slumbering mythic monster's eyes opened, glowing with a crimson light. The moment the raid team saw the monster's eyes, they felt chills crawl down their spines. The Frost Monarch's frightening aura even affected its surroundings, and after a moment, purple snow began to drift down from the sky. The instant the purple snow landed on the player's shoulders, everyone within 1,000 yards of the Frost Monarch felt an intense cold envelop them, and their movements became a little sluggish. A group of puny ants has dared to invade my land, I shall turn you all into ice sculptures to decorate my home for all time." The Frost Monarch stood and revealed a human-like sneer. With a wave of its hand, the Frost Monarch summoned a translucent, crystalline spear. Grabbing the weapon, the world boss threw it at Kola, the spear transforming into a streak of light as it tore space on its way to the Guardian Knight so fast. Kola's expression darkened as the attack approached, but by the time he noticed the spear, it was too late to dodge the weapon. However, as the spear came within 30 yards of Kola, just about to slam into him, a figure appeared before the MT. It was none other than Kite. Without any hesitation, Kite swung his twin swords at the Frost Spear. Boom! As the weapons collided, the ground under Kite's feet caved under the powerful impact, forming a crater that was over 24 meters wide. As the snow and ice cleared, however, it revealed Kite still standing in his original position, unscathed. Chapter 2240, Twin Darkmoon Blades. Solitary 9 and the other Azure members gaped in shock after watching emerge, unharmed, from the Frost Monarch's ascent, that personal guard a little too strong. Cleansing Whistle exclaimed, refocusing on the battle. Even a level 90 world boss's casual attack carried devastating power. Even a level 100, tier 3 NPC would have to take care to block such an attack. After all, this was a mythic ranked world boss they were talking about. The Frost Monarch's basic attributes were even higher than an ordinary mythic monster. However, despite being only a level 95, tier 2 swordsman, Kite had blocked the Frost Monarch's attack without taking any damage. Of all the fine gold guards I've seen before, none have been strong enough to tank a world boss. Moreover, this personal guard is only 5 levels higher than the boss, and still at tier 2. Could it be a dark gold guard? Solitary 9 muttered, his heart pounding as he watched Kite stop one of the Frost Monarch's attacks after another throughout his time in the Fire Dragon Empire. Solitary 9 had become familiar with the ranks of the various powers' personal guards. It was something that many players paid attention to. Ordinary players and experts understood that they were no match for the various superpowers experts. Finding a powerful personal guard was the only way they could raise their standings in God's domain. So long as they nurtured a high-ranked personal guard, their personal guards could rival, or even surpass, peak expert strength. Even the best personal guards at this stage of the game were only fine gold rank, and only 30 or so had been found thus far. No one had found a single dark gold guard in the Empire. Because of this, the general public had assumed that dark gold guards simply didn't exist yet. Solitary 9 had just learned that Zero Wing had such a personal guard. If news of this spread, it would cause a huge commotion in the Fire Dragon Empire. Even secret silver guards could surpass peak experts of the same level. And although the public didn't know exactly how powerful fine gold guards were, they were certain that they could surpass Apex expert strength. Not even 2 or 3 Apex experts were guaranteed to defeat a single fine gold guard of the same level as for dark gold guards. Their strength was beyond imagining. Many of the Fire Dragon Empire's players assumed that these personal guards would be invincible among those of the same level and tier, and as long as one nurtured a dark gold guard properly, they'd be able to explore God's domain undeterred. However, after witnessing Kite's performance, Solitary 9 decided that dark gold guards were even more powerful than anyone had imagined. Despite being a level 95, tier 2 swordsman, Kite could already contend with a level 90 mythic ranked world boss. The NPC's prowess was simply heaven-defying. Sure Phone could tell what Azure's members were thinking the moment he saw their shocked expressions. However, he did not bother to explain the situation, only responding with a chuckle and a grin. Kite was indeed a dark gold guard, but even among dark gold guards, he was exceptional. Now that Sure Phone had used soul strengthening on the NPC, Kite's combat power had risen as well. Most importantly, the black iron swords Kite wielded were the Darkmoon twins, a fragmented legendary weapon set. It was a set Kite had obtained after completing an epic quest in a secret land. Even if Kite combined the strength of 2 attacks, he wouldn't have blocked the Frost Monarch's attacks so easily without the Darkmoon twins. He would have definitely taken some damage after blocking those attacks. When Sure Phone had discovered that Kite had obtained the Darkmoon twins, he had been incredibly jealous. But since the set was reserved for NPCs, he He couldn't have used them even if he had taken them from Kite, with Kite acting as the lead MT. The rest of the raid team moved within 50 yards of the world boss without issues. They promptly bombarded the Frost Monarch with attacks, however. When Kite moved up to the Frost Monarch, the world boss stopped throwing its spears. Instead, the Frost Monarch wielded its weapon with both hands, sweeping the spear in a horizontal arch against the personal guard. The weapon was as thick and long as a large tree trunk, and the Frost Monarch easily reached targets that were over 20 yards away. As the spear swept across the battlefield, the melee players in its trajectory felt their hearts skip a beat. The Frost Monarch's long reach made its attacks impossible to dodge. Moreover, that horizontal sweep carried far more power than the Frost Monarch's range attacks. Everyone within 50 yards of the world boss felt suffocated as the wind the attack generated assaulted them. It felt as if the attack had created a vacuum, however. Kite moved to intercept the attack before it could strike any of the raid team's players. Boom. An explosion shook the battlefield, and Kite stumbled 3 steps back, a damage of over minus 230,000 appearing above his head. The strength in the Frost Monarch's latest attack was obviously much higher than before. When the team's players saw the damage, they couldn't help but gasp. Even Cola broke out in cold sweat. If even a level 95 personal guard like Kite took minus 230,000 damage after successfully blocking the Frost Monarch's attack, he'd die instantly if he tried to do so without activating a life-saving skill. Of course, the system reduced monsters' damage to a certain degree when they attack players. But even so, how could any player have higher strength than Kite? Good. He blocked it. Shattering breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Kite had only lost a little over 230,000 HP. Everyone, attack the boss with everything you've got. The Frost Monarch was a bloodline lord, and it could use that bloodline to increase the power of its attacks. The thrown frost spears had been a casual attack at best, and now that Kite was within melee range, the Frost Monarch had gotten serious about this battle. However, the situation was far better from what Shattering had expected. Kite had more than 2 million HP, so losing 230,000 HP was well within his tolerance. Shattering's reminder to attack snapped his teammates out of their days, and they turned their attention to bombarding the Frost Monarch. The raid team's spells and arrows were the first attacks to strike the Frost Monarch's colossal form. 34, 174. 0, minus 31,647, 0, minus 17,548, 0. When these players saw how much damage their attacks dealt, they felt like crying, especially Azura's members. Although Zero Wings members didn't deal astounding damage, they still dealt over minus 30,000 with each attack. Azura's members, on the other hand, dealt less than minus 20,000 with their attacks. When they normally fought level 80 monsters, they easily dealt more than minus 50,000 damage. The damages they dealt were little more than pelting raindrops to the Frost Monarch. Fortunately, not everyone's damage was so low. A few attacks were particularly eye-catching, originating from Shattering, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru's fire-type spells were especially effective, dealing bonus damage. In addition, she forcibly elevated all of her Tier 2 spells to Tier 3. As a result, every one of her attacks dealt over minus 150,000 damage to the world boss. Her overall DPS was even higher than Shattering's. Azura's members were thoroughly stunned. Zhao Yueru was doing the work of 10 Azura members right now. Even so, the Frost Monarch's HP bar hardly moved. Commander, killing this boss with our current damage is going to be a problem. Lifeless Thorn shouted as he watched the Frost Monarch's HP bar. Even after such a long fight, they hadn't even dropped the world boss's HP by 1%. At this rate, they'd die from exhaustion before the Frost Monarch could kill them. Although the raid team's DPS was relatively high, the Frost Monarch's attack range was too vast. Moreover, the Frost Monarch's extraordinary strength did not permit the slightest mistake, since the lightest touch from its spear could kill a player instantly. As a result, the team's players had to allocate much of their attention to dodging the world boss's attacks, which prevented them from maximizing their DPS. We should have a good hold on its aggro by now. Shattering was well aware that their team lacked DPS. They were fighting a level 90 world boss, after all. How could a half-baked team like theirs deal enough damage to defeat it? Shifeng then turned to Anna and said, "You can begin." Chapter 22:41. Anna's Might. Once Shifeng gave the command, Anna raised her staff and began to chant an incantation. Two gigantic magic arrays, both with a 30-yard radius, appeared beside Anna, one pitch black and one silvery white. The instant these two magic arrays appeared, the surrounding mana rapidly gathered to Anna. What a powerful spell! Astonished, Lifeless Thorn turned to look at the personal guard, who had remained idle near the rear line thus far. Although he wasn't a magical class player and wasn't so sensitive toward mana, he had seen powerful NPCs cast their spells before, yet not even the Tier 3 NPCs he had seen could manipulate this much mana with their spells normally. The amount of mana a spell manipulated was indicative of the spell's strength. The more mana the spell affected, the stronger the spell would be. In other words, the spell Anna was casting was even stronger than a Tier 3 magical class NPC's spells. Meanwhile, Yinya, a druid, could detect mana far better than a berserker like Lifeless Thorn. In fact, her ability to perceive mana could be considered above average among the many magical class experts on the raid team. She specializes in both light and darkness. Yinya stared at Anna for a moment, a little surprised. Normally, magical class NPCs and players only specialized in one element. For example, some elementalists specialized in fire-type spells, while some specialized in ice-type. Although elementalists could use other element spells, those spells were generally weaker than those of the caster's main element, and yet Anna was absorbing a frightening amount of both light and darkness-type mana from her surroundings. It was clear that the personal guard specialized in both elements. Specializing in two elements wasn't as simple as being able to use spells from two different elements. A caster needed to be capable of merging both elements' spells as well. If one were successful, the resulting power of their spells would be exponential. You could only think of two magical class players that specialized in dual element casting, and both commanded an astonishing amount of combat power. The Fire Dragon Empire's magical class players had dubbed both players dual dragons, and there were rumors that these two had the combat power to rival Tier 3 NPCs of the same level. However, she now learned that Anna was similarly a dual element caster as well. She was even rarer than Dark Gold guards before anyone could shake off their shock after sensing the mana surge Anna had caused. The NPC in question raised her staff and completed her spell. 36 magic arrays appeared around the Frost Monarch, some black and some white. Yin-Yang spears then shot forth from these magic arrays. Every Yin-Yang spear was powerful enough to tear apart space itself. When the 36 Yin-Yang spears pierced the Frost Monarch's body, the world boss could not help but cry out in agony. 510, 354. Minus 500, 3,474. A series of damages exceeding minus 500,000 appeared above the Frost Monarch's head, stupefying everyone present. With just one spell, the Frost Monarch's HP, which had barely budged before, had visibly fallen. Anna's DPS easily surpassed the entire Team S's. She a Tier 3 NPC? Lifeless Thorn voiced his thoughts. Starting at Annihilating's members hadn't even dealt minus 20,000 damage with each attack, yet just one of Anna's attacks had dealt over minus 500,000. She was 10 levels higher than they were, but the difference between their damage outputs shouldn't be that large. The only reasonable explanation was that Anna was a Tier 3 NPC. However, there was no doubt that Anna was only level 96 and wore a Tier 2 class insignia. This proved that Anna was only a Tier 2 NPC, which confused Lifeless Thorn. Anna's performance even stunned Zero Wing's main force members. None of them had thought that she would be this powerful. Only Shifeng remained unperturbed after witnessing the display. Anna was an epic guard. Moreover, her growth potential had risen from 105 to 113 points after she became a peak class Yin-Yang Saint. It was the highest growth potential he had seen in any NPC. Anna had only been a level 80 NPC when she had changed classes. Now that she had reached level 96, the boons her growth potential provided were massive. After factoring in her Yin-Yang Saint class's other abilities, She had even greater combat power than ordinary Tier 3 NPCs. This was why Shattering dared to challenge the Frost Monarch with such a half-baked team initially. He had wanted Anna to summon her monsters to assist in the battle, but he had decided against that since controlling so many summoned creatures would waste some of Anna's energy. That would prevent Anna from exhibiting the full strength of the Yin-Yang Saint class. Moreover, he had Kite to tank the world boss, so summoning a Lord or Great Lord in a battle will be meaningless as the Tier 2 curse, Yin-Yang Baptism, ended. Anna followed up with the Tier 3 spell, Yin-Yang Burst. This was also the legacy spell Anna had learned after reaching level 90. Anna raised her left hand as two energy balls appeared in her grip. The energy balls then transformed into beams of light that slammed into the Frost Monarch. 1,434,884. Minus 1,441,067. Everyone was flabbergasted once more when they saw these two damages. Her damage can practically cover the entire team's. As Solitary 9 watched Anna bombard the Frost Monarch with one powerful spell after another, he gained a newfound appreciation for magical classes. Even if Azura and Zero Wings members stopped attacking, Anna could likely finish this raid by herself with the damage she could deal. She might just need a little more effort to defeat the world boss. With Anna's participation, the raid team's confidence skyrocketed. They turned their attention to dodging the Frost Monarch's AoE attacks, rather than risking death, to deal more damage. Time passed quickly, and the Frost Monarch's HP eventually fell to 20% after such a long fight with the Frost Monarch. The raid team's members had to admit that world bosses had a variety of skills. Even with Kite tanking the Frost Monarch, players had died from time to time. Moreover, the power of frost that continued to seep into their bodies had rapidly depleted their stamina and concentration reserves. Despite fighting for less than 30 minutes, they all had less than 30% of their stamina remaining without Anna's help. This raid would have been impossible. The boss is going berserk. Everyone, activate your berserk skills and attack with everything you've got. Shattering shouted when the Frost Monarch's frost spear suddenly vanished. The Frost Monarch would become even more terrifying when it went berserk. It would directly manipulate the power of frost around it to layer its attacks normally. A team would need around 6 MTs to stop these layered attacks. But among the MTs present, only Kolo was capable of surviving one of these attacks, and that was if he had already activated his berserk skill. The world boss would instant kill the rest of the MTs, whether or not they had activated their berserk skills. The only option they had left was to kill the boss before it slaughtered the team. The Frost Monarch bellowed as soon as Shattering finished issuing his orders. The power of frost began to grow turbulent as it gathered to the world boss. Not only did this significantly increase the Frost Monarch's defense, but it also manifested 6 gigantic hands of frost energy around the world boss. These 6 gigantic hands began to swat at the offending players. Every hand was as powerful as the frost spears the Frost Monarch had thrown at the start of this raid. Only, the hand's attack speed wasn't as high as the frost spears. In exchange for the reduced speed, the hands had a much larger attack range, with each possessing a 12-yard radius. At the moment the 6 hands descended, 3 Azura members died instantly. However, the Frost Monarch's increased defense shocked the raid team's members far more than the 6 gigantic hands. They had already activated their berserk skills, yet they dealt less damage than they had earlier. As expected of the Frost Monarch, its famed defense wasn't an exaggeration. When Shattering sword struck the Frost Monarch's body, his entire arm went numb from the impact. Getting past the Frost Monarch's frost armor with dark gold weapons had already been quite difficult, and now that it had entered its berserk state, even Shattering's killing ray barely left a scratch as several more players died. Shattering knew that he couldn't afford to hold back, and he ordered Anna to use Summon Angel. Within seconds, a spear-wielding Valkyrie dropped from the sky, and everyone felt their bodies grow heavier as her horrific aura washed over them before anyone could react. The Valkyrie had appeared before the Frost Monarch and swung her spear of thunder at the world boss Pong. The Valkyrie's spear sliced through the Frost Monarch's armor like a streak of lightning before cracks began to form across the previously indestructible ice armor. The Frost Monarch cried out as it stumbled several steps back, and a damage of over -6 million appeared above its head. The Valkyrie was even several times stronger than Anna when Azura's members saw the Frost Monarch stumble backward. Their jaws nearly hit the ground. The Valkyrie's attacks were extremely fast. Even after transforming its two hands into sharp blades, the Frost Monarch had failed to defend itself. It had been forced to use the 6 gigantic hands it had summoned against the Valkyrie's attacks, however. A Tier 4 Valkyrie was no easy opponent, and her life rating was considerably higher than the world boss's. Even while using the 6 colossal hands to protect itself, the Frost Monarch took one hit after another. The world boss was utterly helpless against the Valkyrie when the Valkyrie's 10-second duration was almost up. She went berserk and used Thunder's Judgment. A purple lightning bolt then shot down from the sky and through the Frost Monarch's body, dealing over -15 million damage good. The boss is heavily injured. Everyone, focus on your attacks. Shurfeng hurriedly shouted as the Frost Monarch's aura weakened. The surviving raid team ignored the world boss's 6 hands and desperately bombarded the monster. 12%, 10%, 8%. As the Frost Monarch grew closer to its death, it began a frenzied slaughter. By the time there were less than half of the original 200-man raid team. The Frost Monarch had 2% of its HP remaining. Gentle Snow, Zhao Yuru, and Violet Cloud stopped holding back and used their strongest moves, Myth of Light, Frost Flame Hell, Dimensional Fracture. As these attacks struck the Frost Monarch, its HP bar visibly shrunk. When the world boss had less than 1% of its HP left, Shurfeng activated Divine Providence, Flame Burst, and Lightning Slash. I am immortal. Human, you will not get away with this. The Frost Monarch snarled, its voice echoing throughout the purple frost field, as its HP fell to 0 and its crystalline body crumbled to the ground. Chapter 2242, Frost Monarch's Loot. The instant the Frost Monarch died, everyone's experience bars exploded. The level 90 world boss had provided a bounty of EXP. Lifeless Thorn and Azura's other members instantly climbed to level 80. Although Zero Wing's main force members didn't level up, having already reached level 86 and 87, their experience bars did grow by a large chunk. They had earned enough EXP to cover more than a full day of grinding. It's finally dead. As their experience bars filled, the raid team members breathed a sigh of relief. They celebrated their survival throughout the raid. When the Frost Monarch had gone berserk, its attacks had become faster as its HP decreased. They hadn't been able to keep up, relying on luck to survive. Fortunately, their overall DPS had been high enough for this raid. Had the battle continued for another 30 or so seconds, they might have lost their lives before the Frost Monarch died. Once they had a chance to catch their breath, they turned toward the numerous items scattered around the world boss's corpse. So many items dropped. We're rich. That's the loot of a level 90 world boss. That's right. Based on how much mana is gathering around those items, they must be extraordinary. The survivors' eyes glowed with excitement when they saw the Frost Monarch's loot. With a casual glance, they could count more than 10 pieces of dark gold equipment and a few rare dark gold weapons. After level 50, monsters' drop rates drastically decreased. High-ranked items like dark gold equipment became very difficult to acquire. Normally, players had to challenge 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons to acquire weapons and equipment of such rank. Moreover, players would be lucky if a single piece of dark gold equipment dropped from each of the dungeon's bosses. One raid wouldn't even be enough to fully gear a player. Not to mention, a 100-man team. Most of God's Domain's expert players would be envied among their peers if they had a single piece of up-to-date dark gold equipment, even among the Azura Adventurer team. The main force members only wore a few pieces of level 75 dark gold equipment. Despite being one of the Fire Dragon Empire's top 10 adventurer teams, yet the Frost Monarch had dropped more than a dozen dark gold equipment pieces. Its drop rate was many times higher than the bosses in 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. Naturally, the weakest piece of equipment the Frost Monarch had dropped was for level 90. Even the various superpowers only dreamed of acquiring level 90 dark gold weapons, and players could likely rely on these weapons even after they reached level 100. The world boss had even dropped epic equipment. The chances of such equipment dropping in a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon were abysmal. Players would only have a reasonable chance of acquiring such items if they secured the first clear right. Healers, resurrect our fallen comrades. We'll distribute the loot once you're done, Sure Feng said, smiling when he saw the hunger in everyone's eyes. There likely wasn't a single player in God's domain who wouldn't be tempted by a world boss's loot. World bosses represented the peak of power among monsters of the same level, and any random item they dropped could raise a player's strength by a considerable margin. Sure Feng's reminder snapped the healers out of their daze, and they promptly went to work, resurrecting their fallen allies. Meanwhile, Sure Feng turned to organize the Frost Monarch's loot. The rest of the raid team took a seat and watched Sure Feng with eager looks since they didn't have anything better to do. Even Cola stared at the pile of items in the snow. The healers finished resurrecting the fallen players after a short moment, and Sure Feng quickly appraised the items, sharing the statistics in the team. Chet sent this world boss's loot a little too generous. This loot is 10 times better than the items a Hell Mode team dungeon's final boss drops. Zero Wings members were no strangers to a world boss's loot, so they, more or less, held their composure when they saw shared information. However, Azura's members were a different story. They were ecstatic after reading the loot's details. The Frost Monarch dropped a total of 115 items, far more than what ordinary mythic bosses typically dropped. Among the 115 items, there were 17 pieces of dark gold equipment and 3 dark gold weapons. The world boss hadn't even dropped one fine gold weapon or equipment piece. They'd likely have to raid 8 or 9 mythic bosses in Hell Mode team dungeons to acquire so many pieces of dark gold equipment. Unfortunately, team dungeons had very long cooldowns, and players couldn't raid them as often as they'd like. Furthermore, every dark gold weapon and equipment piece the Frost Monarch had dropped was top tier. This Golden Razor's attributes are just as high as an epic weapons, Colas said, astonished as he inspected a dark gold ranked greatsword. Although the Golden Razor was only dark gold rank, its attack power and strength were on par with epic ranked two-handed weapons. Most importantly, the Golden Razor had a passive skill that allowed players to wield it as a one-handed weapon as long as they had the required 1,800 strength. In other words, players could wield a one-handed weapon with the attributes and attack power of a two-handed greatsword. This passive skill alone placed the Golden Razor at the top among level 90 dark gold weapons, although the required 1,800 strength was relatively high to ordinary tier 2 berserkers. It wouldn't be an issue for expert players of Cola's caliber. In fact, Cola already met the requirement. Despite being a Guardian Knight under level 90, he couldn't help his growing excitement when he thought about wielding a two-handed weapon alongside his shield. That's nothing. Take a look at the Extreme Frost set. It's practically made for berserkers. The 4-piece set effect even lowers the level requirement by 5 levels, on top of increasing the wearer's ice resistance by 100 maximum stamina by 10%. The 6-piece set effect even increases the user's strength by 20% and all berserker skills by 1 tier. Blackie nearly drooled as he examined the Extreme Frost set's attribute bonuses and set effects. He even wished he had chosen the berserker class instead of becoming a cursemancer. Moreover, the Frost Monarch had dropped the complete Extreme Frost set. This meant that berserkers could equip the set at level 85, and the armor would forcibly elevate all berserker skills by 1 tier to a maximum of Tier 3 skills. Tier 3 skills were far more powerful than Tier 2 skills. Zhao Yueru had already made that much clear. Despite the fact that Gentle Snow and Fire Dance had higher basic attributes, Zhao Yueru had dealt considerably more damage in the raid than her companions. Her total damage had almost been as high as Sure Feng's monstrous damage. If a Tier 2 berserker equipped the Extreme Frost set, they'd be on par with an actual Tier 3 berserker, not including their basic attributes and physique. Indeed, this Extreme Frost set's effects are truly amazing. The berserkers in the team have just won the lottery, Yin Tianxing chimed in. Even he was moved when he saw the Extreme Frost set. If the set were meant for assassins, he wouldn't have hesitated to replace 3 of his epic equipment pieces for the set of your 3 skills would drastically increase a player's combat power. If the Extreme Frost set's effects were specialized for assassins, Tianqing would even be confident of contending with Sword Demon while the team discussed the Extreme Frost set. Shifeng shared the next item's attribute panel. When they saw this item, every one of them gasped. This next item was a weapon, and one the team recognized and feared. This weapon was none other than the icy blue spear the Frost Monarch had used against them throughout the raid. Chapter 2243, Winter Spear. The entire raid team had personally experienced how powerful this spear, which the Frost Monarch had manifested with condensed power of frost, was. The Frost Monarch's extraordinary strength and speed hadn't been the main reason that the raid team had struggled against it. They had relied on Kite as the lead MT, and the NPC was more than capable of surviving the world boss's attacks, taking barely any damage. Rather, the Frost Monarch's Frost Spear had been the main reason that these players had had so much trouble despite the Frost Monarch's focused attacks against Kite throughout the raid. It had used its attack's residual power to assault the players, sapping their stamina and concentration. This, in turn, had steadily decreased the team's combat power. And to make matters worse, they hadn't been able to block or dodge this residual power. If Anna hadn't been so powerful, the team would have died from exhaustion before they could kill the world boss. It's even possible for such a weapon to drop. Its attributes are insane. The team's berserkers have truly hit the jackpot. When they saw the Frost Spear's attribute panel, everyone on the team felt jealous. Even Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade, who both used an epic weapon, couldn't help their desire for the spear. Its attribute bonuses were just that awesome Winter Spear, Replica, Spear, Epic Rank. Level 50, Level 100. Equipment requirement. Strength 2,100 attributes adjust according to user's level attack power plus 2,550, Level 50. Strength plus 301. Agility plus 210. Endurance plus 270. Attack speed plus 12. Attacks carry the power of frost. When attacking, all attacks reduce the target's stamina, and concentration attacks have 30% chance to deal frost damage to all enemies in a 10-yard radius. 20% chance to trigger frost possession, increasing strength by 20% by 3 seconds. During this time, attacks also deal an additional 270% frost damage and reduce target's movement speed when struck by 30% when equipped. Main attribute increased by 25%. All secondary attributes increased by 15%. Reaction speed increased by 10%. Ignore levels plus 10. All berserker skill effects increased by 30%. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. Additional passive skill 1-. Chaotic Battle. Strength, attack speed, and movement speed increased according to the number of enemies hit. Each enemy hit will grant a 3% increase for 5 seconds. Bonus can stack to 30% additional passive skill 2-. Ice Guard. When HP falls below 50%, Power of Frost triggers to improve the user's physique by 15%, main attribute by 15%, and defense skill by 3 levels. Additional active skill dash. Frozen Century converts a 100-yard radius into a frozen realm, using the power of frost to corrode all enemies in range. At the same time, the user creates 2 frost doppelgangers, each with 115% of the main body's strength. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Even Shifeng was relatively surprised to see the Winder Spear replica drop. The original Winter Spear was a legendary weapon, but even a replica would be extraordinarily powerful. The epic ranked replica could likely rival an ordinary fragmented legendary weapon strength. In terms of attack power, this replica was even stronger than Gentle Snow's Glorious Will. The only difference between the Winter Spear's replica and Glorious Will's was that the latter could be upgraded to fragmented legendary rank, while the former could not. Even so, the Winter Spear was the best weapon under fragmented legendary rank for berserkers at level 100 or below. If current players wielded this spear, their attack power would be among the best in God's domain. Moreover, players wouldn't have to worry about fighting groups or a single opponent with the Winter Spear's effects naturally. Every Berserker on a raid team grew restless after seeing the Winter Spear's attribute panel, and they all turned toward Shurfeng almost as one, waiting to learn how he intended to distribute the weapon according to Shurfeng's rules. Everyone that participated in the raid would have a chance of competing for any dark gold weapon. Unfortunately, those rules didn't hold true for epic-ranked weapons. Even the various superpowers treated epic weapons and equipment as a part of the guild's foundation, and not even the guild's upper echelons could claim such an item simply because they wanted it. Guilds had strict inspections and evaluations before they'd assign an epic item to their members, especially when it came to a top-tier epic weapon like the Winter Spear. The Winter Spear, an extreme frost set, will go to Lifeless Thorn. Shurfeng announced after giving the matter some thought. Although he was Azura's commander, Shurfeng hadn't contributed to the adventurer team recently since he'd been so busy with Zero Wing. As a result, Lifeless Thorn had taken full responsibility for leading the Azura adventurer team and a massive adventurers alliance by now. Many superpowers had begun to compete for resources and player population in the Ice Crystal world. If the Adventurers Alliance wished to maintain its standing, it needed to rely on more than a flowing water realm expert like Lifeless Tom. The Alliance would need a peak expert at the very least to defend a commander. Lifeless Tom stared at Shurfeng moved. He had never expected his commander to hand him the Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set. Not even superpowers upper echelons had the privilege of using such high-quality weapons and equipment. Yet despite being Azura's vice commander, he had earned the right. Adventurer teams weren't nearly as restrictive as guilds. And even though Lifeless Thorn was Azura's vice commander, he enjoyed far more freedom than large guilds' elite members. Moreover, Zero Wing's members wouldn't be pleased to hear that their guild leader had given him such powerful items. The consequences were just too high. Lifeless Tom couldn't understand what Shurfeng was trying to do, and yet, despite carrying an epic weapon and multiple pieces of epic equipment, he was sorely tempted to wield and wear the Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set. Refusing such a generous offer wasn't easy. Naturally, Shurfeng understood what Lifeless Thorn was thinking. Taking the initiative, he said, "There's no need to say anything. Zero Wing isn't like other guilds. Azura may only be Zero Wing's subordinate adventurer team, but it's still a part of Zero Wing. As long as you perform well, I have no problems giving you weapons and equipment of this quality. I hope that you will use this weapon and set equipment to improve Azura further." Zero Wing was quite different than the various superpowers. It didn't have the support of major corporations, and it wasn't as attractive to expert players. If Zero Wing wanted to contend with super first-rate guilds and super guilds, subordinate, independent organizations like the Azura Adventurer Team were necessary. Furthermore, if an adventurer team wasn't led by a powerful expert, it would struggle to develop. Although Azura was impressive enough to become one of the Fire Dragon Empire's top 10 adventurer teams, that was its limit. Growing any stronger would be an incredible challenge for the adventurer team. Unless Lifeless Thorn increased his strength, it would only be a matter of time before another adventurer team, one with a powerful background, surpassed Azura if possible. Shurfeng wanted to help Lifeless Thorn reach the Void Realm, but doing so wouldn't be easy. One would have to improve their senses on a qualitative level, which couldn't be done by simply improving one's combat standards. If it were that easy, the various super guilds would have more than just a few peak experts among their ranks. After Shurfeng's comment, Lifeless Thorn turned to Zero Wing's members to see their reactions, but to his surprise, none of the main force members seemed dissatisfied with the situation. They didn't actually seem to care who received the Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set. When Azura's other members saw this, they couldn't help but feel a little ambitious. As players that had chosen to join an adventurer team, they had knowingly forsaken the resources a guild could provide in exchange for more freedom. However, enjoying the freedom of an adventurer team, as well as access to a guild's important resources, was better than they could have hoped for in that moment. Azura's members silently decided that they would become an even more powerful adventurer team in the future. Even if they couldn't obtain top-tier epic weapons like the Winter Spear, they'd still have a chance of securing ordinary epic weapons. Such a situation was normally unthinkable for adventurer team members like them. While everyone secretly envied Lifeless Tom, Surefong revealed a playful grin as he shared the attribute panel for a Jade Flute when the raid team saw this item. Their jealousy of lifeless Thorn vanished crap. Am I seeing things? This is a flying mount. Chapter 2244, another flying mount. Upon seeing the summoning flute decorated with blue runes, every member of the raid team was ecstatic thanks to the flying mount that had appeared in the Sea of Death. Players were no longer strangers to the concept of flying mounts. News of that mount had spread across God's domain, giving countless players a new dream of obtaining one for themselves. Even Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other main force members, who already knew that Surefong was the owner of that mysterious flying mount, were at a loss for words. Not to mention Azura's members except for Surefong. They hadn't heard of any player owning a flying mount at this stage of the game. In other words, this summoning flute was only the second flying mount found in God's domain. Epic weapons and equipment might be incredibly precious, but not even the top-tier epic weapon, Winter Spear, was worth 1/10 of a flying mount. They had already experienced the benefits flying mounts had to offer, and their travel speed was simply unbelievable. A flying mount could even cross a large-scale map in no more than 2 or 3 hours. Most importantly, flying mount's combat power was incredible. Take Surefeng's Thunder Eagle, for example. The Thunder Eagle was a bona fide Tier 3 combatant with the ability to contend with level 100 Great Lords. If they had a flying mount, they'd have their own powerful companion in battle. I won't say much about this flying mount. If you want it, fight for it. The starting bid will be 300,000 GCPs, or 300,000 Azura contribution points. The highest bid wins, Surefong said, chuckling as he glanced at the excited crowd before him. In truth, even Surefong had been quite surprised to see the Frost Monarch drop a flying mount. Even a common flying mount was easily worth several level 100+ epic items. Although this Frostbone Dragon, the flying mount the Frost Monarch had dropped, wasn't as powerful as his Thunder Eagle, it was an intermediate extraordinary flying mount. It was even more valuable than ordinary fragmented legendary items initially. He had intended to give the flying mount to someone of his choosing to maximize its usefulness, but everyone's intense desire for the mount had changed his mind. Hence, he had resorted to an internal auction. 300,000 contribution points was exceedingly cheap for a flying mount like the Frostbone Dragon. Normally, he should have set the starting bid at 3 million CPs, but since this was an internal auction, he didn't mind lowering the price. Moreover, the sooner one of his players was spotted using the flying mount, the more Zero Wing or Azura could benefit naturally. There was no chance of some low-rank player claiming the Frostbone Dragon. 300,000 contribution points was an astronomical amount for both Zero Wings and Azura's members. Not even ordinary core members could afford that price. Of the 200 players participating in this raid, only a dozen or so had enough CPs to bid for the flying mount. Every member of the raid team stared at Surefong in astonishment. They had never expected him to sell off the flying mount in an internal auction. He had even assigned the Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set to a specific player, yet the flying mount would go to the highest bidder. Most importantly, Surefong was actually allowing them to compete for it, not keeping such a precious flying mount for himself. No other guild leader or commander would be as generous as Surefong. Didn't take long for the raid team members to snap out of their daze after Surefeng's announcement. It bid 300,000 GCPs. Blackie shouted, placing the first bid in that case. I'll bid 310,000. Cola shouted, not willing to concede commander. I bid 320,000 CPs. Solitary 9 shouted, unable to help himself from participating in the auction. Azura's contribution system was similar to Zero Wings, and earning contribution points wasn't easy. Of course, as one of Azura's 2 vice commanders, he could afford to hand over 300,000 plus CPs. I bid 350,000 CPs. Lifeless Thorn announced, although Lifeless Tom had already acquired a top-tier epic weapon and dark gold set equipment. The idea of owning a flying mount was simply too tempting. A flying mount would also affect his development rate, so he couldn't just give up this chance. Zero Wing and Azura's members frantically bid on the Frostbone Dragon, the price quickly climbing to 450,000 CPs. Once the price rose that high, Azura's Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 had to drop out of the auction. Unlike a guild, there were fewer means for adventurer team members to earn contribution points. Adventurer teams didn't have access to guild quests, for example. Now, only Zero Wings upper echelons could compete over the Flying Mount in the end. General Snow had won the Frostbone Dragon for 580,000 contribution points. Although Shurfeng didn't prohibit his players from borrowing points, they had silently agreed to rely on their own contribution points due to the importance of a flying mount. Their contribution points, after all, represented how much they had contributed to the guild or adventurer team. The player who had contributed the most deserved something as important and valuable as a flying mount after the auction. Shurfeng handed General Snow her new Frostbone Dragon summoning flute, and she rejoiced. Ideas of how to use this flying mount swam in her head. Shurfeng then let the raid team members bid for the remaining dark gold weapons and equipment, and every item had been auctioned off in less than 10 minutes. As for the other items, the Frost Monarch dropped. Shurfeng didn't share their information or add them to the internal auction. These items touched on guild interests. The Bronze Shop promotion order, for example, had to be kept a secret. Moreover, since the Frost Monarch was a bloodline lord, it had dropped a bloodline normally. Shurfeng would have let his players take a look at an ordinary bloodline. It's not like they were a secret among the various superpowers anymore, and some were even available for purchase in the World Summit's Divine Shrine. If players had enough points, they could even purchase a peak bloodline. However, the Frost Monarch's bloodline was special, and Shurfeng couldn't afford to reveal it casually. Arctic Bloodline, Special Bloodline, can be fused with a normal bloodline to produce a new bloodline. The resulting bloodline has one opportunity to evolve, and the evolution's benefits depend on the bloodline power the resulting bloodline has absorbed. The more bloodline power absorbed, the more benefits the resulting bloodline will provide. Can absorb a maximum of 100 bloodline power. Current bloodline power absorbed, 0 points. Warning: the resulting bloodline will automatically bind to the user after using the Arctic bloodline. It cannot be traded and can only be stored in the user's bag space. If the user dies, the bloodline will drop and be forever lost. System: do you wish to fuse with the Arctic bloodline? System: you have 1 hour to decide. If you fail to decide or refuse the fusion, the Arctic bloodline's power will be lost. Although Shurfeng trusted these players, he had no plans to inform them of the Arctic bloodline while the team rested. Shurfeng wandered off to find a place to sit. He then agreed to fuse with the Arctic bloodline. Chapter 2245, New Bloodline. The instant Shurfeng agreed to the fusion, the Arctic bloodline in his bag shot through his body and began to merge with the Dark Iron bloodline. Thus far, Shurfeng had been quite satisfied with the Dark Iron bloodline. Although it was only a basic bloodline, it was the perfect bloodline for melee classes, far more valuable to melee players than other basic bloodlines. In fact, Shurfeng wouldn't necessarily trade the Dark Iron bloodline for a bona fide advanced bloodline if given a chance. Compatibility was incredibly important, and the Dark Iron bloodline improved his compatibility with his melee skills. It was a rare attribute, although the Dark Iron bloodline's attribute panel didn't clearly outline how much the bloodline improved his compatibility. Shurfeng had discovered, through trial and error, that his bloodline improved his skill completion rates by roughly 2%, while 2% might not seem that high, and even some epic equipment could provide a similar bonus. Shurfeng's skill completion rate was already impressive. Shurfeng was very close to 100% skill completion rate with his Tier 2 skills. For any other player, the Dark Iron bloodline would likely increase their skill completion rate by more than just 2%. Even so, a 2% improvement was extremely valuable for Shurfeng. As God's Domain evolved into a more perfect game, higher-tiered skills and spells would become increasingly difficult to use properly. A player who had a 100% completion rate with their Tier 1 skills wouldn't be guaranteed to perform as well with Tier 2 to 6 skills and spells. Take Fire Dance, for example. When she had been a Tier 1 player, she had executed her Tier 1 skills with a 95% or higher completion rate. But after reaching Tier 2 in the Flowing Water realm, she barely achieved a 90% completion rate with her Tier 2 skills. If she wanted to increase her skill completion rate, she had to continue her training and find more inspiration in reality. Not even Domain Realm experts fared better than Refinement Realm experts with skill or spell completion rates. Completion rates depended on a player's physical control and their understanding of the skill or spell in question. Refinement Realm experts already had precise control of their bodies, and Domain Realm experts' physical control wasn't that much better. Domain Realm experts merely had superior perception. Sure, Feng only had such a high completion rate with his Tier 2 skills because he had already grown incredibly familiar with the various Tier 2 skills in God's domain. Not a single player in the game could compete with his experience in this regard. Moreover, the Dark Iron Bloodline would offer greater benefits as he continued to level up and reach higher tiers, particularly as he rose through the tiers. Although he had already absorbed the Dark Iron Bloodline, he couldn't yet fully exhibit the Bloodline's power. Bloodline's strength was simply too great for low-tiered players like him to tolerate. He could only unlock more of the Bloodline's abilities as he increased his tier. Otherwise, Bloodlines wouldn't have been as valuable as fragmented legendary and legendary items, becoming one of the best tools to support God's Domain's players as they became powerhouses as the Arctic Bloodline continued to fuse with the Dark Iron Bloodline. Sure, Feng felt an indescribable power spread throughout his body. This power felt violent and cold, the sensations mixing within him. If he hadn't deliberately concealed his aura with the Nightwalker's cape, Fire Dance, and the others would have sensed his transformation after 10 seconds. The turbulent power within Sure Feng had calmed. The moment it did, the crisp sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have successfully fused the Arctic Bloodline and Dark Iron Bloodline. The Frost Iron Bloodline has now bound with you. Eagerly, Sure Feng inspected the resulting bloodline. Frost Iron Bloodline, Fused Bloodline. Increases players' compatibility with melee skills and reaction speed. Mainly improves strength, followed by agility, endurance, vitality, and intelligence. Can absorb bloodline power to evolve once. The more bloodline power absorbed, the greater the evolution's effects will be. Can absorb up to 100 bloodline power. Currently absorb bloodline power, 0 points. So this is a fused bloodline. As he inspected the Frost Iron Bloodline's attributes, Sure Feng couldn't believe his eyes. He had assumed the fusion would only improve the Dark Iron Bloodline's inherent attributes, not birth an entirely new ability. The Frost Iron Bloodline could practically rival Advanced Bloodline Assault. The only real difference was the increased basic attributes. Fortunately, the missing basic attributes weren't that important to Sure Feng. He valued the Bloodline's ability far more. Especially the Frost Iron Bloodline's new ability. Increased reaction speed would be significantly help Happy Face. Players that improve reaction speed would be especially useful when fighting monsters. Unlike players, monsters' reaction speed continued to increase with their levels, which was why higher-level monsters were so difficult to deal with. Normally, the only way players could improve their reaction speed was by increasing their basic attributes and physique, but the resulting improvement would be minor. Meanwhile, weapons and equipment that increased reaction speed directly were painfully difficult to acquire. Now that the Frost Iron Bloodline could do just that, it was easily more valuable than the Advanced Bloodlines players could buy from the Divine Shrine. Amazing. Truly amazing. With this boost, my reaction speed is just as fast as true Tier 3 classes. Sure Feng was ecstatic when he sensed the change to his reaction speed. The Tier 3 promotion quest was far more difficult to complete than the Tier 2 version, and players' results would largely influence their future development. Sure Feng had hoped to obtain an Advanced Bloodline before Tier 3 promotion quest to increase his chances of securing a good result. After all, his Blade Saint class was one of God's Domain's 10 Great Saint legacies, and his promotion quest would be considerably more challenging than other classes. Now that he had the Frost Iron Bloodline, he was far more confident of clearing his Tier 3 promotion quest. If this bloodline is so powerful after the fusion, just how powerful will it become after evolving with 100 points of bloodline power? Anticipation overwhelmed Sure Feng as he read the bloodline's attribute panel. Again, to obtain bloodline power, players had to extract it from bloodline creatures or archaic species. Unfortunately, The former were incredibly rare in God's domain. It seems I'll have to find some time to explore the Thunder God's secret land. After giving the matter some thought, Feng decided that hunting in the Thunder God's secret land would be the most reliable way to collect bloodline power, although he knew where to find a few low-level bloodline creatures. The main god system wouldn't give him any chance to exploit such a loophole. His chances of extracting bloodline power from low-level bloodline creatures would be abysmal. To increase his chances, he had to hunt bloodline creatures in the Thunder God's secret land. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to gain access to the secret land. He would need an entry pass, and entering the secret land by himself wouldn't be efficient. He'd need to obtain enough entry passes for a group of players. As a result, Feng decided to prioritize Wing's development in the Sea of Death. However, he hadn't come to that decision simply because he wanted entry passes to the Thunder God's secret land. After level 100, the various major powers would turn their attention to the sea due to its many available resources, and if Wing wanted a cut of that pie, it would have to secure a foothold in the Sea of Death as soon as possible. Thinking up to this point, Feng's gaze drifted toward the bronze shop promotion order at his bag, his desire to upgrade the Wanderer's shop as soon as possible growing. The naval resources he obtained through his partnership with Phoenix Rain wouldn't be enough for Wing to establish itself in the Sea of Death, and Wing still had to deal with Starlink's harassment. Once the raid team had rested, Feng returned to White River City alongside his companions. Chapter 2246, Turmoil at Dragonheart City. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Hashes of light illuminated the teleportation hall as Feng's team returned to White River City. After Monarch raid, they had spent almost all of their stamina and concentration. Although they had rested in the purple frost field for some time, they were visibly exhausted. How strange. I understand back in the city, yet my stamina still feels like it's barely recovering. Aqua Rose muttered as she concentrated on her physical state. Fire Dance, Yin Tianxing, and the other Refinement Realm experts felt the same. Once players reached the Refinement Realm, they gained more precise control over their bodies, and when they lacked stamina, it subtly influenced their physical performance. Hence, Refinement Realm experts could sense how much stamina they had remaining based on their physical condition. Normally, players' stamina rapidly regenerated when they returned to a town or city, yet Aqua Rose and her companion's stamina had barely changed. Their stamina recovery rate was surprisingly slow. Don't worry about it. It's just the result of the power of frost that infected your bodies. Once the power of frost dissipates, you'll return to normal. Feng explained. Not only were high-level maps dangerous, but they also inflicted lasting negative effects on the players that dared to explore them. Even among high-level maps, the purple frost field was considered a special place. All forms of energy, with the exception of the power of frost, had been expelled from the map. Not only would players' stamina deplete far faster than usual if they remained in the map for a long time, but their stamina recovery rate would also be affected. Fighting a world boss like the Frost Monarch would only make their condition worse. In their current state, these players would need to rest in a city for at least 10 hours to recover fully. Doesn't that mean that we'll have to rest for a long time, unable to do much else? General Snow asked, frowning. She had just obtained a Frostbone Dragon, and she wanted to lead a team to grind field bosses in unexplored high-level maps as soon as possible to utilize this advantage and secure a large stock of high-level equipment. Wing's main force members had reached such a high level, but most of their weapons and equipment hadn't. If they had had up-to-date weapons and equipment in their competition with Starlink, securing their victory would have gone much smoother. But it can't be helped. High-level resource maps aren't like they were before. Feng responded with a shrug. Reaching level 100 in God's domain wasn't difficult. The true difficulty lay in obtaining top-tier weapons and equipment that corresponded with their levels. The Purple Frost Field was one of the best places to acquire top-tier level 90 equipment. Not only did the map have its own level 90 world boss, but it was also home to quite a few level 90-plus mythic bosses. Unfortunately, maps like the Purple Frost Field had their own form of special energy, so grinding for top-tier weapons and equipment was even harder than normal. In reality, the Purple Frost Field's harsh environment was gentle compared to the various maps available at that level. Some environments even affected players' physiques and basic attributes. This was also why the various minor powers and adventurer teams had survived in God's domain in Shurfeng's previous life. Grinding in these special maps for long periods was impossible due to their environments, and as a result, the various major powers hadn't been able to monopolize these maps' field bosses. To dominate these maps, God's domain's major powers would need a lot more manpower. This was precisely why Shurfeng wanted to develop the Azura Adventurer team, using it to attract more expert players. Although Zero Wing had an incredible main force, the guild's other teams lagged far behind them. Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's frowns deepened. This meant that their level and mount advantages weren't as great as they had thought. Forget about farming top-tier weapons and equipment for now. You should help our other members level up. Once the power of Frost effects wears off, you can organize teams to raid team dungeons and get our raiding progress up to speed, Shurfeng said, chuckling. Collecting a large stock of top-tier weapons and equipment wasn't a walk in the park. If it were, the various superpowers would have squashed the game's minor powers and adventurer teams. They wouldn't have poured so much attention into nurturing lifestyle players and grinding for resources. Either I'll do that, then. Gentle Snow felt helpless. She had no choice but to accept Shurfeng's suggestion and take things one step at a time. After their conversation, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose left the teleportation with the rest of Zero Wing's members. They planned to take the guild's members out to power level and high-level maps. Shurfeng, on the other hand, led Azura's members to the Candlelight trading firm and loaded them up with advanced mana armor kits, all-round devices, and other consumables that the trading firm only sold internally. He also instructed Melancholic Smile and her team to produce some resistance equipment for the adventurer team members to help them develop at a higher rate. Shurfeng then found a special forging room before using the Abyss Pendant to teleport to Dragonheart Island in the blink of an eye. Shurfeng appeared in an alleyway in Dragonheart City's outer area, but for some reason, Dragonheart City seemed livelier than during Shurfeng's last visit. Hardly any players had spent their time in the city's outer area before, but now he noticed a large number of players in this area of the city. Moreover, most of these players were neutral race players. Not human. Why are so many neutral players here? Shurfeng was astonished when he saw how many neutral players roamed the street. These neutral players were very high-leveled, with most of them at level 76 or higher. There were even quite a few level 78 players. Mainstream players had just reached level 72 and 73 at this stage of the game, so these neutral players' levels were surprising. Even most large guilds' peak experts had only just reached this level. Meanwhile, Dragonheart City was located in the Sea of Death's inner region, and the closest neutral city was very far away. There should only be a small number of neutral players that would bother traveling this far. Neutral experts weren't the only players in the city right now. There were also large crowds of experts from the various major powers, and many from second- and third-rate guilds. As Shurfeng observed the passing players, he noticed a familiar group. It was none other than Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who loved to vanish from the guild, and they seemed to be in the company of Melody and a few other Ninth Heaven members. Since Shurfeng was still disguised as Black Flame, Thoughtful Rain and her companions quickly recognized him. "Are you here, too, Big Brother Black Flame?" Blue Bamboo promptly walked up to Shurfeng as soon as she saw him. Guild leader Black Flame. The half-elf Melody greeted. "What, are you guys here?" Shurfeng asked, surprised. The fairy country, Melody's home country, was quite a distance away from Dragonheart Island. Traveling so far was a major challenge. "Oh, you don't know, Guild leader Black Flame?" Melody asked, giving Shurfeng an odd look. "No, what?" Shurfeng asked. "Were you here? Because we've received news that a pathway to the Western Continent has appeared in Dragonheart City. All of the various major powers are heading this way to test their luck and see if they can make it to the Western Continent," Melody explained. Chapter 2247. Wanderer's Shop promoted. A pathway to the Western Continent. Shurfeng was surprised to hear the news. God's domain consisted of two main continents, separated by a massive distance. Even with a flying mount, it would take several days to travel from one continent to the other. To make matters worse, one would encounter many level 180 and 200+ sea monsters and flying monsters, even after players reached Tier 3 during Feng's previous life. Very few people had been strong enough to travel between the continents normally. Players would have to rely on teleportation arrays or special paths that had survived since ancient times. Take Starlink, for example. The guild must have secured a teleportation array that only it, alone, knew of. However, Feng had never heard of a path leading to the western continent in Dragonheart City during his previous life. Feng was also certain this wasn't because of a weakness in his information network or his guild's inability to learn it. If a path had appeared in the middle of a city, it would have shaken every power on the continent. The current situation was the best proof of this. Guilds from the eastern continent's various kingdoms and empires were rushing to Dragonheart City after learning of the pathway. Even the various neutral powers were making the trip. It would be very difficult not to learn of this pathway's discovery. A pathway between the two main continents represented unimaginable opportunities and wealth. The two continents had different cultures and development goals, which was why neither Unyielding Heart nor Crimson Emperor was a match for Starlink's economic development. Not sure about the exact details. I came here with a friend who was trying to find out more about the situation. Melody explained. Big Brother Blackflame, why don't you come with us and take a look at this pathway? Rain and I have explored so many places, but we've never visited the western continent. Blue Bamboo invited Feng. My friend has been in Dragonheart City for quite some time now, so his connections and information network are quite impressive. I'm sure he'll find the facts soon, Melody said, nodding in agreement. She had considered inviting Feng to join them as well, but it wouldn't be proper to invite another guild leader without a good enough reason. Since Blue Bamboo had taken the initiative to invite him, she might as well go with the flow and use this opportunity to develop the relationship between Ninth Heaven and Zero Wing. Zero Wing had prospered lately, and because of that, the Death God Workshop had calmed quite a bit in the fairy country, allowing Ninth Heaven to develop peacefully. Since Feng clearly didn't know much about the western continent, she could use this opportunity to earn a favor. All right, but I have some matters to see to before I can join you, Feng said after giving the matter some thought. A pathway to the western continent was indeed a tempting issue. If he could visit the western continent this early, Zero Wing could gain access to endless wealth and resources. Since Melody was trying to do him a favor, likely to earn one back, he didn't mind taking advantage of this situation. That won't be a problem. In any case, my friend still needs some time to investigate. We'll be wandering around this area of the city in the meantime, Melody said. She secretly rejoiced when she heard Feng's answer. Zero Wing was already incredibly strong as a guild and was almost guaranteed to become a superpower in the future if Ninth Heaven could secure a close relationship with the guild now. Ninth Heaven would only benefit later once Feng and the others agreed on where to meet later. He hurried toward the Wanderer's shop due to news of the pathway. The street the Wanderer's shop occupied, which had been deserted during Feng's last visit, was crowded with players. Everyone was here to learn more about this mysterious path to the western continent. Although I'm surprised that someone has discovered the pathway, it has saved me a lot of trouble in luring customers to the shop with a quick glance. Feng realized that most of the players on the street were experts. These expert players were either from guilds or well-known adventurer teams. Naturally, they'd have stronger information networks than ordinary experts. Feng had been worried about how to lure in customers after upgrading the Wanderer's shop. Without enough customers, he wouldn't be able to sell the black market teleportation slots for a good price. But it seemed that he no longer had to worry about that. He immediately headed into his Wanderer's shop. The Wanderer's shop had a total of 3 floors, and the building itself was quite old. The items it currently sold were of little value as well. Not even ordinary players would be interested in these items, much less expert players. The only customers currently in the shop were NPCs, and when Feng checked the daily transaction volume, it was pitifully low. System: Bronze Shop Promotion Order detected. Do you wish to upgrade the Wanderer's shop? Upgrade. Feng chose to upgrade the shop without hesitation. The Bronze Shop Promotion Order, sitting in Feng's bag, transformed into particles of light and disappeared. As it did, the shop itself began to change. The changes were not visible from outside the shop, But internally, the Wanderer's shop underwent a metamorphosis. Although the shop's first floor still looked old and tattered, the system replaced the old, garbage items. Now, the shelves held magic tools that could even tempt expert players, including Tier 2 magic scrolls among the various new items. One stood out to Shattering, surprising him: the Spirit Stone. The Spirit Stone was a special type of gemstone, a consumable. It was incredibly rare, and when equipped, it would improve players' mana perception. That improved mana perception would be useless to physical class players, but to magical class players, the Spirit Stone was a priceless treasure. Their mana perception directly affected their spell completion rates. Unlike skills, casting a spell didn't rely on physical movement. Instead, it relied on players' control over mana. Naturally, a caster with stronger mana perception would have better control of their spells. Once God's Domain's magical class players discovered the Spirit Stone, they'd go crazy over it. However, when Shattering saw the Spirit Stone's price, he broke out in a cold sweat. Each Spirit Stone actually cost 400 ancient gold. The Spirit Stone was a consumable item and would vanish after 7 days of use. But even incredibly powerful experts would need several months to earn 400 ancient gold as expected of the black market. The prices are all fraudulent. Shattering realized that earning ancient gold through the Wanderer's shop alone wouldn't be as easy as he had hoped. Although the Wanderer's shop's merchandise was incredible, very few players would be able to afford any of Ida's for the black market teleportation slots. The 2-star shop would only sell 20 slots each day, and the minimum price for each slot was 200 ancient gold, 10% of which would go to the shop's owner. Even if all 20 sold for the minimum price, Shattering would earn 400 ancient gold from the Wanderer's shop each day. It was an absurd amount. Players would be lucky to earn 200 ancient gold from ordinary 2-star grocery stores or smithies each day. With the Wanderer's shop, on the other hand, a player could earn double that though the teleportation slots alone. And that was only the beginning. As the shop's traffic and transaction volume increased, more teleportation slots would become available for purchase, increasing the shop's total income. No wonder why the various superpowers were so desperate to own a Wanderer's shop. Every Wanderer's shop is a gold mine. The daily profit from one of these shops can rival 1/5 of the income from a newly captured fortress in the Gravity Mountain range. As Shattering browsed the shop's wares, he determined that he could earn 500 ancient gold per day if sales were good. Even the well-established first-rate powers in Dragonheart City only earned that much ancient gold per day. As for the Gravity Mountain range's fortresses, players couldn't just capture one on a whim. Unlike other fortresses, a power would need a large number of experts to garrison the Gravity Mountain range's fortresses long-term. Swarms of monsters would attack the fortresses every day, and the amount of manpower needed to run a fortress was no trivial matter. Not even ordinary superpowers would have the necessary strength to secure and profit from one of these fortresses. In comparison, the Wanderer's shop could generate 1/5 of a newly captured fortress's income without any risk. System: the Wanderer's shop has been upgraded. Do you wish to open it to the public? Chapter 2248, Blackheart Shop. Shattering immediately agreed to open the Wanderer's shop to the public after hearing the system notification. Although it was possible to hire more NPC staff and renovate the shop after the upgrade to 2-star status to lure in more customers, Shattering did not have the money to do so. He only had 1,000 ancient gold remaining, and every item and service in Dragonheart City cost ancient coins. Players even had to pay to enter the World Tower. To enter the World Tower's first floor, where the Gravity Mountain range was located, a team had to pay 5 ancient copper per player. If one wished to explore the World Tower's second floor, it would cost 1 ancient gold per player. Dining in Dragonheart City was also very expensive. However, it was an unavoidable expenditure, as the food and drink in Dragonheart City accelerated stamina and concentration regeneration, as well as expelling the otherworld energy that infected players' bodies, allowing players to re-enter the World Tower sooner. This was also why minor powers couldn't survive in Dragonheart City. Otherwise, the World Tower would have been crowded with players, since it was such a wonderful place to level up and obtain resources. Players wouldn't need to waste hours traveling to high-level maps, subjecting themselves to strange energy phone planned to bring Zero Wings members to develop in Dragonheart City in the near future. So he couldn't afford to waste money. Most importantly, he needed to pay 3,000 ancient gold once every 10 days to maintain the Wanderer's shop. It was best that the shop started conducting business as soon as possible. Shortly after the Wanderer's shop opened to the public, an NPC entered the shop to sell his item. Surprisingly enough, the NPC was selling a Tier 2 skill book. Unfortunately, his asking price was 60 ancient gold. Not long after this NPC entered the shop, players began to cross its threshold. These players had only intended to window shop, but once they saw the available merchandise, they froze, their feet glued to the ground. Crap. Isn't this a resurrection scroll? These are even rare in Empire's auction houses. The last one I saw even went for 200 gold, yet this place is only selling it for 50 gold. Take a closer look. It cost ancient gold, not normal gold. The players' eyes glowed with excitement when they saw the shop's merchandise, but once they saw the listed prices, that excitement vanished. Well-known adventure team experts like themselves could save up 50 gold, but even if they sold everything they had on them, they still wouldn't have 50 ancient gold yet. Every item in the Wanderer's shop cost ancient gold. When Shattering heard this, group cursed the Wanderer's shop for its Blackheart prices. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He had felt the same in the past. Despite being the guild leader of a second-rate guild, the Wanderer's shop's goods had been too expensive for him. Needless to say, adventurer team members wouldn't fare any better. Shattering then left the shop and hurried toward the agreed-upon meeting place to meet up with Melody and the others. Since the Wanderer's shop was now open for business, it would only be a matter of time before the various major powers in the city discovered it. He would not have to worry about the black market teleportation slot selling. He had also left 500 ancient gold with the shop and instructed its NPC staff to purchase epic materials. He decided to refuse NPC's other items since he couldn't afford them at the moment. He could only slowly accumulate ancient gold through the Wanderer's shop. After a few minutes, Shattering arrived at a bar in the city's inner area. The bar was called the Blue Rose, and as soon as he arrived, he discovered Melody's group happily chatting with a level 79 Tigerkin Berserker. Not only was this Tigerkin Berserker very high-leveled, but his equipment was also quite impressive. The Berserker currently wore the Raging Punishment set, a level 75 fine gold set equipment. His two-handed axe also gave off the glow effect unique to epic items. The wild and powerful aura he radiated was even powerful enough to deter first-rate guild's peak experts. Moreover, Shattering could tell he was a refinement realm expert by the Tigerkin's movements. The Tigerkin Berserker's strength was even stronger than Melody. "Big brother Black Flame, have you settled your affairs?" Blue Bamboo asked when she saw Shattering enter the bar. They're done." Shattering nodded. Yuri, just in time. "Here, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Swimming Dragon. He's the commander of the Dragon Riders adventurer team," Melody said. She then turned to Swimming Dragon and continued. "This is Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame. So you're that famous Sword King." Swimming Dragon looked at Shattering in surprise, as Dragon Riders mainly operated on Dragonheart Island. Swimming Dragon was not particularly familiar with guilds and experts outside of his home base. However, the top 50 experts on the God's Domain experts list were a different story. Furthermore, Shattering's rank had recently risen on the experts list. In the latest issue, Shattering had been ranked 14th. The man was difficult to miss, although the God's Domain experts list was not a clear indicator of an expert's strength. Those who could earn a high rank were definitely extraordinary. However, Shattering didn't seem any different than an average person as he sat before Swimming Dragon. If not for Melody's introduction, he might have dismissed the guild leader as an ordinary player. He couldn't sense the imposing aura that was typical of powerhouses. In fact, Shattering's aura felt quite weak. "Hello," Shattering replied with a slight nod. After a brief introduction, Swimming Dragon informed the group of what he had learned about the pathway to the Western continent. However, to everyone's disappointment, the pathway didn't actually exist. Players had simply discovered a King-class sea monster a short distance away from Dragonheart Island. Based on what the various superpowers had discovered, this monster had a chance of dropping a teleportation stone that could transport players to the western continent of various superpowers had only spread the news because of how powerful the King-class sea monster was. There was also a group of powerful sea monsters protecting this King-class, and it would take more than 2 superpowers to take the King-class sea monster down. Hence, the various superpowers intended to use the various major powers' strength for the raid when they found this out. The various naval powers that had gathered in Dragonheart City hurried toward the island nearest to the King-class sea monster. They would begin the raid once they had enough overall combat. Power Swimming Dragon had voiced his intentions to join the raid to see if he could get a piece of the pie. Melody's group was interested in taking a look as well. Naturally, Surephone wouldn't refuse this opportunity and decided to travel to the island with Swimming Dragon and the others. There are so many people here. Blue Bamboo was astonished when she saw the number of ships in the port. There were usually plenty of ships in Dragonheart City's port, but right now, there were at least 10 times more ships than normal. Just leaving the port was a challenge. It will take too long to get to Tranquil Mine Island by ship. Dragonheart City has a specialized transport ship that travels to that island. The trip will be easier if we take the transport ship, Swimming Dragon said. Previously, I've already asked someone to purchase our tickets. We can just get on board the transport ship directly. After saying so, Swimming Dragon led Surephone and the others to the transport ship's dock. Players crowded around the dock transport ship, everyone waiting to board. With no other choice, Surephone and his latest companions patiently waited in line. After waiting for more than half an hour, it had come time for Surefang's group to board the ship, but suddenly, two burly men approached them. One of these players was level 78, while the other was level 79. When the surrounding players saw these men, they promptly stepped out of the way and did their best to avoid meeting their eyes. Both of these experts possess powerful backgrounds in Dragonheart City, and ordinary experts wouldn't dare provoke them swimming. I've heard you've purchased tickets to board the ship. Give them to me. I'm in a rush, the level 78 shield warrior said, grinning at Swimming Dragon. Relax. I won't just take advantage of you. I'll pay the favor back later. You're too late, Iron Hand. I've already given my tickets away, Swimming Dragon said, shaking his head. Does that matter? People are easy to replace. Tell me who they are, and I'll negotiate with them. I'm sure they'll gladly agree to give me their tickets, the shield warrior named Iron Hand said, laughing. Chapter 2249, Stormy Situation. Swimming Dragon's expression darkened at Iron Hand's words. Stop messing around. Iron Hand, the Dragon Riders Adventurer team, is working under Heaven's Blade. Swimming Dragon warned the shield warrior. Iron Hand was nobody of significance. Like Swimming Dragon, Iron Hand was only a refinement realm expert. However, the Nine Snakes Adventurer team stood behind the man. Plenty of powers operated on Dragonheart Island, and the various adventurer teams ruled over a significant portion. Naturally, the island's top 10 adventurer teams led the way. These 10 adventurer teams were extremely powerful and had support from various corporations. They walked the path of the elite and had a large number of capable experts. In terms of strength, these top 10 adventurer teams were even stronger than the various first-rate guilds on Dragonheart Island. Meanwhile, Nine Snakes was one of the top 10 adventurer teams due to Nine Snakes' position on Dragonheart Island. The adventurer team's members were particularly arrogant. Unfortunately, very few players and powers had the strength to put Nine Snakes in its place. As a result, most of the adventurer teams and independent players on Dragonheart Island tried to avoid Nine Snakes members as much as possible. The Sea of Death situation wasn't like that of the main continent. Not only was the competition here extremely intense, but the consequences for dying were also more severe. On land, players would only lose a piece of equipment and a level if they were killed. Out at sea, however, one would lose a ship. These ships were the key to naval players' survival. Without a ship, naval players' development would stagnate, of course. As Dragon Riders was a well-known adventurer team as well, it had caught the eye of many powerful adventurer teams. As a result, Dragon Riders could ally itself with one of these adventurer teams for protection. The adventurer team Dragon Riders had chosen to ally with was none other than the Heaven's Blade adventurer team like Nine Snakes. Heaven's Blade was also one of the top 10 adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island. You think Heaven's Blade, is that awesome? Do you know who this expert beside me is? Iron Hand asked, sneering. This is the Warblood adventurer team's newly promoted team leader, Snowy Afterglow. He's that genius from Warblood? Swimming Dragon's expression turned serious as he looked at the slightly arrogant-looking level 79 Berserker youth. Beside Iron Hand, practically every adventurer team on Dragonheart Island knew the name Snowy Afterglow. The man had become one of Warblood adventurer team's team leaders despite being only 22 years old. Warblood was the third-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, and overall, it was even stronger than Nine Snakes and Heaven's Blade. In fact, the two adventurer teams combined might not be a match for Warblood. It was no exaggeration to say that Warblood was half as strong as a superpower. Of course, one had to be a peak expert to become one of its team leaders. That's right, and we're in a hurry. We don't have time to waste with you. Iron Hand snapped, annoyed. His gaze then shifted to Sherfone and the others before he said, I've never seen you before. You guys must be Swimming Dragon's friends, right? I_L gets straight to the point. Give me 2 of your tickets. If anyone tries to give you a hard time on Dragonheart Island, you can give them our names. After all was said and done, Swimming Dragon commanded Dragon Riders, one of Heaven's Blade's subordinate adventurer teams, so Iron Hand couldn't take his ticket from him. However, he shouldn't have any problems taking one of his companions' tickets. When the nearby players heard Iron Hand's demand, they gave Feng's group envious looks. Earning Iron Hand's favor was worth the price of a ticket. Not to mention Snow Afterglows. PvP was more common in the Sea of Death than it was on the main continent, and without sufficient strength, surviving here would be impossible. If one were protected by a VIP like Iron Hand or Snowy Afterglow, they could develop on Dragonheart Island without worry. The only problem was the blow one would suffer to their reputation by conceding their tickets. Unfortunately, there wasn't much Swimming Dragon could say against it. It might not have been an issue if Iron Hand had been alone, but he couldn't afford to offend Snowy Afterglow. Heaven's Blade might not protect him from the young man, however. Melody and the others were his friends, and he couldn't let someone bully them out of their tickets as Swimming Dragon was about to offer his own ticket. Sherfone, who had been silent throughout the conversation, opened his mouth and snarled, Scram. With one word, silence fell over the area. Even the adventurer team expert players who hadn't been paying attention, happy chatting among themselves, stopped and turned toward Sherfone. This situation was simply too shocking to ignore. Has this guy lost his mind? Based on his looks, he must be new to Dragonheart City. He probably doesn't know who Snowy Afterglow is. The various adventure team players were already used to the arrogance Nine Snakes members displayed. Moreover, Nine Snakes' influence on Dragonheart Island had been growing stronger recently. Anyone with more than half a brain would avoid picking a fight over such a small issue, and yet, someone had actually dared to provoke a Nine Snakes member. This was the first time anything like this had occurred on Dragonheart Island. Furthermore, Iron Hand was accompanied by one of Warblood's newest team leaders. By disrespecting both Iron Hand and Snowy Afterglow, Sherfone had practically sacrificed his development on Dragonheart Island, and in the Sea of Death, Sherfang's response even stunned Iron Hand for a moment. After snapping out his daze, Iron Hand coldly asked, Are you looking to die? What? You want to try me? Sherfone shot back, smirking at Iron Hand. Good. I'll remember you. Iron Hand growled as he glared at Sherfone. Strangely calm, the two experts left. However, none of the watching players were surprised by Iron Hand's reaction. They were still in Dragonheart City, and anyone that tried to assault another player was simply suicidal. Not event the Warblood adventurer team would dare attack another player inside the city. There wasn't a single power in the game that could contend with the NPC soldiers that patrolled this city. That guy is dead for sure. His life in the Sea of Death is likely over now. Not even Swimming Dragon can protect him. Regardless, it was awesome to see Iron Hand so pissed. Many of the expert players on the docks flashed Sherfone pitying looks. There would now be bad blood between Sherfone and the Nine Snakes adventure team, and Nine Snakes members were well known for seeking vengeance for the smallest insult. Iron Hand definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. While the crowd quietly discussed the disruption, Sherfang's group boarded the transport ship without any more interruptions. They then made their way toward Tranquil land, as this was the first time they had boarded a transport ship. Blue Bamboo and Thoughtful Rain were surprised by the ship's size. The transport ship was almost as large as a destroyer in the real world, with a total of 4 floors. It was considerably larger than God's Domain sailboats. There were even break rooms on the ship, which would accelerate players' stamina and concentration recovery. No other ship had this ability. Moreover, the transport ship was very fast, even faster than a bronze speedboat. It was the ideal ship for most players who wish to develop out. It seats a pity that only NPCs can own transport ships. If players like us could own one, we wouldn't have to worry about our development at sea, Thoughtful Rain said. When she had inspected the break room's effects, she had discovered that time flowed differently in these rooms. The time in the break rooms passed as quickly as it did in the real world, which meant that the travel time players experienced would be halved while they rested. They wouldn't have to be bored or irritated that the journey took so long. Transport ships. Huh? When Sherfong heard Thoughtful Rain's comment, he remembered a shipyard in Dragonheart City. It was a large shipyard that was capable of producing a unique transport ship. Although that ship wouldn't be as powerful as the transport ship they currently rode, it had a transport ship's basic functions. Back when player-owned transport ships had emerged in the past, it had caused quite a commotion among the various naval powers. Players had only discovered which shipyard had been responsible for these transport ships after in-depth investigations. However, a superpower had long since purchased the large shipyard in question. By then, players had only started developing on Dragonheart Island, and the shipyards here were still extremely expensive. Even the cheapest shipyard cost 80,000 ancient gold, a price only superpowers could afford. However, the various superpowers were busy contesting over Dragonheart City's shops. They had no time to pay attention to these shipyards. If Sherfong could purchase the large shipyard in question early on, not only would it generate a significant amount of wealth, but it would also drastically increase Zero Wing's naval strength. While Sherfong pondered over how to earn a large sum of ancient gold as quickly as possible, Swimming Dragon approached with a worried expression. Guild leader Blackflame. 9 Snakes. The adventurer team Iron Hand that belongs to is one of the local tyrants on Dragonheart Island. I don't think we should participate in the joint sea monster raid near Tranquil Mine Island. 9 Snakes will definitely try to pull something to punish us, Swimming Dragon said. Although Swimming Dragon knew that Sherfong was very powerful, they were in the Sea of Death. The rules here were drastically different than those on land. Otherwise, the various adventurer teams wouldn't have been able to secure territory on Dragonheart Island despite so many superpowers present. Relax. I know what I'm doing, Sherfong said, chuckling. He did not bother to explain further. Swimming Dragon sighed inwardly. He thought that Sherfong was acting a little too full of himself. He simply didn't know how powerful naval adventurer teams were. After a little over 2 hours, the transport ship finally docked on Tranquil Mine Island. A thick layer of dark fog enveloped Tranquil Mine Island, and other than the port, a ghostly atmosphere devoured the island. Once players set foot on the island, they'd succumb to a chill, and their reaction speeds would significantly decrease. Players could even freeze to death if they lingered for too long on the island. This was practically an island of death. However, the port was full of bronze and mysterious iron speedboats. There were even a few sailboats here. The scene was even grander than in Dragonheart City's port. Shortly after the transport ship docked, and just as Sherfong and the others were about to step onto the wooden platform, they discovered a group of players before the transport ship. Every one of these players emitted a dense, killing intent, and a few of them had already reached level 80. Even an expert like Swimming Dragon was afraid as he felt these players' dangerous auras washed over him. Meanwhile, 2 familiar figures led this group of experts, and they were none other than Iron Hand and Snowy Afterglow Brat. You were quite bold earlier. Would you dare repeat yourself now? Iron Hand demanded, sneering at Sherfong. Chapter 2250. A person you shouldn't provoke. When the players on the transport ship saw the small fleet surround them, they couldn't help but grow nervous. Combat was a daily occurrence for Dragonheart Island's players, whether it be against sea monsters or players. Although large-scale naval PvP was common as well, none of those battles had involved a fleet as powerful as the one around the transport ship. Over 20 speedboats had the larger ship surrounded, 8 of which were bronze speedboats, and one was Mysterious Iron Rank 9 Snake's grand display of strength even surprised the other powers on Tranquil Mine Island, not to mention the players aboard the transport ship. These powers' upper echelons immediately ordered an investigation into this matter-weary doomed. Swimming Dragon stared at Nine Snake's fleet with a grim expression. He hadn't expected Iron Hand to be so vicious. An ordinary adventurer team would be fortunate to have a single advanced speedboat in their fleet. The Dragon Riders were lucky enough to have 2 bronze speedboats, which were the reason that the adventurer team had become quite famous and gained some influence on Dragonheart Island yet. The Nine Snakes adventurer team had dispatched a Mysterious Iron Rank and 8 bronze rank speedboats. Even if they could sprout wings and fly, they wouldn't escape Nine Snakes' encirclement. Unlike on land, there wasn't anywhere players could flee to at sea, especially when they were surrounded by a powerful enemy. Even if they had a bronze speedboat on their side, escape would be impossible. Are we in trouble, Big Brother Dragon? Blue Bamboo asked curiously. Since she was not familiar with naval players' ways, she didn't understand why everyone seemed so nervous about the few speedboats around them. Trouble is an understatement, Swimming Dragon replied, gesturing to an elementalist aboard Nine Snakes' Mysterious Iron speedboat with a bitter smile. This elementalist was clad in pitch-black robes and wore a silver mask. If we only had a face Iron Hand, I could find a way out of this, but that is Nine Snakes' vice commander, Undefeated Star. He used to be the 9-star family's vice guild leader, but he left the super first-rate guild a few years ago for some unknown reason and joined Nine Snakes. He is also one of the few naval legacy holders in the Sea of Death. Countless seafaring players dreamed of obtaining a naval legacy. Naval legacies might not be of much help, or any, to players on land, but they could help a seafaring player become an overlord on the open water. Picking a fight with a naval legacy holder at sea was suicidal. After listening to Swimming Dragon's explanation, the other players on the transport ship turned to Shattering. Sure enough, the Nine Snakes adventurer team really shouldn't be provoked. That guy might have enjoyed a moment of glory, but now he'll pay for it. I hadn't thought that Nine Snakes would respond so ruthlessly. Even Undefeated Star is here. Friend, Undefeated Star is vicious. It's best if you apologize. Otherwise, they might hunt you down and kill you back to level 0. I've heard that Undefeated Star has a special tool that can double the death penalty, and Nine Snakes has quite a few expert trackers. Another adventurer team's commander had provoked Undefeated Star not that long ago and lost over 10 levels as a result. That commander had no choice but to lead his adventurer team away from the Sea of Death. Many of the players on the transport ship pitted Shattering. If he hadn't acted so rashly earlier, he wouldn't be in this situation. Some kind-hearted players even offered him advice. Being able to mingle on Dragonheart Island was already proof of one's strength, and everyone present knew how difficult it was to reach this point in the game. Losing 10 levels would be more than enough to despair over, not to mention dying back to level 0. Punk, if you accept your death and obediently hand over all of your equipment, we might consider letting the insult slide. Iron Hand shouted, "It's only a ship ticket, Iron Hand. Do you really have to make such a fuss over this?" Swimming Dragon pleaded through gritted teeth, stepping forward. "Will you let me apologize for my friend?" "Why would I want an apology?" Iron Hand snapped, disgusted. "I had to mobilize Nine Snakes' Mysterious Iron speedboat just to get to Tranquil Mine Island. Do you really think an apology can make up for that? I know you're a righteous person, Swimming Dragon, but your friend has disrespected our adventurer team. Do you think we can let him get away with that without paying a price?" Undefeated Star asked Swimming Dragon before shifting his gaze towards Shattering. "What do you want?" Shattering asked Neil, "Apologize to my friend and offer 1,000 ancient gold as compensation. Do that, and we'll consider this matter settled." Undefeated Star said as he gestured to Snowy Afterglow, who stood beside him. 1,000 ancient gold. Nine Snakes really is ruthless. An ordinary adventurer team on Dragonheart Island would be lucky to have a few dozen ancient gold. I'm not sure even well-known adventurer teams can fork out 1,000 ancient gold. Many of the spectating players gasped when they heard Undefeated Star's demands. Every player on Dragonheart Island knew how difficult it was to acquire ancient gold coins, Yet Undefeated Star demanded 1,000 ancient gold as compensation, in addition to an apology. Undefeated Star was practically shoving Sure Fong toward his Dumai ascent, this going a little too far. Vice Commander Star, my Dragon Riders adventurer team is working under Heaven's Blade. I hope that you will consider taking a step back out of respect for Heaven's Blade. Swimming Dragon tried to reason with the man against Swimming Dragon, hoped that he could convince Undefeated Star to back off by dropping Heaven's Blade's name. Heaven's Blade was the 5th-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, a rank higher than Nine Snakes. If Heaven's Blade found out that Nine Snakes refused to show respect, the larger adventurer team would take action. Yuri so brave to negotiate with Brother Star, Swimming Dragon. Not even Heaven's Blade's vice commanders would dare to speak to him that way. Iron Hand said, sneering at Swimming Dragon. Of course, if Commanders Vi were here, it might be a different story. Heaven's Blade had 4 vice commanders, but none of them was a match for Undefeated Star. Only Zvi, Heaven's Blade's commander, could suppress him. Swimming Dragon couldn't think of a response. He simply wasn't important enough to ask for help from Heaven's Blade's vice commanders, much less from Commander Zvi. Since Nine Snakes' Undefeated Star has spoken, that guy can only pay his due. I know some people are strong enough to save him, but those powerhouses don't just show up to help anyone. None of the spectators found anything wrong with Iron Hand's statement. It was true that Swimming Dragon didn't qualify to negotiate with Undefeated Star. In fact, if Undefeated Star was in a foul mood, he might decide to take out Swimming Dragon along with Sure Fong. I don't know who you are, punk, but you should be careful of who you provoke in the Sea of Death, Iron Hand said, smirking at Sure Fong. Well, hurry up and apologize to Brother Afterglow. The moment Iron Hand finished speaking, a blue sword light shot toward him. Instinctively, he tried to defend himself, but the attack had been too fast. The sword light had sliced through him, devouring all of his HP. Iron Hand tried to speak, but his vision had already darkened, and his body fell to the deck of the ship. His corpse then transformed into particles of light and left behind a piece of equipment. What incredible attack speed! Shocked by the abrupt attack speed, the watching crowd gasped almost as one. They all turned toward the attack's origin. To their surprise, the attacker was none other than Sure Fong, the player who had dared to provoke the Nine Snakes adventurer team. Just who are you? Undefeated Star watched Sure Fong carefully after Iron Hand's body had vanished. A person you shouldn't provoke, Sure Fong said, chuckling as he sheathed Killing Ray and stared back at Undefeated Star. Chapter 22:51 Fury. Silence fell over the area after Iron Hand's death, and everyone stared at Sure Fong. In shock's dead? Swimming Dragon muttered, utterly stupefied after watching Iron Hand's body transform into particles of light and disappear. However, he wasn't just shocked that Iron Hand hadn't responded to the attack in time to save himself and died instantly as a result. Rather, Sure Feng's decisiveness astounded him. Swimming Dragon had known that Sure Feng wouldn't tolerate humiliation, especially since Zero Wing had become a pseudo-super first-rate guild. As Zero Wing's guild leader, Sure Feng was like a king. If he weren't, Melody wouldn't be working so hard to strengthen her relationship with him. However, Zero Wing might be Starmoon Kingdom's absolute overlord, but there were plenty of overlords on Dragonheart Island. The weakest guilds on the island was a first-rate guilds, and even they had to show Nine Snakes respect. The adventurer team was simply that powerful. This was also why Swimming Dragon had been trying to ease the tension between Sure Feng and Nine Snakes. Yet all of his efforts were for nothing. Not only had Sure Feng slain Iron Hand, but he had spoken so arrogantly to Undefeated Star in front of a large crowd. It was akin to a slap in the face. Powers like Nine Snakes, which prioritized their reputations, wouldn't take this insult lying down. We're truly doomed now. Swimming Dragon couldn't help his bitter smile when he saw Undefeated Star's ashen complexion. Undefeated Star was one of the top-ranked experts on Dragonheart Island. Moreover, he was accompanied by a squad of powerful bodyguards, all of which carried a special item that allowed them to form a specific magic array. This magic array would massively boost these bodyguards' strength when they were on the open ocean. Every one of these bodyguards was like a humanoid sea monster when the array was active. Because of this, very few people dared to disrespect Undefeated Star. Even Heaven's Blade's vice commanders treated the man with respect. You are the first person to speak to me in such a way in the Sea of Death, Undefeated Star said, staring at Sure Feng like he was a dead man walking. Let's see whether or not I can afford to provoke you. Wolf, I want him to suffer 100 deaths today. Every one of Undefeated Star's last few words have been spoken in an incredibly chilling tone. Even unrelated players shuddered when they heard it understood. A man named Devouring Wolf, who stood beside Undefeated Star, replied Devouring Wolf, then led the dozen or so bodyguards in a charge against Sure Feng. Not only were these bodyguards all level 79, but they were also experts that had followed Undefeated Star when he had left the 9 Stars family, giving up his position as Vice Guild leader. Every one of them was a veteran refinement realm expert. As these bodyguards approached Sure Feng, magic runes began to appear on their bodies. At the same time, a gigantic magic array, covering a 300-yard radius, appeared in the sky above them. As the array manifested, the bodyguards' basic attributes began to rise. Their auras also underwent a tremendous transformation. Now, they felt more like ancient sea monsters rather than human players. Careful. Their basic attributes are higher than a great lords of the same level while they're in the magic array. You can't face them head-on. Swimming Dragon hurriedly warned Sure Feng. Thanks. Sure Feng responded to Swimming Dragon's warning with a light nod. So, what if you know about the magic array? You might be able to avoid a fight with one of us, but can you avoid us all? Devouring Wolf, the bodyguard's leader, asked disdainfully. Devouring Wolf swung his battle axe at Sure Feng, and the weapon's strength was even high enough to warp space around it. However, before the battle axe could come anywhere near Sure Feng, the swordsman used Killing Ray to deflect the attack. The moment the sword and axe collided, an intense shockwave shook the player's surroundings. The clash of metal echoed throughout the magic array. Surprisingly, Sure Feng didn't stumble backward after the exchange, yet Devouring Wolf's expression changed, as if he had just seen a ghost. How is his strength so high? Shock and confusion filled Devouring Wolf's mind as he glanced down at his trembling arms and the 1,000+ HP he had just lost. He was as strong as a sea monster while the magic array affected him. He even had enough strength to frighten a peak MT. However, when his axe had met Sure Feng's sword, he had actually taken damage. Swimming Dragon gaped at the two fighting players. Devouring Wolf wore even better equipment than he did, and while the magic array affected the bodyguard, even he'd have to activate a berserk skill to match Devouring Wolf's strength. However, Devouring Wolf had taken damage after charging at Sure Feng. Not bad. I can see why Nine Snakes has become one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, Sure Feng said, chuckling at Devouring Wolf's frightened expression. Now that you've attacked me, I should return the favor. Sure Feng then swung Twilight Blade. A sword light sliced at Devouring Wolf, and although he had seen it coming, he hadn't been able to keep up with the attack speed, no matter how hard he tried to block it with his axe. In the end, Devouring Wolf could only watch as the sword light passed through his body. His HP then plummeted, only stopping after it had hit 0. A moment later, Devouring Wolf's vision faded to black, and his body collapsed to the deck of the transport ship. Devouring Wolf was dead. Despite their many years of combat experience, Undefeated Star's other bodyguards were stunned when they saw this. For a moment, they even forgot to surround and attack Sure Feng. However, Sure Feng did not wait for these players to recover from their daze, and he charged forward Shadow Blade. Immediately, 10 sword lights flew at the remaining bodyguards. After acquiring the Arctic Bloodline, Sure Feng had practically become a Tier 3 player. He only lacked the ability to use Tier 3 skills. The difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3 players was even larger than the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2. The most obvious difference was the player's reaction speed. It was no longer a gap that could be shortened through basic attributes. Every one of Undefeated Star's bodyguards died in less than 20 seconds, and as a result, the magic array vanished. The only evidence that they had been here was the several equipment pieces they had left behind. Vice Commander Star, do you still think you can afford to provoke me? Sure Feng calmly asked as he sheathed his swords. Chapter 2252, shocking Tranquil Mine Island. Sure Feng's words, combined with the fact that all of Undefeated Star's bodyguards were now dead, stunned the spectating players. They had ridiculed him for his ignorance and arrogance. Yet now, they were silent, staring at Sure Feng as if he were a frightening monster on the other hand. Swimming Dragon's eyes were so wide they might fall from their sockets. Staring at Sure Feng, Swimming Dragon unconsciously muttered to himself, "Isn't he a little too strong?" Although Swimming Dragon had known that Sure Feng was extraordinarily strong, he hadn't dreamed that the swordsman was this powerful. Swimming Dragon had seen many peak experts before, but the difference between them and Sure Feng was like the difference between heaven and earth. If he hadn't known that Undefeated Star's bodyguards had been trying to kill Sure Feng, he would have suspected that they had been putting on a play, with Sure Feng as the hero. Those bodyguards' basic attributes were monstrous, and their combat standards were no weaker than his. Even Vi, Heaven's Blade Commander, would have to retreat from Undefeated Star's bodyguards if they ganged up on him. None of those players feared death, and they were more than willing to disregard their defense to go blow for blow with their opponents like lunatics. However, those bodyguards had been as weak as toddlers before Sure Feng. The swordsman had only needed one hit to kill each of those players. He had acted as if that fight had been nothing more than a walk in the park. Sure Feng's strength was simply inhuman. Swimming Dragon couldn't help but turn toward Melody, who stood beside him. He had wondered why she and her companions had tolerated Sure Feng's rash actions. Their opponent was Nine Snakes, one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams. But after this latest display, it seemed they didn't have to worry about dissuading Sure Feng. What Swimming Dragon didn't realize, however, was that Melody and her companions were just as shocked as he was. Of course, they had been confident in Sure Feng's prowess, not worried that he'd have issues when dealing with Nine Snakes. Even if Nine Snakes were Dragonheart Island's local tyrant, the adventurer team wouldn't find a domain realm expert like Sure Feng easy to deal with. Even if the swordsman weren't a match for Nine Snakes, he was more than capable of evading their grasp. Only Melody and the others hadn't thought that Sure Feng would be this strong, even able to kill strengthened refinement realm experts without activating a berserk skill. Sure Feng's basic attributes were simply heaven-defying. It seems you're not all talk after all, Undefeated Star said suddenly, laughing. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Undefeated Star had remained calm, even after watching his bodyguards die. However, this isn't some competition. You might be able to deal with a dozen or so players, but do you think your basic attributes can outmatch players with active berserk skills? If I send expert group after expert group to attack you, how long do you think you'll last? Moreover, we're on an island right now, surrounded by the sea. Don't think you can escape me. As soon as Undefeated Star finished speaking, another group of a dozen or so players stepped forward, sneering. Sure Feng, their combat standards might not be as high as the bodyguards, but their equipment was just as high quality. Moreover, every one of them possessed berserk skills. If they activated their berserk skills, their basic attributes would be even higher than the bodyguards, who had been strengthened by the magic array crap. Undefeated Stars aiming for a rotational battle. Swimming Dragon's expression darkened. Sure Feng's strength was shocking, but they were still out at sea. These players didn't fight like those on land and land. One could simply flee from an opponent with an active berserk skill, waiting until the duration ended, but an island was only so large. Where could players possibly run to? Moreover, Sure Feng was greatly outnumbered. Even if he activated his own berserk skill and widened the gap in basic attributes, Undefeated Star subordinates could take their time, dragging the fight out and waiting for Sure Feng's berserk skill to end. Once it did, hundreds of experts with berserk skills would besiege Sure Feng. You're really quite brave to insist on provoking me. Unfortunately, you simply don't know how foolish it is to make me your enemy at sea, Undefeated Star said, glaring at Sure Feng. However, he did not hurry to order an attack. He enjoyed seeing his opponent's despair before him. The stronger his opponent was, the more pleasure he'd get from seeing their anguish. Are you not afraid that I'll kill you before my berserk skill ends? Sure Feng asked. Curious berserk skills had short durations, but Undefeated Star only had so many players. Sure Feng only counted 100 or so Nine Snakes members. If he activated his Berserk skill, he could easily take these players out within a few minutes. You think our adventurer team has so few members on this island? Punk? A bald man beside Undefeated Star spoke up, laughing. Dragonheart Island's various major powers have dispatched several hundred players to Tranquil Mine Island to raid the King-class sea monster. Some of them have sent over 1,000 members. How many players do you think Nine Snakes, an adventurer team famed for its high member count, has sent? Moreover, everyone knows that 13 Thrones, a bona fide super guild, backs Nine Snakes. Do you really think you could take on 13 Thrones? None of the watching experts commented on the bald man's statement. What he had said was true, after all. 13 Thrones support was the reason that so many major powers feared Nine Snakes, allowing the adventurer team to develop as rapidly as it had 13 Thrones. The revelation surprised Sure Foam slightly. What? Afraid now, Punk? Undefeated Star chuckled when he saw the change in Sure Feng's expression. Unfortunately for you, it is too late for regrets. Nine Snakes members aren't the only ones on their way. 13 Thrones experts are almost here. How long do you think you can evade us all? This latest information made Melody and her companions nervous. Nine Snakes was enough trouble on its own. They had never thought that the adventurer team had the support of a super guild. This mess had really blown out of proportion. God's domain only had a small number of super guilds, and every one of them was an overlord. Ordinary superpowers simply couldn't compare guild leader Blackflame. You should leave. We'll figure out a way to stop them. If we wait until their reinforcements arrive, it will be too late to escape. Melody said in the team chat as she disembarked from the transport ship. Sure Foam was Zero Wing's guild leader and the main reason for the guild's success. He couldn't afford to let other players kill him. If that happened and word spread, Zero Wing's reputation would take a massive hit. Moreover, she was responsible for inviting Sure Foam on this trip, so it was imperative that she keep him safe. Thoughtful Rain also nodded her agreement. Following Melody, as she approached Sure Foam as the two women reached Sure Feng's side, a large group of players emerged from the island's forest. This group was comprised of 9 Snakes and 13 Thrones members, led by a savage man. This man was none other than 9 Snakes commander, Half-Step Victor Crap. How is this possible? Why is a VIP like him here? Swimming Dragon stared at Half-Step Victor in shock. Unable to believe his eyes, how did they get here so soon? Melody's anxiety spiked as she watched reinforcements arrive. You're really unlucky, Punk. Undefeated Star smiled when he saw Half-Step Victor's figure. If you have any last words, now's the time to speak up. When the spectating experts saw Half-Step Victor, they shook their heads and sighed. That man was a VIP that could shake Dragonheart Island with a stomp of his foot, and now that he was here, Sure Feng's fate was sealed. However, while Undefeated Star and his companions basked in their assumed victory, a rugged voice echoed across the port star. Get over here this instant. Chapter 2253, Bigshot. Half-Step Victor's arrival alone had surprised the various experts in the port, but when they heard what he had to say upon his arrival, they were utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? As one of the top 10 adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island, 9 Snakes was even stronger than some of the first-rate guilds in the area. It was no exaggeration to say that 9 Snakes was only inferior to Dragonheart Island's superpowers. Half-Step Victor was resoundingly famous on Dragonheart Island for his numerous victories on the battlefield. He had earned the nickname Iron-Blooded Berserker and was one of the island's publicly acknowledged top 10 berserkers. Plenty of superpowers had focused their attention on Dragonheart Island, and they had countless experts under their command. It was easy to imagine how powerful Half-Step Victor was to rank among the top 10. Despite such impressive competition, when such a big shot had arrived, the crowd had immediately assumed that Sure Foam was a dead man unexpectedly. However, Half-Step Victor had disregarded Sure Foam, yelling at his own vice commander instead. Based on a man's tone, he clearly wasn't pleased with Undefeated Star's latest behavior. Even 9 Snakes members were stunned. You called for me, Commander? Undefeated Star approached Half-Step Victor, confused. He had no idea what was happening. Either order your men to pull back immediately. Half-Step Victor snarled, glaring at Undefeated Star. But, Commander, we haven't taught that punk a lesson yet. Undefeated Star quickly insisted. We invited Snowy Afterglow to further our relationship with Warblood, yet that punk dared to disrespect us in front of him. If we don't deal with this properly... Enough. I will not repeat myself. Half-Step Victor frostily declared. Half-Step Victor commanded great respect, even on Dragonheart Island. Needless to say, his word was law within the Nine Snakes adventurer team. Not even Undefeated Star would dare to defy him obediently. Undefeated Star ordered his subordinates to retreat. The spectators on the docks were astonished as they watched Nine Snakes members withdraw. None of them understood what the adventurer team was up to. They were not fighting anymore. What? Is this for real? Nine Snakes members are leaving, just like that. Undefeated Star had been adamant about killing Sherfong a moment ago. Yet now, his subordinates were pulling away from the fight. The watching experts simply couldn't keep up with this situation's development. Even Melody, Swimming Dragon, and their companions were confused. They didn't understand why the adventurer team would retreat so suddenly. While everyone wondered about Nine Snakes' intentions, Half-Step Victor approached Sherfong. Friend, this has all been a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take this matter to heart, Half-Step Victor said with an apologetic look. Here, take this sea barrier stone as compensation for the Nine Snakes adventurer team's mishap. Half-Step Victor then revealed a fist-sized, light blue globe and handed it to Sherfong. Right now, the man looked nothing like Nine Snakes' peerless commander. Undefeated Star's eyes nearly fell from their sockets as he watched the exchange. He even wondered if the player he was looking at was the same Half-Step Victor. He knew Half-Step Victor was an overlord on Dragonheart Island, standing at the very apex of the island's experts. Even Superpowers Guild leaders treated him with respect. Yet now, Melody and Thoughtful Rain, who stood by Sherfang's sides, were at a loss, and Swimming Dragon stared at the swordsman as if he were some unknown god. Melody and Thoughtful Rain's group were new to Dragonheart Island, so they weren't familiar with Half-Step Victor's status and normal behavior. Swimming Dragon, however, was very familiar with what kind of person the commander was. Half-Step Victor was the Demon King of disasters. He was absolutely ruthless. He wouldn't have been able to tame Nine Snakes' arrogant members otherwise. He was so ruthless that not even Undefeated Star dared to show any disrespect before him, and yet Half-Step Victor apologized and offered Sherfong compensation. It was the first time many of the spectating experts had ever seen such a thing. Moreover, the item Half-Step Victor had offered was the Sea Barrier Stone. Players outside of the Sea of Death might not be familiar with the Sea Barrier Stone, but those who frequented the map knew it was a priceless treasure. First-rate naval guilds would go crazy over the item. The Sea Barrier Stone would generate a magic array that was strong enough to suppress any sea monsters caught within. Not only would players have an easier time defeating the sea monsters, but it also increased players' chances of escaping powerful sea monsters they encountered and couldn't defeat. However, the Sea Barrier Stone only dropped from level 70 plus mythic ranked sea monsters. Mythic sea monsters were many times more difficult to defeat than mythic monsters on land. Even the various superpowers would have to pay a high price to take down such a powerful target. Hence, very few powers were willing to raid mythic sea monster. Swimming Dragon was utterly flabbergasted that Half-Step Victor was actually willing to offer Sherfong such a precious item. Do we know each other? Sherfong asked. Half-Step Victor's behavior surprised him. As well, Sherfong had been prepared for a fight. Although the Nine Snakes adventure team was quite formidable, the team had no hope against the cards he had on hand. Sherfong certainly hadn't expected Half-Step Victor to submit before him. He knew quite a bit about Nine Snakes' commander. The man was undoubtedly a ruthless player. Not only was Half-Step Victor a domain realm expert, but he would also grow into a tier 6 berserker god in the future. Half-Step Victor had been known as the iron-blooded war god during Sherfang's previous life. No, Half-Step Victor said, shaking his head. However, we have a shared acquaintance on Tranquil Mine Island. You'll understand once you meet them. A shared acquaintance? Half-Step Victor's answer confused Sherfong. He did not remember having any acquaintances on Dragonheart Island or Tranquil Mine Island. Since that is the case, let's forget about this issue. Take me to them. Please follow me. Half-Step Victor released a hell breath, relieved after hearing Sherfang's reply. He then led Shifeng away from the docks. When the spectating crowd saw this, they were dumbfounded. Undefeated Star had been out for Shifeng's blood a moment ago, yet a big shot like Half-Step Victor had shown up, offering peace and leading Shifeng away. Moreover, Half-Step Victor smiled amicably and treated Shifeng with immense respect. For a moment, the watching experts wondered if they were hallucinating. Who is that player? For Half-Step Victor to apologize and act as a guide, he must be some kind of VIP. The spectators discussed their guesses about Shifeng's identity, but since he wore a black cloak, they couldn't learn anything about him other than the fact that he was a level 80 swordsman. They had no idea who Shifeng really was. The expert from the various major powers promptly reported the situation to their superiors, while the adventurer team players spread the news throughout the Sea of Death. For a while, Dragonheart Island was in an uproar. Chapter 2254, See God's Kin. As Undefeated Star watched Half-Step Victor lead Shifeng's group to Tranquil Mine Island's inner region, he was overwhelmed with shock. I know what is going on here. Vice Commander Star? Snowy Afterglow asked as the War-Blood Adventurer team's youngest team leader. Snowy Afterglow qualified to look down on Nine Snakes vice commanders. He wasn't a match for Undefeated Star, but his combat power did rival peak experts, of course. Nine Snakes commander, Half-Step Victor, was an entirely different story. Nine Snakes was far weaker than Warblood, but it was still one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, and as such, Half-Step Victor stood on the same level as Warblood's commander. I don't know, but we have to put this matter to rest. I hope Brother Afterglow can forgive us for this, Undefeated Star said, shaking his head as he smiled bitterly. Undefeated Star had assumed Shifeng had been joking. He hadn't actually thought that the man's claim was true. If even someone like Half-Step Victor had to treat Shifeng with such great respect, how could a vice commander possibly afford to provoke the swordsman? You jest, Vice Commander Star. Encountering such an important person had made this trip worth my time, Snowy Afterglow said, chuckling. Not even he could afford to provoke someone that even Half-Step Victor clearly feared. At this moment, he only hoped that Shifeng would forget about what had happened between them. The various major powers had set up advanced tents on a vast, open plain within the Tranquil Mine Island's forest. Swimming Dragon, who had followed Shifeng, was stunned when he saw every one of these tents housed a power that was much stronger than the Dragon Riders adventurer team. With just a casual glance, Swimming Dragon noticed quite a few of Dragonheart Island's top 50 adventurer teams, and those were the powers on the edge of the clearing as Half-Step Victor led the group toward the clearing's center. Swimming Dragon noticed increasingly stronger powers, many of which were first-rate powers on Dragonheart Island since Half-Step Victor was their guide. Shifeng's group attracted a lot of attention as they passed. Who are those people? Half-Step Victor is treating them so respectfully, acting like a tour guide. Isn't that Swimming Dragon, the commander of the Dragon Riders adventurer team? Why is he with that group? These players weren't familiar with Shifeng and Melody's group, but they did recognize Swimming Dragon. The Dragon Riders adventurer team ranked among the top 100 adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, albeit barely. Since it was a second-rate power on the island, Dragonheart Island's players would have some familiarity with the adventurer team's commander as Swimming Dragon felt the various first-rate powers watching him. His heart pounded with excitement. Normally, Dragon Riders didn't qualify to stand on equal footing with Dragonheart Island's first-rate powers, even if it was a well-known adventurer team. Yet because of Shifeng, he received these powers' attention. He had never dreamed of such a thing happening. Commander Dragon, I've caused you quite a bit of trouble. This sea barrier stone should be helpful to your adventurer team while at sea. I hope you can accept it as my apology, Shifeng said as he handed Swimming Dragon the sea barrier stone. Shifeng greatly admired Swimming Dragon's righteous behavior. The man had stood up for him, despite knowing how powerful the Nine Snakes adventurer team was. Although the sea barrier stone was a valuable item, it was useless to Shifeng. The stone was only effective against Great Lord rank and below sea monsters. Its effects against Grand Lords and Mythic Sea monsters would be minimal. One sea barrier stone would mean nothing to a guild of zero-wing size. Otherwise, why would Half-Step Victor have been so willing to part with it? In comparison, the stone would provide a massive boon to a weak adventurer team with few members. How can I accept such a valuable item? I barely did anything. Anyway, Swimming Dragon instinctively rejected Shurfang's offer. Guild leader Black Flame has made the offer. You should accept it, Dragon. Melody advised Big Brother Dragon. Just take it. Our guild leader rarely offers gifts. Blue Bamboo chimed in that case. I'll take it. Realization dawned on Swimming Dragon after listening to Melody and Blue Bamboo's insistence. Turning back to Shurfang, he said, Guild leader Black Flame, if ever you find yourself in need of the Dragon Riders Adventurer team's help, please feel free to give us a call. We'll use everything we have to assist you. The apology had confused Swimming Dragon, but after listening to Melody and Blue Bamboo, he realized that Shurfang was trying to offer him a favor. How could he possibly ignore the opportunity to form a connection with someone that even Half-Step Victor respected? I might have to take you up on your offer in the future, Commander Dragon, Shurfang said, nodding. Dragonheart Island would become the heart of naval development in the future. If Zero Wing wanted to gain strength on the open sea, it would have to develop on the island as well. Fortunately, Swimming Dragon was familiar with matters that related to the Sea of Death, and if he could convince the Dragon Riders to become one of Zero Wing's subordinate adventurer teams, Zero Wing would have an easier time developing on the island. Most importantly, Zero Wing could recruit Dragonheart Island's independent experts through the Dragon Riders Adventurer team. Not all of God's Domain's experts wanted to join a guild. Most of them preferred adventurer teams that offered far more freedom. Swimming Dragon silently rejoiced that Shurfang was willing to accept his offer. With this connection, he wouldn't have to worry about his adventurer team's development on Dragonheart Island. He couldn't help but flash Melody a grateful look while Shurfang and his companions chatted and followed Half-Step Victor. They quickly arrived before a 3-story tall bronze tent. 6 level 80 Refinement Realm experts stood guard outside of the tent's entrance. Although they were only Refinement Realm experts, they radiated unique auras, which didn't feel that those of human players. Their auras resembled undefeated stars, who possessed a naval legacy, yet somewhat different sea gods kin. Shurfang looked at the 6 players and surprised. Bloodlines could increase players' life ratings, but there were other items and methods that could do the same in God's Domain. One of these methods involved receiving a god's blessing and becoming said god's kin. This was akin to becoming a bloodline creature. In other words, the 6 players before him were bloodline creatures. Unlike players with bloodlines, bloodline creature players didn't receive boons to all aspects. Only certain aspects were improved. Not only would the 6 Refinement Realm experts before him receive a boost to their basic attributes and physiques when fighting out at sea as a sea god's kin, but they'd also be able to trigger the bloodline abilities the sea god had granted them. Although these benefits couldn't rival those a peak naval legacy provided, they could rival an advanced legacy. In other words, these 6 Refinement Realm experts were even stronger than ordinary Refinement Realm experts. Every one of them should have the strength to rival ordinary peak experts. The only downside to becoming a sea god's kin was that players would be barred from many of the kingdoms and empires on the main continent, which weren't friendly to non-human races. Obtaining a sea god's blessing and becoming a bloodline creature wasn't an easy process, yet these 6 players had succeeded. Suddenly, a young, level 80 player emerged from the tent. His aura was similar to the guards, but more intense. Based on the young man's movements, Shurfang could tell that he had reached the Void Realm and was a bona fide peak expert. You may enter. The Lord is waiting inside, the young man said, glancing at Half-Step Victor with an indifferent gaze. Remember, you must show respect once you're inside. Half-Step Victor nodded in response before leading Shurfang and his companions into the tent. Chapter 2255, Tower of 4 Gods. Confused, Shurfang followed Half-Step Victor into the tent. Just who was this shared acquaintance that could make Half-Step Victor submit? Half-Step Victor was a domain realm expert that would be considered an apex combatant in a super guild. Even super guilds' guild leaders had to show him respect, especially at sea. Naval transportation was both dangerous and inconvenient. The sea was vast, and because of this, the various superpowers couldn't control as much of the ocean's maps as they did on land. Since the various superpowers gathered on the sea, the competition here was far more intense than on the main continent as well. Even Melancholy, 13 Thrones Guild leader, couldn't demand so much respect from Half-Step Victor. Every expert had their pride. After all, especially Domain Realm experts. While Shurfeng wondered who this acquaintance was, he and his group entered the tent's main hall, though the bronze tent only revealed 3 floors from the outside. Occupying a relatively small area, it was many times larger within. It was as if the bronze tent contained a miniature world, and its main hall was a spectacular sight to behold. As they entered the main hall, Shurfeng and his companions felt as if they had stepped inside an ancient shrine. Dozen level 80 experts lined the 2 walls, radiating imposing auras. Every one of these experts wore 2 to 5 pieces of epic equipment, and even the weakest player had reached the Void Realm. Their frightening auras weren't that of a human player, but of bloodline creatures or wielders of advanced naval legacies. As these experts watched Shurfeng's group, even Swimming Dragon broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but lower his head and avoid their gazes. Blue Bamboo, on the other hand, turned deathly pale when she sensed the experts' horrific auras. Only thoughtful Rain fared better than her companions. Even Shurfeng was a little astonished to see these players. These experts could likely kill Half-Step Victor with very little effort if they wished to. Shurfeng would have to rely on his trump card to escape their pursuit among the dozen experts. Shurfeng sensed 6 Domain Realm experts, 2 of which had even progressed even further in the Domain Realm than he had. However, since these players held special tools and wore black masks to hide their faces, he couldn't determine their identities. He couldn't even see their current levels. There were 3 other players in the hall, 2 males and 1 female. One of the 2 men was young, while the other was older. Their female companion was a beautiful youth, and when Shurfeng saw the young man and woman, he was surprised to recognize both of them. The young man was none other than his old acquaintance Lu Xinghua, while the beautiful woman was Happy Art Elder Wu. I brought the player you requested to see, Half-Step Victor respectfully announced as he gazed at the elderly man who sat in the hall seat of honor. He behaved like a subordinate, reporting to his superior elder. Wu didn't radiate the terrifying aura the other experts in the room had. On the contrary, his aura felt ethereal, as if he had 1 foot in the grave. The elder was level 79, and there was no comparison between him and the other experts in the room. Shurfeng didn't recognize the older man at all, and he had never heard of him in this life or his previous one. However, the fear and respect Half-Step Victor showed this elder were legitimate. "This wasn't some act. You may go," Elder Wu said, nodding. Hearing this, Half-Step Victor bowed and left the hall, his usual arrogance in the sea of death nowhere to be seen. Swimming Dragon was stupefied, was so anxious he began to sweat to Swimming Dragon's knowledge. Half-Step Victor could demand respect from Superpowers Guild leaders, even if he didn't stand on equal footing yet. While the Dragon Rider's commander wondered about the elderly man's identity, the player in question shifted his gaze to Shurfeng. Shurfeng felt as if this old man could look straight through him, and for a moment, even he felt a little afraid. Sure enough, the younger generation will always surpass the old. It's no wonder why Little Melancholy is so optimistic about your prospects, Elder Wu said, chuckling. Little Melancholy? Hearing the way Elder Wu referred to 13 Thrones Guild leader confused Shurfeng. How is he still little? Melancholy might seem young in God's domain, but that was just his appearance. The man should be nearing his 60s. Moreover, Melancholy was 13 Thrones Guild leader, and he had held that position for over 2 decades. His word was practically law within his own guild. Who would dare call him little? Big Brother Black Flame. Elder Wu is 13 Thrones' largest shareholder and one of the guild's founders. You might not know of him since he had been in seclusion for some time. Our guild leader is 2 generations younger than Elder Wu, Happy Art explained in a whisper to Shurfeng. When she saw his confusion, the explanation stunned Shurfeng. 13 Thrones had been established nearly a century ago. Initially, the guild had been supported by 2 major corporations. In other words, this Elder Wu was more than 100 years old. Although Elder Wu had the support of Super Guild, it was astounding that a man like him had reached level 79 at this stage of the game. It was true that a person's physical body in the real world wouldn't impact their virtual body in God's domain. Someone as old as Elder Wu should have some mental deterioration. It was simply impossible for him to behave like a lively young man, even in God's domain. If Elder Wu kept up with peak experts despite his extreme age, Shifeng couldn't imagine how powerful this man had been during his prime. I know what business you have with me, Elder Wu? Shifeng asked after taking a moment to calm down. He didn't know Elder Wu, and no one of this man's status would call him here for a simple greeting, smart young man. Elder Wu nodded approvingly. Smiling, he continued, I've heard about your situation from Little Melancholy. I'll be direct. I want Zero Wing to withdraw from the deal involving Gravity to Mountain Range's fortress. My reasoning is simple. This operation involves some of 13 Thrones' valued secrets, however. Little Melancholy has still made you a promise. As compensation for breaking this promise, I will give you one of the Tower of Four Gods teleportation stones we will obtain after raiding this King-class sea monster. The Tower of Four Gods has existed since before the Great Destruction, and it's rumored to contain countless opportunities. Some of the current Empire's founders even attributed their success to the Tower of Four Gods. In fact, the Or Empire's founding emperor had only gained enough strength to unify the Or race, forming his empire. Due to his experience in the Tower of Four Gods, each teleportation stone can transport 2 players into the Tower of Four Gods. Whomever you choose to accompany, you will be none of my business. Realization dawned on Shifeng after listening to Elder Wu's explanation. He had never heard of Dragonheart Island containing a path to the Western continent in the past. How could such a trip be so easy? After all, it was more likely that the rumor about the teleportation stone had been blown out of proportion as it had spread. The fact that various superpowers were keeping a tight lid on the information likely played a factor, although the true teleportation stone didn't allow one to visit the Western continent. Its ability to access the Tower of Four Gods was just as valuable as Elder Wu had stated. The Tower of Four Gods was an amazing place. To be precise, it was a land for gods. Every teleportation stone that allowed entry into the Tower of Four Gods was incomparably valuable, easily worth an epic item. What are your thoughts? Elder Wu asked. Happy Art couldn't do anything about this situation due to Elder Wu's immense authority within 13 Thrones. Not even Melancholy would dare go against this man. Lu Xinghua couldn't help his inward sneer as he glared at Shifeng. The higher-ups have forbidden me from touching you, but they never said anything about impeding your development. Don't even dream that you'll get access to Dragonheart Island through 13 Thrones. 13 Thrones was a super guild. Melancholy might be interested in Shifeng, but he wasn't the only person with authority over the guild. Although Elder Wu offered the Tower of Four Gods teleportation stone due to the broken partnership, not everyone would find success within the tower, especially with a single teleportation stone. As Lu Xinghua felt pleased with himself for pulling this coup off, Shifeng opened his mouth and replied, Thank you for your offer, Elder Wu, but since Zero Wing will not be participating in the fortress's capture, we will not need compensation. Zero Wing has its own strength, and we will fulfill our dreams on our own. Chapter 2256, Youthful Arrogance. Lu Xinghua was stunned to hear Shifeng's reply, but his lips curled into a sneer-black flame. Do you really think such a noble attitude will gain Elder Wu's favor? Lu Xinghua inwardly chuckled. Unfortunately, you've made the wrong bet. Elder Wu is not Melancholy. Lu Xinghua was very familiar with Elder Wu's personality. Elder Wu was a man of his word. Since Elder Wu had promised to give Shifeng the Tower of Four Gods teleportation stone, he would ensure Shifeng took it. Rejecting the offer would only disgust Elder Wu. Moreover, the old man wouldn't mind retracting his offer after such a rejection. The experts standing guard along the hall's sides stared at Shifeng in astonishment, looking at him as if he were a fool. Has this kid gone crazy? Even if he isn't, I'm sure he is very close. Does he really think he can obtain an entry slot to the Tower of Four Gods with his strength alone? He might be trying to boast about his bravery before Elder Wu. The Tower of Four Gods entry slot presented a very rare opportunity, and only one King-class sea monster dropped the tower's teleportation stone. However, an extremely large number of powers was currently vying for these teleportation stones. There were already more than 10 superpowers preparing for the upcoming raid at this point, Only 13 Thrones was confident of securing these teleportation stones. The other superpowers had no guarantee of success. Shurfeng had only recently reached Dragonheart Island, and even though Zero Wing had some naval power, it couldn't dispatch its forces to Tranquil Mine Island on such short notice. Swimming Dragon's Dragon Riders Adventurer Team could help the guild by adding to its combat power, but the Adventurer Team wasn't even strong enough to defeat the sea monsters that guarded the King-class sea monster, much less the main boss. The idea that Shurfeng intended to rely on his strength to obtain the teleportation stones was simply a joke. However, the moment Shurfeng finished his statement, he turned and left the tent. He didn't even pause to wait for Elder Wu's response. Startled, Melody and her companions followed Shurfeng out of the tent. Youthful arrogance, Elder Wu indifferently commented as he watched Shurfeng leave. His gaze then shifted to Lu Xingluo as he began to address their plans. Reacting as if Shurfeng had never arrived, the expert guards found nothing strange about Elder Wu's reaction. They had watched many arrogant players behave as Shurfeng had, and they received nothing from Elder Wu after rejecting his offers. Youthful arrogance. Huh? Inwardly, Happy Art couldn't disagree with Elder Wu. Morshi had gained some understanding of Shurfeng's mindset during her time with him in the Thunder God's secret land. He didn't act unless he was absolutely confident in succeeding. Since Shurfeng had claimed that he'd secure the teleportation stones by himself, then he was confident he'd succeed. However, Happy Art couldn't help but worry. Trying to claim the Tower of Four Gods teleportation stones from the various superpowers wouldn't be easy, and they were currently out at sea. One would need ships to defeat sea monsters. If you're worried, Little Art, I can let them tag along with our fleet. At least that would give them a chance to approach the boss. It will also avoid giving the others a reason to call out our guild for being unscrupulous. A young, robust level 80 male ranger said when he noticed Happy Art's concerned expression. Really? Happy Art asked, giving the ranger youth an excited, joyful look. The youth before her was the commander of 13 Thrones' 3rd Fleet, Modern Rain. If Modern Rain were willing to help, they wouldn't have any trouble getting Shurfeng's group close to the King-class sea monster. Rest assured, if they're with me, they'll reach the boss's side. Modern Rain declared. Happy Art was 13 Thrones' prided daughter. Modern Rain was a little annoyed with how highly Happy Art thought of Shurfeng, but he could use this opportunity to show off his power before the young woman. Once Elder Wu and Lu Xingluo finished their business, Happy Art and Modern Rain left in search of Shurfeng. Countless ships, all belonging to the various major powers, were tied to the docks in Tranquil Mine Island's port, including hundreds of bronze speedboats, which the various well-known adventurer teams considered quite rare and precious. There were also quite a few small sailboats, and many of the expert players on the island were shocked by the spectacular scene. This was especially true when these experts saw the fleets the various superpowers had dispatched. Every fleet consisted of 100 ships, and even the weakest among them was an advanced speedboat. Each fleet had over 20 bronze speedboats and 2 or 3 mysterious iron speedboats as well. Every one of them was led by a medium sailboat. So, this is the strength of various superpowers' foundations? Melody gazed at the fleets, surprised these superpowers were on an entirely different level compared to Dragonheart Island's adventurer teams. Melody even spotted bronze sailboats among the multiple fleets. A single bronze sailboat was more than enough to annihilate the Dragon Riders adventurer team. Of course, adventurer teams had their own powerhouses. Take Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, for example. All of these top adventurer teams had their own medium sailboats as the core of their fleet. They only lacked the bronze and mysterious iron speedboats that the various superpowers employed. With so many ships heading toward the boss, I'm afraid that there won't be any room for us to squeeze through. Guild leader Black Flame, Swimming Dragon, said, smiling bitterly as he watched the powerful fleet sail toward the King. Class C monster's last known seas. Although Swimming Dragon was confident in his bronze speedboat, every one of the powers participating in this raid had their own bronze speedboats. It was no exaggeration to call these speedboats cannon fodder in this upcoming raid. Trying to claim a teleportation stone with a bronze speedboat was simply impossible. While the group stood in the port, watching the ships, Modern Rain and Happy Art found Shurfeng and approached to greet him. Big Brother Black Flame, our guild leader's initial offer was sincere. Unfortunately, Elder Wu has too much authority in the guild. Even our guild leader had no choice but to follow his wishes. Please, don't be upset with this outcome. Happy Art explained. I understand. Sure Feng nodded. In truth, he hadn't paid the matter much mind. To begin with, since that is the case, why don't you tag along with us, Big Brother Black Flame? With Vice Guild Leader Rain's fleet, approaching the King Class Sea Monster won't be a problem. Happy Art said. Since you are Happy Art's acquaintance, Guild Leader Black Flame, please leave the journey to the boss to me. Modern Rain stated as he gestured to the bronze sailboat that was the core of 13 Thrones' third fleet of various major powers would step aside and open a path to the King-class sea monster for 13 Thrones' third fleet. They wouldn't need to fight or squeeze through the countless ships, thank you. But we can get there by ourselves, Sure Feng said, shaking his head as he rejected the offer without a second thought. Big Brother Black Flame? The response surprised Happy Art. You going there yourselves? I don't mean to look down on you, but even if you have a relatively formidable fleet, I'm afraid that you won't even reach the mobs around the boss. Not to mention with just the 5 of you. Modem Rain said, smirking while Modern Rain spoke. However, Sure Feng retrieved the Thunder Eagle's flute and blew into it. The deafening screech of an eagle echoed throughout the port, heralding the arrival of a gigantic eagle with a wingspan of 20 meters. It gracefully descended from the sky, landing before Sure Feng. Chapter 2257, Reappearance of the Flying Mount. Silence fell over the port after the Thunder Eagle's arrival. Everyone stared at the massive bird, surrounded by arcs of blue electricity, with wide eyes, a flying mount. Modem Rain was stunned when he saw the Thunder Eagle stand obediently before Sure Feng, unable to believe his eyes. Is he the player that appeared on Frosthell Island? Ships might be precious, but compared to a flying mount, they were utterly worthless. Not even medium sailboats were as valuable as flying mounts. The various superpowers had been in a frenzy, searching for any trace of another flying mount. Some superpowers even offered 10,000 gold for a clue that would lead to a flying mount. However, their search had been fruitless thus far, which was only a testament to how rare and valuable flying mounts were. The only player-owned flying mount anyone had heard of was the one that had appeared on Frosthell Island. There hadn't been another sighting. Melody, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo, who stood beside Sure Feng, were dumbfounded. As well, they had only heard of flying mounts before. They hadn't bothered to look further into the matter or try to acquire one for themselves. However, if not even the various superpowers were having any success, what were their chances? Rain, look, it's a flying mount. A flying mount. Blue Bamboo excitedly exclaimed as she grabbed Thoughtful Rain's arm. Happy Art maintained her composure. Yet even she envied Sure Feng for his Thunder Eagle thus far. The only person Happy Art had talked to about Sure Feng's Thunder Eagle was Melancholy. To prevent others from finding out, Melancholy had decided to keep the information between them. As a result, neither player had mentioned anything about the Thunder Eagle's origin or owner to anyone. Instead, they secretly assigned more teams to grind for Thunder God's secret land entry slots to prepare to raid the side temple. Let's go, Sure Feng told Melody and the others as he hopped onto the Thunder Eagle's back. He no longer cared whether or not people knew that he owned the flying mount. The current Zero Wing was no longer the guild it had been. And since he intended to develop Zero Wing on Dragonheart Island in the future, he could use the flying mount to garner some fame for the guild in the area. Melody and her companions quickly jumped up to join Sure Feng on the Thunder Eagle's back as everyone around them watched. Once everyone was on board, the Thunder Eagle screeched and flapped its wings. In the blink of an eye, it rose several dozen meters above the ground. With another flap, the flying mount broke the sound barrier, disappearing on the horizon and leaving behind a bunch of stunned players. Naturally, news of the Thunder Eagle quickly reached the various superpowers, so it turns out this kid had such a trump card. It's no wonder why he was confident of securing teleportation stones to the Tower of Four Gods by himself. The masked man beside Elder Wu muttered, smiling as he watched the video of Sure Feng leaving Tranquil Mine Island's port on the Thunder Eagle. The masked man's information was thoroughly hidden. Not even his name or level was visible, so what if he has a flying mount? Does he think that King-class sea monster is so easy to approach? Would we have lost so much to that sea monster if it were? A similarly masked woman next to him said disdainfully, although a flying mount would give one an advantage in terms of speed, ships were king in a naval battle enough. Elder Wu snapped in a low tone. This matter is of no concern. Our goal is to secure as many teleportation stones as possible, as well as that item. Elder Wu was surprised to learn that Shi Feng possessed a flying mount, but it was of little significance to him. It was not worth his attention, and time understood. Berated by Elder Wu, the masked man and woman lowered their heads and promptly left the tent to see to the final preparations for the raid against the King-class sea monster. Meanwhile, on a bronze sailboat amid Starling's fleet. What? The flying mount that was spotted on Frosthell Island belongs to Black Flame? When Lu Xinghua heard his subordinate's report, envy flashed in his eyes. A flying mount. As someone with the ability to travel between God's domain's two main continents, he knew just how valuable and useful a flying mount could be. Information about flying mounts might be scarce on the eastern continent, but it had already become a well-dash topic on the western continent. Some superpowers had even obtained clues leading to flying mounts based on what they had discovered. Not only were flying mounts powerful tools for leveling, but they were also a miraculous addition to a team's strength. Flying mounts were particularly useful at sea. Ship travel was still incredibly inconvenient, and a single flying mount could carry multiple players at once. A flying mount could transport a team to various islands and provide a massive advantage when exploring new islands. Unfortunately, despite the discovery of quite a few clues, no one on the western continent had acquired a flying mount, yet the flying mount Lu Xinghua had been searching for belonged to Shi Feng. Why don't we shoot it down? Guild leader? Although resurrecting a flying mount should be easier than reviving a personal guard, he won't be able to use it for some time. Bright Dawn ruthlessly suggested his hatred for Shi Feng was truly immeasurable. Flying mounts had a certain degree of combat power and were much stronger than land mounts, but there was no way they could compete with speedboats and sailboats at sea. They wouldn't be able to destroy Shi Feng's flying mount completely, but he could use this chance to let off some steam. No need, Lu Xinghua said, shaking his head. Sneering, he continued, Black Flame is a gullible fool if he thinks he can approach the King-class sea monster just because he has a flying mount. They were going to raid a level 91 mythic-ranked King-class sea monster. Every one of its attacks had Tier 4 power. They were prepared to use their ship's extraordinary defensive capabilities to tank the boss. Even before this King-class sea monster, a level 100 flying mount was a joke. The shockwaves from the boss's attacks alone would likely be enough to throw the Thunder Eagle. Meanwhile, Shi Feng rode his Thunder Eagle through a stormy patch of the Sea of Death. If the Thunder Eagle hadn't been an extraordinary flying mount, it would have had quite a bit of trouble navigating through the powerful storm. Sure enough, ships still have an advantage when passing through special sea zones. When Shi Feng glanced at the mysterious iron sailboats below, he noticed that they made more progress than the Thunder Eagle. Of course, not even dark old speedboats would be a match for the flying mount speed through normal sea zones. After nearly half an hour, Shi Feng's group arrived in the heart of the stormy sea zone when they saw the spectacle before them. Blue Bamboo and her companions gasped. A giant tornado stretched between the water and the sky, spinning in the very center of the stormy sea zone. Nestled within the eye of the tornado was a colossal sea serpent that was several thousand meters long. The sea serpent's body was pitch black, and a silvery white horn grew from its head. Storm's Serpent King, Marine King creature, King-class sea monster, mythic, level 91, HP 2, 250, 000/2, 250, 000/000. The Storm's Serpent King's 25 billion HP was more than enough to induce despair. Yet the boss was protected by a group of Lord and Great Lord-ranked one-horned sea serpents. At a glance, there were easily more than 300 of these monsters. The one-horned sea serpents would likely devour an ordinary fleet before it even reached the boss. For the moment, every ship in the area remained at least 1,000 yards away from these monsters. None dared to approach, yet as more powers gathered, the various superpowers began to assign tasks to their ships. The fleets then began to surround the Storm Serpent King as all 10,000-plus ships spread out Even Swimming Dragon, who had seen many naval battles, was shocked when these ships began to attack. The results were catastrophic. The level 90 Great Lord ranked Sea Serpents rapidly lost HP, unable to survive a bombardment from so many ships. However, as they fell, new Sea Serpents surfaced to replace them. Prepared for this, the various superpowers lured these sea monsters away with their weaker ships, leaving their main ships behind to attack the Storm Serpent King. Foolish humans, I will tear you to pieces to feed the fishes. The Storm Serpent King bellowed in rage as the numerous ships approached. A massive tidal wave rose around the boss and swept toward the offending ships. Defend yourselves. The main ships promptly activated their defensive abilities. Among the various superpowers ships, the mysterious iron speedboats in the lead took the brunt of the Serpent King's attack. Boom, boom, boom. As the tidal wave slammed into the mysterious iron speedboats, their defensive barriers flickered with light. It was obvious that the barrier's durability had decreased by a sizable chunk. The lesser powers in the raid weren't as fortunate as the various superpowers. The tidal wave crushed their advanced speedboats, dragging ship and crew to their watery graves. Only their bronze speedboats had withstood the attack, yet they had lost nearly 100 durability from the blow. At this rate, the Storm Serpent King only needed 4 or 5 more attacks to skin the bronze speedboats. With its first attack, the King-class sea monster had sunk nearly 100 advanced speedboats. The attack's ferocity instilled fear in the various adventurer team's members. Of course, the superpowers didn't stop their assault, despite witnessing the Storm Serpent King's power. Immediately, several dozen sailboats responded with attacks of their own. Sailboats' cannons were far more powerful than speedboats, and the various superpowers had invested a large number of resources into reinforcing these ships. As a result, every one of their attacks had peak Tier 3 destructive power, and each sailboat carried 5 or 6 cannons. Each sailboat dealt over -1 million damage to the Storm Serpent King after a single round of attacks. The Storm Serpent King's HP fell by several tens of millions, inspiring hope in the various powers. They charged toward the boss without any regard for the sea monster's attacks. The Storm Serpent King shattered one speedboat after another, and in return, its HP rapidly decreased. The scene even shocked Shattering. Not even a creature as powerful as the Storm Serpent King could withstand a bombardment from 10,000+ ships. As the Storm Serpent King's HP continued to fall, the intervals between each attack grew shorter. As a result, more ships began to skin. The tragic scene was even more frightening than a large-scale war between two guilds. We should make our move, too, Shattering said once the Storm Serpent King's HP fell below the 10% threshold. He directed the Thunder Eagle to fly into the King-class sea monster's domain. Weary, going in? Shattring's comment took Melody and her companions off guard. They had witnessed the Storm Serpent King's strength. Charging toward it now would be suicidal. Lu Xingluo, who commanded Starling's fleet, noticed the Thunder Eagle's approach. He sneered. The Storm Serpent King's attacks bombarded the entire area and were impossible to avoid, even from above. The sailboat's defensive magic arrays were the only reason that the various superpowers had survived the attacks thus far. How could a level 100, Great Lord-ranked flying mount possibly stand up against the Storm Serpent King's attacks? Another attack is coming. Prepare to defend yourselves. The Storm Serpent King growled again, and the various superpowers' fleets deployed their defensive barriers. Once more, a powerful storm swept toward the players, and not even the Thunder Eagle, which had entered the Storm Serpent King's range, was spared as the approaching blast of wind was about to strike the flying mount. Shattering retrieved his Summon Guard scroll and called forth Anna. Chapter 2258, Might of a Magical Class. As soon as Anna appeared on the Thunder Eagle's back, she pointed her staff at the approaching blast of wind. Violent mana immediately gathered around the level 96 summoner, forming a dual-colored, twofold magic array Tier 3 over-tier spell, Yin Yang Pillar. With Anna in the center, the 30-yard radius Yin Yang Pillar, a legacy defensive spell Anna had learned after reaching level 95, manifested. As the pillar completed, the blast of wind transformed into a lance that flew toward it. The wind lance was so horrifically powerful that space around it began to shatter, and its speed and range made it impossible to dodge. Even for the Thunder Eagle Melody and her companions paled, terrified, as the wind lance approached. They had only watched from afar before now, and although they knew that the Storm Serpent King's attacks were incredibly powerful, they hadn't been able to get a clear sense of just how powerful the attacks were. Now that they faced one of these attacks personally, they felt nothing but despair as they felt the attack's devastating aura. It was this moment when Melody and the others finally understood how frightening the Storm Serpent King truly was. The strongest monster they had faced thus far was a joke compared to the Storm Serpent King. Before this sea monster, Tier 2 players were little more than ants. Boom. A massive explosion blasted through the sky as the wind lance plowed into the yin-yang pillar. The resulting shockwave was so powerful that it even pushed away the water below, creating 10-meter high wave around the impact pool. Lu Xinglua sneered up at the Thunder Eagle. The mist the explosion had created obscured his vision, but he was certain that both Shi Feng and the Thunder Eagle must be dead. Do you think the Storm Serpent King's raid is a battle you can just stroll into? The King-class Storm Serpent King was just as powerful as a world boss of the same level. In fact, the sea monster might actually command even more destructive power than a world boss. The Storm Serpent King was impossible to raid with normal methods. They could only defeat this boss by relying on powerful war weapons. Even the various superpower ships, which had been upgraded multiple times, rapidly lost durability as the Storm Serpent King's attack slammed into them. Trying to contend with this boss with the power of a single individual was extremely foolish. So, what if you can fly? Did you really think that could save you? Modem Rain, who watched from his bronze sailboat's deck, was quite satisfied to see the Thunder Eagle collide with the Storm Serpent King's attack. A flying mount could cross the sea quickly, but one still needed ships for naval combat. However, to everyone's surprise, the mist revealed the Thunder Eagle, still hovering above them, as it dissipated. Shi Feng and his comrades appeared completely unharmed atop the flying mount. How is that possible? Lu Xinglua stared, stunned. That had been a Tier 4 AoE attack, with just as much power as an intermediate mana pulse cannon. Such an attack would even shatter an intermediate defensive magic array, yet Shi Feng's group had emerged unscathed. What? They blocked it. Quite a few powers, aside from Starlink and 13 Thrones, were paying attention to Shi Feng's group. The Thunder Eagle was just too eye-catching. After all, while the players below were surprised to see that the Thunder Eagle had survived, Shi Feng flew toward the Storm Serpent King. The King-class sea monster's attacks were immensely powerful, but Anna was no ordinary Tier 2 personal guard. Her yin-yang pillar was just as strong as an advanced defensive magic array. Tier 4 attacks wouldn't be enough to break it. Unfortunately, Shi Feng's group couldn't rely on the yin-yang pillar to block every one of the Storm Serpent King's attacks. That last blow had already depleted almost 6% of Anna's mana reserves. At most, the personal guard could block another 15 or 16 attacks. Shi Feng needed to end this battle as quickly as possible. However, he was not a ship, and he couldn't attack from hundreds of yards away. He had to get closer to the sea monster boss if he wanted to hit it. Due to the looting rules for sea monsters, he wanted to attack the Storm Serpent King personally. If he did not deal any damage, he wouldn't have any claim to the items the boss would drop. He would have to wait until someone else picked them up and kill that player to get what he wanted. However, trying to take an item from another player was easier said than done. The various powers would do everything in their power to protect the players that collected the loot. The moment the boss died would be the only opportunity he'd have to claim any of the loot. Everyone would be busy contesting for their share and wouldn't pay attention to him. This was why he had decided to attack once the Storm Serpent King had very little HP remaining. Don't even think of touching the boss that easily. Attack him, Lu Xinglua commanded. He recognized what Shi Feng intended to do. The moment he noticed the swordsman approach the Storm Serpent King's several dozen ships within the boss's range immediately turned their attacks on the Thunder Eagle gunome cannons. Magic cannons. Several hundred cannonballs and beam attacks flew toward the Thunder Eagle, each with peak Tier 3 power. Moreover, every player in charge of these cannons was a refinement realm expert, and they all had an accurate grasp of the Thunder Eagle's flight trajectory. They were able to get an accurate grasp of the Thunder Eagle's flight trajectory. It's over. Swimming Dragon's expression darkened as he watched hundreds of beam attacks and cannonballs fly toward him. These attacks might not be as powerful or cover as much area as the Storm Serpent King's attacks, but there were many of them. Not even a fly could evade these attacks in time. Don't think I'm that easy to stop. Sherfone growled as he glanced at the incoming attacks. Do it, Anna. All players still had the opinion that magical classes were weaker than melee players in PvP. At best, a team treated its magical class members like mobile turrets. However, God's Domain's magical class personal guards were far more valuable than melee personal guards. The value of a magical class Fine Gold Guard could even rival that of a melee Dark Gold Guard. During Feng's previous life, most players with magical class Fine Gold Guards had refused to trade, even when offered melee Dark Gold ranked personal guards at most. A powerful melee personal guard could annihilate a city by themselves, but a powerful magical class personal guard could obliterate an entire country hearing the command. Anna, who had completed her next spell's chant, waved her staff suddenly. A frightening amount of mana gathered around Anna. These mana fluctuations were even stronger than that of her previous spell. Several hundred magic arrays then manifested around Anna, their glowing light illuminating the stormy sky. Black and white chains shot forth from these arrays. Tier 3 Overtier spell, Yin Yang chains. Every one of these chains had peak Tier 3 power, and they were all under Anna's control. The chains blocked and countered every cannonball and energy beam in the air, and none of the attacks reached the Thunder Eagle. Impossible. The players below were dumbfounded by the scene. The sight astonished Melody and her companions on the Thunder Eagle as well. They had never thought that a personal guard could be so powerful that she could render Starlink's several dozen ships powerless, while everyone watched Anna block one round of Starlink's attacks after another. The Thunder Eagle came within 100 yards of the Storm Serpent King. With less than 5% of the boss's HP remaining, it had gone berserk. But since there were so many ships participating in this raid, several thousand remained. Despite the several thousand the King-class E monster had already destroyed once the flying mount was within range of the Storm Serpent King. Sherfone ordered Anna to attack the boss. Meanwhile, he pulled a Tier 4 magic scroll, which he had obtained from the Frost Monarch. From his bag, this Tier 4 magic scroll contained a single target spell, one that would be perfect against this boss as the Storm Serpent King's HP fell to a critical low. Sherfone unfurled the magic scroll and activated it. The mana around him grew turbulent, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Tier 4 spell, Arctic Fall. Immediately, countless ice shards appeared and rained down from the sky. As the ice shards collided with the Storm Serpent King, they formed an icy shell around the boss. 1 second after the Storm Serpent King had been imprisoned, the shell shattered, and a damage of over -10 million appeared above the boss's head. Even surprising Sherfone, this attack decimated the Storm Serpent King's remaining HP, and his titanic body slammed into the ocean, the impact forming a 30-meter tall tidal wave that swept across the water's surface in a perfect ring. Chapter 2259, Snatching Loot. The moment the Storm Serpent King died, Sherfeng's experience bar skyrocketed since he hadn't been a part of a raid team. That last hit had allowed him to claim nearly half of the Storm Serpent King's EXP. The boss definitely awarded a lot of EXP. I really got my money's worth for that Tier 4 magic scroll. Sherfone was quite satisfied with his rising experience bar. Sherfone had already reached level 90, and normally it would take him 4 or 5 days at least to fill his experience bar. However, the Storm Serpent King wasn't the usual bossy monsters originally already granted more EXP than ordinary monsters, and combined with the fact that the Storm Serpent King was King class, it granted even more abundant EXP than a world boss of the same level. Each player would receive a sizable amount of EXP if they split it between 2 fleets. It was easy to imagine how much EXP Sherfone had earned by monopolizing nearly half of the Storm Serpent King's EXP in less than a second. Sherfone had risen to level 91. After 2 more seconds, he reached level 92. His experience bar only began to slow after he had climbed to level 93 eventually. Shurfang's experience bar stopped at 24% of level 93. Not even he had expected to receive so much exp once the Storm Serpent King had died. The various major powers in the C-Zone went mad, charging toward the boss's corpse without any hesitation. Quick, get the loot. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they rushed to claim the items. A mythic-ranked King-class sea monster's loot was unimaginably tempting to current players. Not even the various superpowers upper echelons could resist thousands of ships sped toward the sinking sea monster's corpse. The Storm Serpent King's corpse slowly began to disintegrate, and orbs of light began to appear around it. These orbs of light were none other than the boss's loot, however. Unlike ordinary boss's loot, the Storm Serpent King didn't drop a single pile of items. Instead, the items scattered, floating through the air. By the time the loot reached the water's surface, a significant distance separated each orb. Players would have to swim for quite some time to get from one item to another. This setting prevented players from claiming all of the Storm Serpent King's loot for themselves. The Storm Serpent King had dropped a very large number of items. Easily more than 300 items had scattered within 200 yards of the boss's corpse, their beautiful lights decorating the area. Unfortunately, none of these players had the patience to admire the graceful scene. They all rushed toward the globes with everything they had. The various superpowers, on the other hand, began to work together to claim the items as if they had already negotiated a deal. They formed a barricade around the area, preventing outsiders from approaching the Sea of Lights. If you won't let us claim any of the treasure, you should forget about getting any either. The various adventurer teams didn't need long to figure out the superpowers' goals. Instead of speeding toward the floating orbs, they put themselves in range of the superpowers' AoE attacks. Launching an assault, the adventurer teams had an overwhelming numerical advantage. Even if they weren't a match for the superpowers' quality, they could make up for it by swarming their opponents. The various adventurer teams were fully capable of standing up to the various superpowers as equals for a time. Cannon fire filled the sea zone, especially near the Sea of Lights and the Storm Serpent King's corpse. Flying cannonballs blanketed the ocean, and anyone that tried to enter the area died instantly. Some of the superpowers, who thought their defenses were strong enough, had tried to send mysterious iron speedboats to claim the loot, yet in the end, the ships and crew were blown to smithereens. What should we do? Guild leader? Blue Bamboo grew very anxious as she looked at this scene. Despite how close to the boss they were, ships had begun to fire at them before they had a chance to claim any of the loot. Moreover, far more ships attacked than when Starlink had assaulted them earlier. As a result, they had to distance themselves from the loot. Superpowers and adventurer teams hammered the loot area with constant attacks, preventing anyone from getting close to the dropped items. Anyone that dared approach the loot would become everyone's enemy, and every ship in the area would attack. Not even the various superpowers dared to approach the area, stuck in a stalemate with the adventurer teams while they tried to think of a solution. Not even a bronze sailboat would last long against thousands of ships' weight here. I'm going to give it a try, Shurfang said after giving the matter some thought. The various adventurer teams and superpowers kept a close eye on the loot, and as more time passed, it would become harder to get one's hands on those items. At this rate, the adventurer teams and superpowers would be forced to sit down and negotiate terms, or the various superpowers would reveal a trump card to clear the area by force regardless of which outcome occurred. Shurfang wouldn't get anywhere near the Storm Serpent King's items. If he wanted to claim a share, he'd have to brave the cannon fire. Shurfang activated the 7 luminaries Rings Gale, Domain, and flew straight toward the loot area. Since he was significantly smaller than the Thunder Eagle, the ships would have a very hard time targeting him. In addition, Shurfang was far more agile than the Thunder Eagle, and with Tier 3 reaction speed, he had no trouble dodging the monotonous cannon fire black flames approaching the loot. Kill him. Those items are ours. Many players quickly noticed Shurfang, and none of them showed any mercy as they bombarded him together. Cannonballs and energy beams flooded the loot area. The various powers attacked Shurfang with even more ferocity than their assault on the Storm Serpent King. Does Black Flame really think he can snatch the loot by relying on his own strength? When Modern Rain saw the various powers target Sure Feng, the corners of his lips curled to form a delighted grin, while the idea was that everyone would have an opportunity to claim some of the Storm Serpent King's loot. The true outcome of this raid would be based on the later negotiations. The quantity and quality of items each power would receive would be determined by their strength. This was also why Elder Wu had dared to offer Sure Feng a teleportation stone to the Tower of Four Gods. Sure Feng seemed to have some difficulty dodging the various powers' attacks, and as he got closer to the loot area, the more concentrated the attacks became. Some superpowers had even begun to use their basic mana pulse cannons against the swordsmen. Not only did the basic mana pulse cannons' attacks possess a huge 20-yard radius AoE, but they also carried incredible power. Anna was only able to stop a few of the shots with her yin-yang pillar. How ruthless! The superpowers' bombardment astonished Sure Feng. Basic mana pulse cannons were war weapons. Installing them on a city's walls was troublesome enough, and trying to install them on a ship was even more of a challenge. Installing a single basic mana pulse cannon would cost around 70,000 gold, and once it had been installed, it couldn't be removed. If the ship sank, all of the invested money would go to waste. As a mana pulse cannon's energy beam swiftly approached, Sure Feng gritted his teeth and activated Absolute Domain, gaining damage immunity for 10 seconds. Although the skill protected him from damage, he wasn't immune to the resulting impact. That one hit nearly plunged him into the ocean. Fortunately, basic mana pulse cannons had a very long cooldown. Even if multiple superpowers had them equipped, they couldn't fire unceasingly at Sure Feng. A second later, Sure Feng entered the loot area. Cannonballs continued to buzz through the area, but Sure Feng's basic attributes were incredibly high. Even if a cannonball hit him, it barely affected his movement. However, since the various powers concentrated their cannon fire, Sure Feng only caught a glimpse of a few items. He couldn't tell what any of the other items were. With little choice, Sure Feng dashed for the items that were closest to him and those surrounded by dense mana. 1 item, 2 items, 3 items. Sure Feng picked up more items, and the various superpowers went mad, firing 1 mana pulse cannon at him after another. Die. Kill him. Those treasures are mine. Lu Xingluo's eyes were almost fully red with rage as he watched Sure Feng claim the loot. With how bright the light globes were, it was easy to watch them vanish from so far away. According to Lu Xingluo's count, Sure Feng had already picked up 17 items, which was likely even more than Starlink would get after the negotiations ended. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly Lu Xingluo bellowed, it didn't affect Sure Feng's looting spree. With less than a second of Absolute Domain's duration, Sure Feng sighed as he pulled a Tier 1 instantaneous teleportation scroll from his bag. He activated the scroll immediately, vanishing from the loot area. Chapter 2260, Big Harvest. The various powers' craze grew even more intense after Sure Feng had left the loot area in less than 10 seconds. As many as 26 light globes had disappeared from the Sea of Lights. The Storm Serpent King had only dropped a little over 300 items, and even if each participating power only received 1, there wouldn't be enough items for everyone. And now, Sure Feng had gotten away with nearly 1/10 of the King-class E monsters' loot. The most infuriating part about all of it was how little Sure Feng had contributed to the raid. The various powers, on the other hand, had lost a large number of speedboats. The imbalance of the situation only incited a deep hatred for Sure Feng. Kill him at all costs. Some particularly furious superpowers stopped focusing on the loot area and fired their mana pulse cannons when they found where Sure Feng had reappeared. The various adventurer teams saw their opportunity. With the loot in a single location, the various superpowers could guard the items easily. But now that Sure Feng had taken some of these items and teleported elsewhere, the Storm Serpent King's loot had been split. This would make safeguarding the loot a much greater challenge for the various superpowers, which presented an opportunity they could take advantage of. The various adventurer teams immediately used their trump cards against Sure Feng. Tier 4 Magic Scroll, Spatial Lock. Tier 4 Magic Scroll, Soul Chaser. Tier 4 Magic Scroll, Stormy Weather. Any adventurer team that could survive on Dragonheart Island, especially the island's top 10, was far stronger than an ordinary adventurer team. Even the weakest of them had a foundation that could rival a pseudo-super first-rate guild. These top 10 adventurer teams might not possess large-scale war weapons like the basic mana pulse cannons, but acquiring Tier 4 magic scrolls was an impossible spatial lock would prevent all players in an area from teleporting, while Soul Chaser would lock the target in place, allowing the user to keep track of their position for a certain time. As for Stormy Weather, it summoned a powerful magic barrier that trapped targets within all 3 spells were Tier 4 and practically impossible for current players to escape. These people are insane. Swimming Dragon paled as he watched the magic barrier form around them. Do they really need to go this far? Tier 4 magic scrolls were incomparably precious. Although they were not as valuable as epic items, each Tier 4 magic scroll was worth half as much. Yet the adventurer teams below had used 3 Tier 4 magic scrolls in a row. Their small party had practically no hope of escape now. This kid really is amazing. He actually snatched 26 items on his first try. I doubt we'll even get that many after the negotiations, the masked man beside Elder Wu commented. He sighed ruefully, however, and continued. It's a pity that this is a superpowers game. How could it be so easy to steal food from a tiger's mouth? Even if the various adventurer teams hadn't attacked Shurfeng, the superpowers would certainly take him down. Shurfeng had simply taken too much of the loot. Worse, he had gotten close enough to pick and choose which items he took. Even if he hadn't taken the best of the loot, he definitely hadn't claimed the worst of it. It didn't take much effort to determine an item's quality based on the mana density around it. Shurfeng had taken at least 10% of the loot's total value. How could the various superpowers afford to let Shurfeng and his party leave with their lives? He is a fool that doesn't recognize his own limitations, the masked woman coldly commented. If he hadn't been so stubborn, he would have acquired a tower of 4 gods teleportation stone, at least. Now, he'll have nothing at all. The masked woman was still annoyed with Shurfeng's prior behavior. 13 Thrones was a bona fide super guild and had existed in the virtual gaming world for nearly a century. Moreover, it occupied a significant portion of God's domain's eastern continent. Countless powers sought an alliance with the guild, yet Shurfeng refused to cherish the opportunity he had been offered. Hence, she was quite pleased to see him in such a precarious situation. Even mythic monsters would have trouble escaping the Tier 4 Stormy Weather's magic barrier. Surrounded by so many enraged powers in such a cramped space, Shurfeng wouldn't even escape death if he had multiple vulnerability skills. Guild leader Blackflame, we're in trouble. With us trapped in this barrier, we'll become moving targets for the powers below us, Melody stated grimly as she looked at the magic barrier that had completed around them, targeted by several thousand ships. Not even Anna could protect them from every attack. Moreover, the various powers had marked their souls. Even if they dove into the ocean, there was nowhere they could hide. These powers certainly came prepared. Shurfeng smiled at the magic barrier surrounding them. Yuri still in the mood to smile at a time like this. Big brother Blackflame? Blue Bamboo whined when she saw his grin. They had gone to great lengths to claim some of the Storm Serpent King's loot, yet before they had a chance to inspect the items, they were going to die. It was a huge loss here. Take these, Shurfeng said as he took out 2 tokens made of 7 Luminaries crystals. He then handed Thoughtful Rain and Melody one, each 7 Luminaries crystal. Melody's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when she saw the token in her hand. At this stage of the game, everyone in God's domain knew how valuable 7 Luminaries crystals were. They were necessary for upgrading players' mind space systems, which was useful both in-game and in the real world. Even when a large guild like Ninth Heaven found some, they only obtained 2 or 3 units at most, yet the Palm's Eyes token in Melody's hand was made entirely of 7 Luminaries crystal. By her estimates, the token should be more than 40 units. It could easily fetch an astronomical sum on the market. One wouldn't even have a problem trading it for 2 or 3 epic items. However, Melody quickly discovered that this token was not as simple as it appeared. As she held the token, the ambient mana began to gather around her. As a half-elf, she was far more sensitive to mana than human players. Hence, she could tell that the mana around her had grown at least 20% denser during the brief moment she held the crystal token. This was definitely a priceless treasure stop, daydreaming. This is the teleportation stone to enter the Tower of Four Gods. Melody, take Dragon with you. Rain, you'll take Bamboo. Teleport away from here now. Sure Fong barked when he noticed Melody's dazed expression. Although he had blindly picked up loot, he had obtained quite a few items by searching for higher mana density among these items. He had claimed 5 Tower of Four Gods teleportation stones. These teleportation stones were incomparably valuable. Not even a mythic-ranked king-classy monster would drop more than 30 teleportation stones on its first kill. Yet Sure Fong had claimed 5 for himself. He had profited greatly from this trip. If 13 Thrones people learned this, they'd die from envy with so many superpowers participating in the raid. Even a top-ranked super guild like 13 Thrones would be lucky to claim 3 or 4 teleportation stones after the negotiations. The ordinary superpowers would likely be limited to a single stone. The Tower of Four Gods had been created by an ancient civilization for the gods. As long as one had one of the tower's teleportation stones, they could enter the tower from anywhere in God's domain. Even from a special place like the Thunder God's secret land, a measly tier 4 magic scroll couldn't disable such a powerful teleportation stone. Hearing Sure Fang's orders, realization dawned on Melody and Swimming Dragon, and they flashed the swordsman a grateful look. The Tower of Four Gods entry slots were beyond precious. The various superpowers' madness to reclaim the teleportation stones made that clear. Receiving an entry slot was akin to encountering a golden opportunity to further one's development. Yet most experts would never have such a chance. No one would have been surprised if Sure Fong had given a teleportation stone to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, since they were Zero Wing members. But he had handed Melody and Swimming Dragon, both outsiders, entry slots. Not even a Superpowers Guild leader would be so generous. All right, hurry it up. If you don't go now, it'll be too late. Sure Fong urged his companions as the ships below prepared to open fire. Melody and Swimming Dragon nodded and stopped hesitating. Following which, Sure Fong, Melody, and Thoughtful Rain began to activate their teleportation stones. A moment later, 3 large-scale magic arrays enveloped Sure Fang's group. The arrays remained intact even as the various powers' cannon fire struck them. Similarly, Sure Fong and his comrades were safe within the magic arrays. What's going on? A defensive magic array. When the players below realized that Sure Fang's group hadn't taken any damage from their bombardment, they were stunned. They had fired several thousand cannonballs, in addition to a few energy beams from basic mana pulse cannons. Each of those energy beams contained Tier 4 power, and they were even capable of punching a hole through a city's defensive magic array. Yet they had done nothing to the array protecting Sure Fang's party. While the various powers stared at Sure Fang's group in confusion, a spatial tear opened before the flying players. Sure Fang and his companions then transformed into 5 streaks of light as they shot through the tear, vanishing. They're gone? How was that possible? Didn't we seal the area with a Tier 4 magic scroll? Frustrated and confused, the various major powers wondered how Sure Fang's group had managed to escape. The various superpowers' upper echelons, on the other hand, had turned ashen. There was only one way they could think of: that Sure Fang had been able to ignore the cannon fire and Tier 4 spatial ox effects. He had used the Tower of Four Gods teleportation stones. Chapter 2261, Land of Gods. After Sure Fang's group had left the sea zone, silence fell over the area. Now that he's used the teleportation stone to escape, there's no point in chasing him, the masked man beside Elder Wu said. With a slight hint of admiration in his tone, he continued, he managed to secure 26 items by himself. He'll likely have benefited the most from raiding the Storm Serpent King. 13 Thrones wasn't even likely to secure 3 teleportation stones after the negotiations. Yet Sure Fang had used 3 to escape. Since the swordsman had gotten away with 26 items in total, he had certainly acquired more than just 3 teleportation stones. In other words, Sure Fang had walked away with more teleportation stones than 13 Thrones would see from this raid. The participating powers have severely suffered to slay the Storm Serpent King. Since Sure Fang stole so much of the loot, He's made every one of them his enemy, the masked woman stated dryly. He might have escaped with the treasure, but he nor Zero Wing have any hope of developing on Dragonheart Island. Many superpowers had gathered on Dragonheart Island, and one couldn't discount the top 10 adventurer teams that led various independent powers. Not even 13 Thrones dared to provoke all of these powers at once. Yet Shifeng had done just that. His very survival on Dragonheart Island would be a miracle. Dragonheart Island was an important trade hub. No one who wanted to develop in the Sea of Death could avoid the island. If the various land-based powers wanted to further their development, they couldn't ignore their naval expansion. Resources were far more abundant in the Sea of Death than they were on land, and the sea had the highest concentration of neutral races. Furthermore, many resources required naval transportation. If a power ignored its naval development, it would have to depend on other powers for many aspects of its growth. This would severely restrict its development. This was why the various powers, particularly the first-rate and stronger powers, frantically invested in their naval development, and yet he managed to secure quite a few teleportation stones for the Tower of Four Gods. His future might not be as bleak as you think, the masked man countered while shaking his head. He very much disagreed with the masked woman. The Tower of Four Gods had existed long before the Great Destruction. Not even the ancient gods could destroy the tower. After the Great Destruction, the Tower of Four Gods had been involved in the rise of many kingdoms and empires. That fact alone made it clear that the tower had plenty of opportunities to offer. Right, that's enough. Whether that kid has provoked the various powers or not is none of our business. For now, focus on the remaining treasures. Elder Wu snapped, glancing at the masked man and woman. Shifeng's success in seizing many of the dropped items had surprised him, but that was all. He felt nothing about the situation beyond that. Meanwhile, among Starling's fleet, Guild Leader, what should we do? We have no way to reach Black Flame now that he's teleported to the Tower of Four Gods, Bright Dawn asked, staring at where Shifeng had been with a twisted expression. No, we have no way. Lu Xingluo suddenly laughed. How can we have no other method to reach him? Since Black Flame dares to steal food from the tiger's mouth, I will send him to hell. Have someone spread the rumor that Black Flame has obtained a fragmented legendary item and a large number of entry slots to the Tower of Four Gods. I want to see how he intends to survive in God's domain as the rumor spreads. The Storm Serpent King was a mythic-ranked king-class sea monster. Although Lu Xingluo did not know if the boss would actually drop fragmented legendary items, this had been the boss's first kill. As far as the public knew, it wasn't impossible for the Storm Serpent King to drop a fragmented legendary item. Every player in the Stormy Sea Zone had watched Shifeng snatch a bunch of items. Meanwhile, a fragmented legendary item was so rare that not even every superpower in God's domain had one. It was easy to imagine how tempting a fragmented legendary item would be. A fragmented legendary item wasn't like a flying mount, which bound to a player upon use. A flying mount wouldn't drop if its owner died, but fragmented legendary items were a different story. Understood. I'll get it done immediately, Bright Dawn said, a big grin appearing on his face. Not only had Shifeng provoked Dragonheart Island's various powers, but now the public would assume he held a priceless treasure. He had no hope of avoiding death. Now, shortly after Shifeng's group had disappeared, the various superpowers and adventurer teams resumed their intense struggle over the remaining loot. When Shifeng and the others opened their eyes, they were flabbergasted by the scene before them. They were surrounded by a galaxy of stars. It was simply beautiful. Waiting within the core of this galaxy was a tower of immeasurable height. Not only was the tower's aura unimaginably powerful, but it also felt strangely eternal. The gods' divine might couldn't even rival 100% of the tower's aura. So, this is the Tower of Four Gods? Shifeng was overwhelmed with emotion as he gazed at the colossal set of golden doors before him. The doors were easily several thousand meters tall. He had seen gods in God's domain before, and they couldn't even compare to these golden doors, much less the Tower of Four Gods itself. If the five of them hadn't stood so far away from the doors, the pressure radiating off of the doors would have been enough to flatten them even from this distance. Shifeng felt as if he were carrying several hundred kilograms on his back. The smallest movement was incredibly difficult, let alone walking forward. He had only ever heard about the Tower of Four Gods in the past, never actually visited it, however. After standing here now, he finally understood why even Tier 6 God-ranked expert had repeated visited this place. The eternal energy in this space was simply astounding. Eternal energy was far superior to elemental mana. Just by being in this space, Shifeng's mind was unprecedentedly clear. He could now understand and solve many of the problems he had faced before with ease. The Tower of Four Gods was definitely the perfect place for players to improve their combat standards and master their skills and spells. While Shifeng's group was intoxicated on the eternal energy, the phantom of a man appeared from a void. He was over a dozen meters tall and fully equipped in silver armor. The man also radiated a boundless divine might. Yet Shifeng couldn't discern any details about this NPC. Outsiders, welcome to the Tower of Four Gods. The man lowered his head to look at Shifeng and the others. Since you have arrived via teleportation stones, according to the agreement the ancient gods had made so long ago, you will be allowed into the tower. The Tower of Four Gods had 7 floors, and each has several trials awaiting you. As you clear these trials, you will be able to ascend within the tower. In return, you will gain more abundant rewards. Each of you will have 3 chances within the Tower of Four Gods. After 3 deaths, your trial will come to an end, and you will be barred from this place for 360 natural days. I hope you cherish this opportunity. If you don't have any questions, you may enter the tower now. After saying so, the man waved a hand. Shifeng and his companions then transformed into 5 streaks of light and vanished through the golden doors. Chapter 2262, Storm's Serpent King's Loot. After entering the tower, Shifeng found himself in a vast, endless plain. Packs of wild wolves, each consisting of 3 to 5, wandered this endless plain. These wolves bore 2 heads, and each possessed a pair of glowing, green eyes. Scorching flames enveloped their bodies, and the wolves' eerie auras felt as if they had climbed up from the pits of hell in search of fresh souls. Twin-headed Netherfire Wolf, demonic creature, Lord. Level 93. HP 27, 000/27, 000/000. As soon as Shifeng inspected one of the 2-headed wolves, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System: kill 1,500 twin-headed Netherfire Wolves within 3 days. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. So, this is a trial of the Tower of Four Gods? Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief after reading the notification. The first floor's trial was not as difficult as he had assumed, although he hadn't entered the Tower of Four Gods himself. He had heard quite a bit about it during his previous life. The Tower of Four Gods had a total of 7 floors, and each floor was a world of its own. Meanwhile, each world had a total of 3 trials. These trials were straightforward. Players were only required to kill monsters, nothing else. After all, might was right in God's domain, and everything other than strength was inconsequential. Without sufficient might, the various kingdoms and empires wouldn't have defeated the other powerful races and ruled over the God's domain continent for tens of thousands of years. The rewards for clearing the tower's trials were secondary to most expert players. The experience was far more important due to the Tower of Four Gods' eternal energy. This was the best place in God's domains for players to train. Not only could players exert their skills and spells to their full potential, but they could also execute combat techniques without worrying about running out of stamina and concentration. Players could rapidly develop their combat standards here. This was also why Tier 6 God-rank players had still tried to enter the Tower of Four Gods despite their standing. Even for Tier 6 God-rank players, exerting 100% of Tier 5 skills and spells effects was an extreme challenge, not to mention Tier 6 skills and spells. They had the same issue with their more powerful combat techniques. Unfortunately, not even the mana in a main city could assist Tier 5 and 6 classes. They'd have to rely on a location like the Tower of Four Gods to practice their high-tiered skills, spells, and powerful combat techniques. This feature drove any player that visited the tower to remain within it for as long as possible, rather than rushing through the trials. If they missed this opportunity, they'd have to wait 360 natural days before they could enter the tower again. After a glance at the wandering Netherfire wolves, Shurfong sat on the grassy plain and inspected the loot he had obtained from the Storm Serpent King. Instead of rushing to kill the nearby monsters, killing level 93 lords wouldn't be difficult for Shurfong. In fact, this first trial was quite simple. 3 days was more than enough time to kill 1,500 Netherfire wolves. Since he had been in such a hurry, he had only spared a glance for the items he had picked up. Now that he had some time, he had to inspect his gains properly. If he had gotten lucky, he might have acquired something that could increase his combat power and his chances of clearing the Tower of Four Gods trials. After several minutes of looking through his harvest, Shurfong took a sharp, deep breath. Most of the 26 items he had picked up were level 90 fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment. None of the weapons or equipment pieces were epic rank, so they were of no use to Shurfong. If he sold these items, however, the various major powers would fight over them like madmen. Current players were nowhere near level 90, and top-tier level 90 weapons and equipment would provide the various powers an edge over their rivals. Most of the other items were materials from the Storm Serpent King's body, such as Storm Serpent King's scales. All of these materials were epic rank and could increase sailboats' defenses and durability. Of the two most valuable items, one was the extremely rare epic material, Spatial Crystal, and the other was a design for the bronze-rank Storm Speedboat. If the various powers knew that I picked this up, they'd do everything in their power to kill me, Shurfong said, chuckling as he looked at the Storm Speedboat design. The Spatial Crystal could be used to repair the mysterious iron-ranked Hurricane sailboat, but it wasn't nearly as valuable as the Storm Speedboat design. The Hurricane sailboat might be the strongest ship available at this stage of the game, but it couldn't withstand attacks from several thousand ships if he had enough materials. However, he could produce an unlimited number of bronze speedboats with the Storm Speedboat design. Not even the various superpowers could form a fleet of bronze speedboats, led by a mysterious iron speedboat. Yet now, Zero Wing could. For some time now, Zero Wing had been stockpiling Ancient Origin and Diamondwood, the two main materials to construct the Storm Speedboat. Zero Wing could definitely create the strongest player fleet in the game. This would also resolve the guild's lack of naval strength. Thinking up to this point, Shurfong even considered leaving the Tower of Four Gods to start production on the Storm Speedboats immediately. Fortunately, he suppressed the urge. Entering the Tower of Four Gods hadn't been easy, and if he left now, he'd suffer an incredible loss. The environment he was in would even be helpful to Tier 5 and 6 players, not to mention a Tier 2 player like himself finished with his loot. Shurfong decided to stop wasting time. He stored the Spatial Crystal and Storm Speedboat design and hastily walked toward the nearest pack of twin-headed Netherfire wolves. The 5 Netherfire wolves noticed Shurfong as soon as he was within 100 yards of the pack. Their perception was far more sensitive than ordinary level 93 lords. The 5 Netherfire wolves were very smart. Like real wolves, they did not move alone. They slowly surrounded Shurfong and planned their attack from multiple sides, searching for weaknesses. Why are they so intelligent? The Netherfire wolves' behavior surprised Shurfong. Ordinary level 93 lords couldn't employ such a strategy. Monsters this intelligent generally had combat standards on par with the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. Before Shurfong could refocus, the 5 Netherfire wolves pounced from 5 different directions. The Netherfire wolves were even larger than a normal lion. If 5 of them attacked together, they could topple a large elephant. However, these Netherfire wolves were still only Lord-ranked monsters. They might be a threat to ordinary Tier 2 players, but their attack speed was too low to be effective against Shurfong. Their attack patterns were also quite obvious. Shurfong evaded the Netherfire wolves' attacks with slight movements. As the monsters brushed past him, he brandished Killing Ray and Twilight's blade Shadow Blade. Like shooting stars, 10 sword lights sliced at the 5 Netherfire wolves. The impact through all 5 Netherfire wolves as 2 damages of over -200,000 appeared above each of their heads. The counterattack heavily injured all 5 monsters, and with pained whimpers, they turned back to Sure Fong with fear in their eyes system. Shadow Blade completion rate 100%, resulting in 150% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency plus 5 100%. Is this the Tower of Four Gods effect? Sure Fong was stunned to see the system notification Shadow Blade was a Tier 2 skill. Normally, his completion rate with the skill was only at 90%. He only achieved a 91% or 92% completion rate on rare occasions. Tier 2 skills were far more complex than Tier 1 skills, and if he hadn't had a decade of experience playing God's Domain, he wouldn't even have executed Shadow Blade at 85% completion rate, and yet, despite his casual manner, the results have been so excellent. If he could reliably execute his skills with such a high completion rate, his combat power would increase tremendously. He'd even achieve an overwhelming victory against an opponent with equal attributes in combat standards. Flaming passion began to burn in his eyes. Sure Fong immediately charged at the frightened twin-headed Netherfire Wolves in an attempt to replicate the feeling of his previous attack. Chapter 2263, Sacred Training Ground. As soon as Sure Fong stepped forward, the 5 twin-headed Netherfire Wolves did something that even surprised Sure Fong, as if they had pre-planned it. The Netherfire Wolves turned and fled. They weren't behaving like normal monsters at all. Their intellect is this high? Sure Fong frowned slightly as he watched the monsters flee. He had seen monsters run from players before, but he rarely saw monsters flee the moment they were injured. Despite having most of their HP remaining, this wouldn't have been such an issue if he had been hunting monsters in the fields, but he was on a time limit here. If every Netherfire Wolf reacted like this trial would be far more difficult than Sure Fong had assumed. These Netherfire Wolves' movement speeds were high, and if they split up and fled to other wolf packs, he would need far more time to kill a single Netherfire Wolf. A half-step refinement realm expert would very likely fail the trial, however. Before these Netherfire Wolves could even put a few yards between them and Sure Fong, he had already executed void steps and appeared beside one of them. The Netherfire Wolf didn't even notice him. My technique execution has improved so drastically. As Sure Fong looked down at the oblivious Netherfire Wolf beside him, he was shocked. Unlike players, monsters didn't heavily rely on their vision to notice opponents. Trying to approach a monster with a technique like void steps without being detected was a major challenge, akin to using void steps against a void realm expert. Experts wouldn't have to rely on their vision to perceive the world around them once they reached the void realm, yet now, void steps forced his opponent to ignore more than just his visible presence. When he executed void steps while bathed in eternal energy, he became one with the environment. Now, even the Netherfire Wolf's bestial senses couldn't find him before the Netherfire Wolf could react. Sure Fong slashed at it again, with killing ray. The sacred sword suddenly vanished, and blood gushed from multiple lacerations on the Netherfire Wolf's body. Damages exceeding -100,000 appeared above the Lord's head, one after another, and this all happened in an instant. Secret technique, Lightning Flash. Lightning Flash was a bronze offensive combat technique Sure Fong had obtained from the Empire's primordial divine ruins. But like his sword's transmigration, Lightning Flash was far more complex than an ordinary bronze combat technique. Despite having reached the Ascension realm, Sure Fong found it difficult to master originally. Sure Fong had wanted to reach Tier 3 before attempting to master Lightning Flash, however. Now that he had the help of eternal energy, he barely managed to execute the technique properly with just one attack. The Netherfire Wolf had lost nearly 1/12 of its HP. Yet Sure Fong had depleted more than half of his concentration to execute Lightning Flash, and his mental clarity plummeted. It's a pity that I'm still a little off the mark, but at least I know that it isn't entirely impossible to use Lightning Flash at Tier 2. Regardless of Sure Fang's mental state, he was satisfied Lightning Flash was different from Sword's Transmigration in that it was a fully offensive type combat technique. Although he could attack with Sword's Transmigration, the technique's movements involved defensive maneuvers. The bronze combat technique incorporated both offense and defense with a fully offensive bronze combat technique. A Void Realm expert could thoroughly suppress a Domain Realm expert if there were a negligible difference between the combatant's basic attributes, however. his lightning flash wasn't complete. He could only employ a portion of the technique's true strength, executing lightning slash perfectly meant using a series of 17 attacks and merging them all seamlessly. The technique allowed its user to harm opponents of a higher tier for a brief moment. Unfortunately, Shattering could only combine 13 attacks right now, barely achieving Lightning Flash's minimum requirement. At this standard, Lightning Flash operated like an advanced combat technique, not a bronze combat technique. After landing the attack, Shattering adjusted his posture and executed Lightning Flash once more. Within the Tower of Four Gods, his stamina and concentration recovery speeds were far faster than in the outside world. Even if he repeatedly employed bronze combat techniques here, his stamina and concentration would quickly replenish. Naturally, he couldn't waste his time in such a beneficial environment. The first level 93 twin-headed Netherfire Wolf fell at Shattring's hands in less than 20 seconds. Not even a six-man party of the same level could slay a Netherfire Wolf as quickly as Shattering had, while Shattering continued to train. Swimming Dragon, Melody, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo began to do the same after discovering the Tower of Four Gods benefits. For 3 days, the 5 of them slew Netherfire Wolves without rest. At the rate Shattering killed the monsters, he could have completed the first trial in less than a day, but he didn't hurry to do so. Instead, he reflected on his actions and practiced Lightning Flash and his Tier 2 skills. He also gained a significant amount of EXP from killing the Netherfire Wolves. His leveling speed was just as fast as his normal grinding speed elsewhere. Moreover, the Netherfire Wolves also dropped considerably good loot, earning Shattering a lot of level 90 bronze weapons and equipment. His improvement speed over the 3 days was off the charts. By the time the trial was close to ending, Shattering could reliably execute Lightning Flash, only consuming 1/3 of his concentration with each use. Unfortunately, he was still limited to 13 slashes. He was missing something. Shattering only killed the last Netherfire Wolf, as the 3-day time limit was nearly up. The last twin-headed Netherfire Wolf died. The scenery around Shattering changed again. Although he was still in an endless plain, the monsters had changed now. Ghost warriors roamed the plain, carrying weapons and shields. These ghost warriors moved in groups of 6, with some on defense, some focusing on melee offense, and others assigned to ranged attacks. They were like a well-rounded raid party for bosses. Ghost Warrior, Undead, Lord, level 93. HP 30, 000, 000, /30, 000, 000. System: kills 600 Ghost Warriors within 3 days. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure, wasting no time. Shattering charged at a Ghost Warrior party. The Ghost Warriors didn't attack the moment they noticed Shattering. Instead, the 2 shield-wielding Ghost Warriors moved to intercept his charge, while the 2 spear-wielding warriors moved behind them. The 2 spear-wielders prepared to attack the instant Shattering encountered the tanks. Meanwhile, the 2 Ghost Warriors carrying bows spread out to attack Shattering from the sides. The Ghost Warriors' combat standards were clearly a cut above the Netherfire Wolves. Using the Trial Tower as a reference, they were at the 3rd floor, middle stage standard. If an ordinary Tier 2 expert tried to take on this 6-man monster party, they'd likely struggle to escape, much less defeat their opponents. Fortunately, these Ghost Warriors were no threat to Shattering. Like the previous trial, he continued to practice his Lightning Flash. Fighting humanoid monsters would help him improve far faster than fighting beasts. The Ghost Warriors also provided better loot and more EXP than the Netherfire Wolves. The Netherfire Wolves hadn't dropped a single piece of mysterious iron equipment, yet the Ghost Warriors did on occasion. As for the EXP, the Ghost Warriors provided 3 times more than the Netherfire Wolves, which had already granted more EXP than ordinary level 93 lords. As a result, Shattring's experience bar filled rapidly by the time Shattering cleared the second trial. He had reached 94. The scene around Shattering changed after he cleared the second trial, but when he saw his new opponents, he was astonished. The third trial took place in an ancient coliseum, which was home to 10 fully armed giants. Every one of these giants was Tier 2. They weren't monsters. They were bona fide Tier 2 NPCs. Giant Gladiator, Giant Tier 2, level 94. HP 5, 400, 000/5, 400, 000. The giant race was a talented one. Not only did giants command immeasurable strength, but their earth affinity was unparalleled as well. They were natural-born warriors. Moreover, unlike players, NPC giants had inherited the giant race's attributes perfectly. They wielded far more combat power than ordinary Tier 2 NPCs. And now, Shurfeng had to face 10 of them. System: kill 10 giant gladiators within 1 day. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. Chapter 2264, Breaking Through 100%. Although the time limit isn't that short, this trial is far more difficult than the last, Shurfeng thought as he observed the 10 giant gladiators standing on the elevated platform in the center of the Colosseum. If a half-step refinement realm expert attempted this challenge, they'd likely need a full set of up-to-date dark gold equipment to have a chance of passing. Unlike monsters, NPCs had many skills and spells under their command. Their combat standards were also leagues above monsters. Moreover, there was a huge difference between NPCs' strength within the same tier. This was due to the individual NPC's weapons and equipment. An NPC in full dark gold equipment would undoubtedly have a huge basic attribute advantage over one in bronze equipment of the 10 NPC giants on the platform. The weakest wore bronze equipment, while the strongest was geared in fine gold-ranked items. With the giant race's innate talents, a human player's basic attributes might not be as high, even fully geared in dark gold equipment. Players could only clear this trial by relying on their techniques. External items and berserk skills were prohibited within the Tower of Four Gods. Players could only rely on their strength to clear the trials. The third trial's difficulty level made the first 2 trials look like warm-ups. While this was the beginning of the true test, however, Shurfeng did not give the matter much thought and approached the elevated platform after 6 days of training. He had hit a bottleneck. No matter what he tried, he could only perform, at most, 14 slashes with lightning flash. He had only reduced his concentration consumption to 1/4 of his total as well. He would need far more time to improve with the technique. Hence, instead of wasting an entire day training without seeing any improvement to his combat power, he decided to clear the first floor's trials and move on to the second floor the moment Shurfeng set foot on the platform. One of the NPC giants stepped forward and moved into the platform center. As the giant reached Shurfeng, it swung its 2-handed axe at the swordsman. Dense, Earth-type mana enveloped the axe. Not only did the Earth-type mana increase the axe's weight by a substantial degree, but it also intensified the gravitational force where Shurfeng stood, reducing his mobility. A combat technique? Surprise flashed in Shurfeng's eyes as the giant's attack approached. Combat techniques were not unique to players. In fact, they had always existed in God's domains. The legacy stone tablets were evidence of this. However, NPCs had a much harder time learning combat techniques than players. Normally, NPCs would only encounter combat techniques after reaching Tier 3. Even so, a small minority were actually capable of executing these combat techniques. Why, wouldn't Shurfeng be surprised to see this Tier 2 giant use a combat technique against him? Even a basic combat technique could significantly elevate an NPC's combat power. Taking into account that the Tier 2 giant combat standards were the Trial Tower's 5th floor early stage, this NPC could easily pummel a half-step refinement realm expert only to Shurfeng. The giant's attack was quite crude. He blocked the giant's axe with a light swing of the Twilight Blade, countering with a slash from Killing Ray and taking advantage of the giant's blind spot Shadow Blade. 10 dazzling stars flew toward the Tier 2 giant. Just as they were about to hit their target, their paths intersected as pairs merged. The 5 resulting stars radiated an even more resplendent glow. System: Shadow Blade completion rate 101%. Resulting in 170% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +10. When the 5 stars collided with the giant, the impact through the NPC and 5 damages of over minus 200,000 appeared above his head, one after another. By the time the giant hit the ground, he was momentarily paralyzed, a powerful effect. The result of Shifeng's counterattack astonished him. After 6 days of continuous training, he could reliably execute Shadow Blade with a 100% completion rate. He certainly hadn't expected to break past that now. As a result of crossing the 100% threshold, Shadow Blade had gained a new effect that paralyzed the target for 1 second. Of course, surpassing a 100% completion rate with a skill was intensely difficult, but after experiencing it, Shifeng had a rough understanding of Shadow Blade's essence. Now, even once he left the Tower of Four Gods, he was confident in achieving a 100% completion rate with the skill Shifeng appeared by the giant and swung Killing Ray before the paralyzed NPC had time to recover Lightning Flash. 14 sword lights simultaneously cut through the NPC giant, reducing the giant's HP to a critical low. Shifeng immediately followed up the Twilight Blade, executing Purgatory Pentaslash, removing the last of the giant's HP. The fight with the first giant lasted no more than 3 seconds. The other NPC giants watched from a corner of the arena with grim expressions. Next, Shifeng demanded, flashing the giants a hungry look. Swimming Dragon and the others would likely struggle to defeat these NPC giants, but Shifeng's basic attributes were even higher than a Tier 3 players of the same level, and his physique and reaction speed were only slightly inferior. If he had trouble with these Tier 2 giants despite his massive advantages, he might as well retire from God's domain now. However, Shifeng had to admit that these NPC giants granted a lot of EXP, even more than great lords of the same level. His experience bar had risen by a sizable chunk after killing the first giant. Unfortunately, the NPC hadn't dropped any loot. Shifeng defeated all 10 NPC giants in less than 5 minutes. As the last NPC died, the scenery changed yet again. This time, Shifeng had been transported into a temple. The instant Shifeng arrived, he sensed that the eternal energy here was far less dense. There was simply no comparison to the first floor's eternal energy. Meanwhile, a large number of snake monsters wandered the temple. Not only were these monsters massive, almost as tall as a 2-story building, but they each had a total of 6 heads as well. 6-headed Hell Snake, Bloodline Creature Lord, Level 94, HP 42, 000,000/42, 000,000. Bloodline Creatures? Shifeng was dumbfounded when he saw the temple's 6-headed hell snakes. He hadn't expected the second floor to be much more of a challenge than the first floor. Bloodline creatures were elite existences among creatures of the same tier. They also possessed bloodline abilities and extraordinary combat power. Not even the Tier 2 giant NPCs were guaranteed to win against these hell snakes in a one-on-one fight, but after his brief shock, Shifeng's face lit up with joy. Bloodline creatures were extremely rare. Even Shifeng only knew of a few places that possessed bloodline creatures. He had considered grinding the Nagas in the Thunder Temple's side temple to collect bloodline power, but it seemed that he could save himself the trip. System, congratulations. You have cleared the first floor's trials and reached the Tower of Four Gods' second floor. You may choose to rest here for 1 day or begin the second floor's trials immediately. I've been training without rest for quite some time. Even if my mind is clear, my physical body has been, more or less, affected. I should log off and rest for now. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng decided to accept the system's offer to rest. By the time Shifeng exited his virtual gaming cabin, sunlight streamed into his room. It was already afternoon. Shifeng stretched, suddenly feeling physically powerless. Moreover, he was intensely hungry, and every cell in his body practically screamed for nutrients. He was also quite lightheaded and sleepy. What's going on? Shifeng's physical state surprised him. If he hadn't willed himself awake, he likely would have lost consciousness. Chapter 2265, Tower of Four Gods Effect. Shifeng rapidly lost stamina due to his severe lack of energy. Ignoring the cause of his deprivation, for now, Shifeng moved to the fridge in his room and retrieved one of the life potions within. He popped the cap and downed the bottle's contents without hesitation as the life potion flowed down his throat. Shifeng felt a warmth spread throughout his body, and his mind started to clear after the drink warmed him. His cells devoured the nutrients like ravenous wolves. When he had first consumed the life potion, his body had needed 3 to 5 days to process it. Yet now, his body rapidly absorbed its nutrients after about 10 minutes. Shifeng felt as if he had been resurrected. He had also completely digested the life potion. If any internal force expert saw this, their eyes would likely fall from their sockets. The life potion contained a frightening amount of nutrients, and even an internal force expert would need 3 days to process the powerful drink after training to their physical limits. Moreover, they would have to continue training like a madman during that time. Yet Shifeng had digested the life potion in 10 minutes and still felt as if he needed more. This life potion really is good stuff. Without it, I would have needed around 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid to recover from my starvation. Shifeng inwardly exclaimed as he stared at the empty container in his hand. Although he had been conserving the life potions, he had used far more than he had initially expected. He was already down to his last bottle. Once he was out, his physical and mental progress would plummet. In fact, the life potions were a large part of the reason for his rapid improvement in the Tower of Four Gods. As Shifeng recovered from his hunger and looked around him, he felt as if he had emerged in an entirely new world. To be precise, his perception had sharpened drastically. What's going on? The development stunned Shifeng. It wasn't just the world around him that felt different. He could also sense that his cells had become significantly stronger. Now, he felt that he could achieve a punching strength of 1,000 kilograms even with a casual hit. His reaction speed had also improved with these changes. His physical control had reached a new level. Shifeng had endured a constant headache over how to improve his reaction speed and physical control. He had never expected to make a breakthrough. Now he could push his mental agility to its very limits in God's domain because he had an incredibly powerful body and sufficient reaction speed. But that wasn't the case in the real world. Because of this, he couldn't replicate many of his in-game actions in the real world. Now that his physical fitness and reaction speed had significantly improved, he would be able to exhibit greater strength. Moreover, Shifeng could tell that his physical condition hadn't reached its peak. After making a mental breakthrough, his endocrine system had grown stronger, steadily flooding his bloodstream with more hormones and slowly altering and improving his physical fitness. Have I risen to the Grandmaster standard during my training in the Tower of Four Gods? Shifeng considered the large possibility that he had become a neutralizing Grandmaster throughout his training. He couldn't think of another explanation for the changes his body had experienced with his superhuman fitness and reaction speed. His overall strength was leaps and bounds greater than Apex internal force experts. He wouldn't need any fancy techniques to take care of Wang Zhongquan if the man appeared before him again. He could easily finish the man with a straight punch. For a moment, Shifeng was overwhelmed with the urge to run to the headquarters training room to test his physical state. He still had 2 teleportation stones, which meant he could send 4 more players into the Tower of Four Gods. If his guess was correct, and players could gain real-world strength by training in the tower, as well as crossing the 100% skill completion rate threshold, he needed to send some of his guild's experts, those with great potential, to train in the tower. Although Lei Bao led the Heaven's Rumble Training Center, and Fire Dance and the others were extraordinarily strong, Lu Xinglu wasn't to be trifled with. Wang Zhongquan's interruption during the training center's grand opening had merely been an attempt to test the waters. If Lu Xinglu decided to get serious and attack the training center in secret, he would have many methods to catch the training center off guard. An experienced master martial artist like Lei Bao might cope with these secret attacks, but Fire Dance and the others simply weren't strong enough. Moreover, they needed people to protect Zero Wing's main headquarters at all times. If Zero Wing could nurture another Grandmaster, the Zero Wing headquarters and the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's safety would be assured. Neutralizing Grandmasters transcended ordinary human limits. Their highly developed minds utilized a 7th sense, which reached beyond their instinctual 6th sense. Their perception of danger and survivability reached inhuman levels. Even if Lu Xingluo tried to attack Zero Wing from the shadows, he'd be hard-pressed to achieve anything against a neutralizing Grandmaster thinking up to this point. Shi Feng contacted Liang Jing, asking for a report on Zero Wing's development and gather the guild's upper echelons for a meeting. He intended to discuss the Tower of Four Gods with everyone before making a decision. He only had 4 remaining slots. After all, Zero Wing had been developing smoothing before he had entered the Tower of Four Gods, and according to Liang Jing's report, not only had Gentle Snow helped her experts level up rapidly after acquiring her flying mount, but she had also hunted down quite a few rare field bosses. As a result, she had collected plenty of resources and equipment for the guild. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others relied on Stone Forest City's advantages, surpassing the various superpowers' exploration progress in the bottomless abyss. However, while all was well after the Storm Serpent King's raid, Starlink had spread a rumor that Shi Feng had stolen a fragmented legendary item. This caused a huge commotion in the Sea of Death. Every power in the area had begun to target Zero Wing's members, and as a result, Zero Wing had been unable to continue its naval development or contest for naval resources. Many experts were also searching for Shi Feng, especially those from the many dark powers. These dark powers' desire for a fragmented legendary item was particularly frenzied, and they had sent more than a few spies into Zero Wing to track Shi Feng down. Although we've secured the necessary materials for producing master potions and fine gold resistance equipment from the bottomless abyss, our naval supply line has practically been cut off. It has significantly slowed our material collection. Blackie said. Lu Xingluo really is ruthless. Shi Feng smiled bitterly. He had not acquired a fragmented legendary item from the Storm Serpent King, yet no one would believe him. The Storm Serpent King was the strongest boss anyone had killed in God's domain thus far. Not even the Frost Monarch was as powerful as the King-class sea monster. Meanwhile, when players advanced into level 100 maps, master potions and high-level resistance equipment would be a necessity. Level 100 was a massive turning point in the game, and maps of that level would change drastically, not to mention the monsters. Without master potions and high-level resistance equipment, players would have no hope of survival in these maps. If players couldn't even survive in these areas, they'd have no chance of surviving in their Tier 3 promotion quest venues, which were far more dangerous. To take advantage of the various powers' ignorance on the matter, Zero Wing had secretly stockpiled the necessary materials to produce these items. However, with Zero Wing's naval supply line severed, its material collection had slowed by half. Why isn't Qingxue here? Shi Feng asked after listening to everyone's reports, glancing at the empty Vice Guild leader's seat beside him with a strange look. Gentle Snow was responsible for Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. She had a significant amount of the guild's resources and manpower under her management. Blackie fell silent for a moment. Has something happened? Blackie's response, or lack thereof, gave Shi Feng a bad feeling. Actually, the Feng family, Fenglin City's #1 family, has proposed marriage to Big Sis Qingxue. The Feng family had influence all over the city and in many of its industries, so Big Sis Qingxue's parents don't have much choice in the matter. Big Sis Qingxue is absent because she's trying to find a way to deal with the issue, Violet Cloud said. Even with the White Clan group's backing, the Bai family was only considered second-rate in Fenglin City. In comparison, the Feng family was the top first-rate family in the city. Destroying the Bai family would be child's play for the Feng family. The Feng family? Shi Feng could not help his smile after hearing the news. I just so happen to have some business with the Feng family. Since that is the case, Liang Jing, prepare the car, please. Guild leader, you shouldn't do anything reckless. The Feng family is guarded by a neutralizing grandmaster. Lei Bao hurriedly cautioned. Most might not know of the Feng family, but as one who had spent a good portion of his life in the fighting world, Lei Bao was very familiar with the power the Feng family wielded. The Feng family had become the top first-rate family in Fenglin City due to that neutralizing grandmaster's support. A neutralizing grandmaster? What a coincidence. I also happen to be one, Shi Feng announced as he glanced at Lei Bao. He then stood and left the meeting room. Chapter 2266, Consequences. Fenglin City's Redstone Restaurant. As the most prestigious restaurant in Fenglin City, The Redstone restaurant was strictly members only. Regardless of how much money one had, non-members had no hope of dining in the restaurant. However, many of the city's high-profile individuals frequently visited the establishment to discuss business. The Redstone restaurant was a particularly safe place, and one wouldn't have to worry about other professionals eavesdropping on a sensitive discussion. The establishment's capable waiters and waitresses made this point clear. Secondly, the restaurant's food was amazing. Even people who ate delicacies every day would never forget the taste of the food here. And since the Redstone restaurant didn't offer takeout, anyone who wished to dine had to visit personally because of these two factors. Practically every respectable individual in Fenglin City took every opportunity they had to dine in the restaurant seriously. Naturally, the Fong family were frequent customers. Two young men currently occupied one of the restaurant's 7th-floor VIP rooms. While they conversed, the young men took their time to enjoy the delicacies that covered the table between them. One of the men was rough and robust, while the other seemed scholarly. No outsider would assume that these two were brothers by blood. The scholarly young man was the Fong family's current head, Fong Xiaotian. Fong Xiaotian currently wore a set of white robes, and although he looked to be in his mid-20s, he was already in his 30s. He was the Fong family's eldest young master. The muscular man across from him was the family's second eldest son, Fong Mingyu II. How are the preparations going for the annual martial arts competition between the 5 great families? Fong Xiaotian asked, looking up at Fong Mingyu. Unlike most families, the Fong family was an ancient martial arts family. To them, the annual martial arts competition between the 5 great families was even more prestigious than the national fighting competition. Rest assured, big bro, this year's competition is ours for the taking, Fong Mingyu responded with a laugh. He then pointed at the dozen or so youths standing behind him and explained, I've trained every one of them personally. 2 have even grasped internal force. The dozen or so combatants behind Fong Mingyu looked very young. None of them were older than 20, and the youngest was only 17. However, not even national-level fighters were a match for these youths' fitness. Good. Fong Xiaotian nodded approvingly. God's Domain has been growing more popular recently, and many major corporations have already invested in the game. Grandpa wants us to join the game as well, so you'd better be prepared. We're going to play, too? The revelation surprised Fong Mingyu MHM. The game touches upon certain important secrets, so the Fong family intends to take part, Fong Xiaotian said. This is also why I suggested that we send a representative to propose a marriage with the Bia family. Not only is the Bai family's by Qingxue beautiful, but she is also quite capable. She successfully defended her elder brother's guild, albeit for a short time. With another decade to develop, the Bia family might be able to join our circle. It's a pity that the Blackwater Corporation interfered so soon, but I've recently heard that she's prospering in God's Domain and had earned quite a bit of profit for the White Clan group. She's just perfect for Little 3. Hopefully, this will help Little 3 finally control himself. Despite several scoldings from Grandpa, he refuses to change and continues to fool around. Fong Mingyu said, chuckling. Although their third brother was useless, he was still a member of the Fong family. Although the Bai family was second-rate in Fenglin City, the Fong family had displayed immense respect by allowing Bai Qingxue to marry into the family. Unfortunately, it seems that little girl has been playing tricks. If you have the time, pay the Bai family a visit and shake them up a bit. If she continues to be a problem, invite the Bai family's old man to speak with us. Tell him that our family's head wishes to meet with him. Fong Xiaotian said, sure, I'll make sure it gets done. Fong Mingyu replied, nodding. Honestly, Fong Mingyu didn't think it was necessary for him to take action. The Fong family had already offered them a marriage, and if the Bai family didn't know how to appreciate that kindness, the Fong family could simply remove them from Fenglin City. The Bai family should understand this point and know which decision they should make. At this point, Shi Feng arrived outside the Redstone restaurant. According to Liang Jing, Fong Xiaotian, the Fong family's current head and eldest son, was currently dining in the restaurant. Since Fong Xiaotian was responsible for this marriage proposal, Shi Feng had to discuss the matter with him directly. Let's head inside, Shi Feng said as he glanced at Xiaoyu, who had just arrived. Shi Feng wasn't a member and couldn't simply enter the Redstone restaurant. Xiaoyu, however, had gained membership through his connection with Hanifeng. Even so, Xiaoyu still had to pay 2 million credits per year to maintain his membership. Ordinary citizens could only afford the membership fees in their dreams. Are you really planning to speak with Fong Xiaotian? Head instructor sure? Xiaoyu asked anxiously. The Fong family can't compare to the Starling Corporation, but it has very deep roots in Fenglin City. Its influence across the city is immensely powerful, especially in the city's fighting industry. We've only opened the Heaven's Rumble Training Center recently. If we provoke Fong Xiaotian, I'm afraid the consequences will be. Old Xiao, you're afraid that we'll provoke him, but I'm afraid that he doesn't understand the consequences for provoking us. Lei Bao, who stood beside Shifeng, said, chuckling. All right, that's enough. Let's head inside. Lei Bao's comment rendered Xiaoyu speechless. He was sure that the man was messing with him when Xiaoyu saw Shifeng's determination. However, he gritted his teeth and followed the two men into the restaurant. Once inside, a waiter quickly led Shifeng's party to a VIP room on the 7th floor. 4 men in black suits stood by the doors, guarding the room. These people were none other than Fong Xiaotian's bodyguards, and they all radiated imposing auras. Although they merely stood there, it was clear that the 7th floor was under their observation. They would notice and react to any suspicious movement in the hall instantly. Even Lei Bao was a little intimidated by the 4 bodyguards. All 4 bodyguards were internal force experts, and in a small city, they'd easily become the bosses of the local fighting industry. However, these individuals had lowered themselves to guarding the Fong family's members. It was clear how much power the Fong family had. Sir, this is a private room. Outsiders are not allowed inside. One of the bodyguard declared as Shifeng's group approached. Tell young Master Fong that Heaven's rumbles. Shifeng wishes to chat with him. Shifeng replied, unperturbed. Please wait a moment, the bodyguard said. He then communicated Shifeng's request to the bodyguard in the room. Through his earpiece, the bodyguard in the room relayed the message immediately. Shifeng, Heaven's Rumble's Hallmaster? Fong Xiaotian chuckled. It seems he's here to stand up for Bai Qingxua. He overestimates himself. He's just a new training center's Hallmaster, yet he dares to interrupt us? Fong Mingyu said, frowning. It seems I've been away from Fenglin City for so long that these people have forgotten about me. Forget it. We'll just send them away. Fong Xiaotian decided after giving the matter some thought. The bodyguard beside Fong Xiaotian informed the bodyguards outside the room of his employer's reply and told them to deal with the problem suddenly. However, the room's doors burst open, and a young man entered the room, followed by Lei Bao and Xiaoyu. Chapter 2267. Initial Confrontation. As Shifeng and his 2 companions entered the graceful, antique-styled room, Fong Xiaotian and Fong Mingyu stared at them, and Shaku allowed them inside. Fong Xiaotian demanded coldly as he glared at the open doors. He was furious. He had clearly instructed his bodyguards to chase Shifeng's group away, yet they had made it into the room. He hadn't heard a commotion outside the room, so he could only assume his bodyguards had allowed them to pass. However, Fong Xiaotian received no response as the seconds ticked by. The situation confused him. Had they all betrayed him? After considering the idea, he realized that would be impossible. The Fong family had paid a huge sum to train their bodyguards, so the men were absolutely loyal. Even if one of them had become a turncoat, there was no way that all 4 bodyguards had turned against him simultaneously. Save your energy, young Master Fong. Your bodyguards are already asleep. Shifeng explained when he noticed Fong Xiaotian's confusion. That's impossible. Fong Xiaotian denied Shifeng's claim instinctively. He was very familiar with the 4 bodyguard skills. They were only basic internal force experts, but if they worked together, they could even give a national fighting champion a run for his money. How could anyone knock all 4 of them unconscious without making a sound? Lei Bao could only shake his head and sigh from behind. Shifeng, the cooperation between 4 basic internal force experts would certainly be a magnificent scene to behold, but compared to a true neutralizing grandmaster, they were little more than infants. With exceptional reaction speed, perception, and physical prowess, if a neutralizing grandmaster wanted to go somewhere, how could a bunch of bodyguards stop him? Fong Xiaotian ordered one of the bodyguards behind him to check on the 4 outside. When he reached the door, He found the 4 bodyguards unconscious in a corner of the Hall Young Master. Ah Tao. The others, they're really unconscious. The bodyguard's stammered silence filled the room, and Feng Xiaotian turned to evaluate Shifeng's group. It's no wonder why you were so confident to meet me here, Feng Xiaotian said. Despite his passed-out bodyguards, he didn't seem flustered. On the contrary, he maintained a calm attitude as he said, "However, do you think this display will change my mind? Stop dreaming I know who you are, Shifeng. You're Heaven's Rumble's Hall Master. You've already defeated Wang Zhongquan and shook Fenglin City's various dojos and training centers with your name alone. Moreover, you're one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. Zero Wing has been developing quite nicely in God's domain and has become a pseudo-superpower. It is now an overlord on the Eastern continent. Now, the guild has been recruiting a large number of talented fighters through the Heaven's Rumble Training Center and is rapidly growing stronger in the game, however. This is the real world, not some game. In the real world, Zero Wing has no background or supporters. It's nothing. I wouldn't even need to lift a finger to deal with you. A few words would be more than sufficient to end your business in Fenglin City." Xiao Yu felt an immense weight drop on his shoulders. As Feng Xiaotian spoke, Zero Wing wasn't afraid of financial suppression. Only small, hostile tricks could affect the guild, and workshop Feng Mingyu stood abruptly, looming like a brown bear in the room. Standing at 2.3 meters tall, his arms were thicker than a woman's thighs, and his tan complexion made him look like a golden statue, unbreakable. Someone's actually trained in the Honglian style to the unbreakable realm. Lei Bao stared at Feng Mingyu as he walked toward the group in utter shock. Training with the Honglian style was a painful toil. One had to submit themselves to hellish training tactics to master this martial art, which was several times more challenging than other styles. Even internal force experts would struggle to deal with a difficult training regimen. But if one could master the Honglian style, they'd become horrifically strong with basic mastery. One could face off against ordinary internal force experts. Not only would a combatant's punch carry 1,000 kilos of force as an advanced master, but they'd also be able to take hits from an internal force expert without injury. Not even apex internal force experts would want to mess with an advanced Honglian-style practitioner. Yet, Feng Mingyu had fully mastered the Honglian style, reaching the unbreakable realm. If he fought someone like Wang Zhongquan, he could end the fight in one hit. Wang Zhongquan would be utterly helpless against Feng Mingyu, are quite strong to take out 4 of my elder brother's bodyguards simultaneously. I'll give you a chance. Join the Feng family and sell us all of your Zero Wing shares. You'll receive your share of the pie once the Feng family owns Zero Wing. You will enjoy greater status and authority than you could ever enjoy in Zero Wing, Feng Mingyu offered as he approached Shifeng, his firm tone leaving no room for negotiation. Xiao Yu, who stood behind Shifeng, felt the strength drain from his legs. Feng Mingyu's aura was simply too frightening. Xiao Yu normally trained as well and had cultivated a relatively formidable aura though his years' work, yet he felt tiny before Feng Mingyu. Moreover, Feng Mingyu had something on him that most professional fighters did not: killing intent. As the man walked toward the trio, it felt like a mountain of corpses were lumbering toward him. "What if I refuse?" Shifeng calmly replied, "Then I'll just have to take you back to the family. Once you're there, I'm sure you'll change your mind," Feng Mingyu said, laughing. "You say that if I join the Feng family, I'll enjoy greater status and authority than I currently do in Zero Wing?" Shifeng asked. "That's right. You certainly qualify to receive such power," Feng Mingyu answered, nodding. "My position in Zero Wing is quite high. Not only do the guild's vice-guild leaders have to listen to my commands, but every large-scale operation the guild considers must receive my permission first. Moreover, I am responsible for approving any decision regarding the guild's finances and development," Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, silence returned to the room. "Are you toying with me?" Feng Mingyu demanded, his expression darkening. If the Feng family annexed Zero Wing, not even Feng Xiaotian would have such immense authority, much less Feng Mingyu. "I'm not. It is simply the truth," Shifeng said honestly. "It seems you won't be convinced until you face reality. Since that is the case, you'll return with me." Fong Mingyu declared as he extended a hand to grab Shifeng by the shoulder, although the action seemed innocent. How could the touch of one who had reached the unbreakable realm in the Honglian style be so simple? The grab was actually a technique with 13 transformations. Even if Shifeng were a lively monkey, there was no escaping Fong Mingyu's grip, however. As Fong Mingyu was about to clamp down on Shifeng's shoulder to immobilize the young man, Shifeng shrugged his shoulders slightly, so faint that the movement was barely discernible. As if he had been electrocuted, Fong Mingyu jerked back his hand. To an outsider, it would have looked like the larger man's hand had bounced off an invisible barrier, losing his posture. Fong Mingyu stumbled back a few steps. Chapter 2268, Threat. What did he do? Although Fong Mingyu had only stumbled back a step, the Fong family members were shocked. This was especially true for Fong Xiaoyi, and every member of the Fong family knew how powerful Fong Mingyu was. The family's old man had even called him a talent that only appeared once a century in the Fong family, and was the strongest member of the younger generation. Fong Mingyu's strength had been unparalleled among Fonglin City's younger generation, even before he had mastered the Honglian style. Later, Fong Mingyu had gone overseas to continue his training and master the Honglian style, gaining monstrous strength. Yet, not only had he failed to affect Shifeng, but he had taken a blow as well. Why wouldn't his family members be shocked to see it? Even Lei Bao, who stood some distance behind Shifeng, was stunned. He knew that Shifeng had become a neutralizing grandmaster, but that should have achievement should be recent. Neutralizing grandmasters' superior mental capacity allowed them to improve their strength in all aspects, which was a part of the reason that they were so powerful. It especially affected their physical fitness, but even with the help of various hormones, these improvements weren't immediate. Rather, these alterations would take place over a long time. Fong Mingyu, on the other hand, had already reached the Honglian style's unbreakable realm. Physically, he was a humanoid monster. Even some of the weaker grandmasters wouldn't be a match for his raw power, not to mention Shifeng, who had so recently become a grandmaster. And yet, contrary to Lei Bao's expectations, Shifeng had won a direct confrontation. It was simply unbelievable to counterattack in the brief moment when I relied on my strength. It seems that you're not all talk after all, Fong Mingyu said, frowning. He realized what had happened immediately. But I won't give you another chance. Fong Mingyu's fist shot toward Shifeng in a straight, simple punch. It was even cleaner and more straightforward than a textbook punch, however. This simplicity was precisely the reason that not even a neutralizing grandmaster would find a gap to take advantage of. Lei Bao couldn't help but flinch. He felt as if the sky were falling as the punch shot toward Shifeng. There was simply no room to flee. There were no holes to exploit. If he were on the receiving end, he'd have no choice but to take the hit. Worse, this punch hadn't made any sound that Lei Bao could hear. This meant that Fong Mingyu's punch was even faster than the speed of sound. Combined with Fong Mingyu's ferocious strength, the hit could likely kill an adult elephant. However, just as Fong Mingyu's fist was about to collide with Shifeng's cranium, Shifeng moved forward to greet the attack. Before meeting with the hit, Shifeng sidestepped and allowed Fong Mingyu's fist to brush past his head. Shifeng moved to the larger man's side, while Fong Mingyu's fist met nothing but air. Shifeng's arm swayed as he placed his palm on Fong Mingyu's chest and shoved. Fong Mingyu lost his balance and fell, pinned to the ground by Shifeng's hand boom. Fong Mingyu lay flat on his back, and the impact of his fall was so powerful that it cracked the marble floor and shook the room. The large man's consciousness wavered, his insides shaken. From an outsider's perspective, it had looked like Shifeng had just appeared beside Fong Mingyu, grabbed the giant, and slammed him to the ground. Everyone in the room fell deathly silent. A neutralizing grandmaster's really this powerful? Lei Bao was at a loss for words as he stared at Fong Mingyu on the ground. Lei Bao had seen Shifeng's every action, so he knew the movements had been quite simple. Yet these simple actions had become magical when Shifeng performed them. Not only had Shifeng effortlessly neutralized Fong Mingyu's punch, but he had also reversed the situation, pinning the bear of a man to the ground. Lei Bao had never thought that such a great expert, who had reached the Honglian style's unbreakable realm, would be so frail before a neutralizing Grandmaster. At this point, he couldn't even fathom how powerful neutralizing Grandmasters truly were. The rest of the room's occupants stared at Shi Feng as if he were a monster. However, the young man's gaze never left Feng Mingyu, who lay beside his feet. This unbreakable realm is really something. Shi Feng was quietly amazed as he stared at the dizzy Feng Mingyu. He hadn't thought it possible for someone to nurture their strength to such an extent. If he hadn't become a Grandmaster, he wouldn't have been a match for this. Monsi Feng's fight with Feng Mingyu had seemed one-sided to everyone else in the room, but Shi Feng didn't think so. If anyone else had faced Feng Mingyu, that punch would have blown them away. The larger man was even more physically fit than Shi Feng. At the very least, Shi Feng would need quite a bit of time to catch up. In a frontal confrontation, Feng Mingyu would thoroughly outmatch Shi Feng. However, neutralizing Grandmaster's reaction speed and precise control of their power were what made them so powerful. Shi Feng had moved to dodge the hit the moment Feng Mingyu's fist had moved. Once Shi Feng had pushed the man off balance, he had relied on Feng Mingyu's weight and his own strength to achieve the shocking results despite such a heavy blow. Feng Mingyu had suffered barely any damage, as if his body were truly made of steel. He had merely suffered a minor disruption to his blood circulation and had been temporarily incapacitated. After inspecting Feng Mingyu's condition, Shi Feng looked up at the dumbfounded Feng Xiaotian, who sat on the other side of the table. Sensing Shi Feng's gaze, Feng Xiaotian felt a chill crawl down his spine. "What are you trying to do?" "I'd advise you against messing around. This is the Redstone Restaurant." Feng Xiaotian blurted out. The Redstone Restaurant had branches all over the world, residing in any second-tier or above city. Although many major powers had desired the restaurant's special food and beverages, no one had successfully stolen the recipes. The restaurant's power was obvious. A little commotion within the Redstone Restaurant was acceptable, but it wouldn't tolerate anything more than that. "Young Master Feng, you jest. Why would I act recklessly here?" Shi Feng asked with a chuckle. Shi Feng knew a little about the Redstone Restaurant situation, so he knew the restaurant's rules. Even a neutralizing Grandmaster would suffer if they tried to provoke the Redstone Restaurant. The moment Shi Feng had entered the VIP room, he had sensed a powerful aura lock onto him. Although the aura didn't originate from a Grandmaster, the individual's spiritual prowess was quite high. Shi Feng guessed that the individual was only a half step from becoming a Grandmaster. Shi Feng approached the table, and Feng Xiaotian instinctively wanted to retreat. However, the mentality of superior he had nurtured over many years allowed him to remain firm in his position. "What are you trying to do?" "Gloomy," Feng Xiaotian snarled. "Even if you're immensely powerful, the Feng family's might in Fenglin City is beyond imagining. You shouldn't get so excited, young Master Feng. I'm here merely to chat with you," Shi Feng said as he sat in Feng Mingyu's original seat. He glanced at Feng Xiaotian and continued. "I know you wish to annex Zero Wing starting with Gentle Snow, but I'd advise that you abandon that notion while you still can. Zero Wing will be taking charge of this matter. You might have great authority and strength under your command, but you shouldn't forget that not even an entire country can protect you if your enemy is close." After Shi Feng's statement, a biting cold assaulted everyone in the room. For a moment, these individuals felt as if they stood before the gates of hell. After 2 seconds of this cold, it vanished as if it had never happened. However, Feng Xiaotian's back was drenched in sweat, and by the time he snapped out of his gaze, Shi Feng had stood and left the room. Chapter 2269, Silver Membership. When they realized Shi Feng was leaving, Lei Bao and Xiao Yu followed after him. "Are we really going to leave just like that?" Xiao Yu worriedly asked Shi Feng. "I doubt those brothers will let this matter rest so easily." "They definitely won't let this matter rest, but I merely came to greet them and ensure that they understand how useless little tricks are against us," Shi Feng nonchalantly explained. "Moreover, I think that many people will realize that they shouldn't casually provoke Zero Wing after today's display. Even if the Feng family's influence is extensive, they'll have to evaluate the risk properly." Realization dawned on Xiao Yu as he listened to Shi Feng. Although it was true that the Feng family had an iron grip on Fenglin City, the Feng family had to rely on others to complete many tasks. Now that Shi Feng had shown that he could suppress Feng Mingyu, the strongest member of the Feng family's younger generation, the Feng family's prestige would take a blow, while the event would bolster Zero Wing's reputation. This, in turn, would warn many of Fenglin City's various major powers against provoking Zero Wing, and they'd hold back before following Feng family's orders. In fact, they might even refuse to target Zero Wing. One had to consider their own position before acting on someone else's behalf. After all, while the Feng family ruled Fenglin City, everyone would follow the family's wishes, but when another power, one just as strong as the Feng family, rose, the general populace would hesitate before leaning on one side or the other. We need to accelerate our development and bolster Zero Wing's internal member count. The Heaven's Rumble Training Center has to open more branches as quickly as possible to increase our recruitment rate, Shi Feng announced. At the same time, we'll buy some of the latest God's Domain combat facilities and open a virtual combat platform in the training center. We'll also need to organize a reward system. God's Domain's influence in the real world had been even greater than that of the fighting industry in Shi Feng's previous life. In fact, not a single industry in the world had been able to compete with the game's influence. Meanwhile, virtual combat platforms played a massive role in God's Domain's power in the real-world. God's Domain had replaced fighting competitions in the past, becoming the most popular activity across the globe at this point. God's Domain's influence had grown intensely in the real world. One would almost always overhear conversations about the game as they walked the city streets. School students even began to introduce themselves with their in-game IDs and levels in God's Domain since the virtual combat platforms hadn't gained much popularity yet. He had to set one up in Fenglin City as soon as possible. Shi Feng hadn't done so yet because Zero Wing had simply lacked the ability to. The timing hadn't been right either. However, as more competitions were held in God's Domain, in-game combat would become increasingly popular. It was now time to secure a virtual combat platform, setting up new branches in Fenglin City, and purchasing the facilities you mentioned will cost a significant amount of money. With our current finances, I'm afraid Xiaoyu agreed with Shi Feng's idea, but Heaven's Rumble could barely make ends meet. Moreover, Zero Wing wasn't having a particularly good time in God's Domain. Although Xiaoyu was mainly responsible for managing the training center, he frequently discussed finances with Liang Jing, so he knew quite a lot about Zero Wing's situation currently. Zero Wing possessed the gold mine known as Stone Forest Town. However, as Zero Wing had been purchasing large quantities of materials and the guild had been rapidly expanding, its expenditures had been rising. The guild had also constructed new towns in many locations. Most importantly, other guild towns had begun to appear in the bottomless abyss. As a result, Stone Forest Town's customer base had significantly decreased, which, in turn, reduced Zero Wing's income. The guild simply didn't have the money to spare. We can set up more branches later then, but we cannot delay establishing a virtual combat platform, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. Naturally, he was familiar with Zero Wing's situation. Zero Wing might not have the money to open new branches for the Heaven's Rumble Training Center, but it had the money to purchase virtual combat facilities. Any corporation that wanted to expand would need a huge amount of capital. Thus, corporation owners would try to attract as much investment as possible, but doing that would reduce the owners' shares and their authority in the company. Without sufficient authority, these owners would be restricted in what they could accomplish. Moreover, a corporation risked betrayal by accepting investors. Investors weren't impervious to threats and bribery. Such situations have been common in God's Domain during Shi Feng's previous life. Although Zero Wing was developing slowly, every step was firmly rooted. Hence, outsiders had a very difficult time attacking and influencing Zero Wing from within. This was also why the various superpowers had a difficult time annexing Zero Wing. If these superpowers targeted any other guild, they'd quickly devour. I understand, Xiaoyu said, nodding. I'll contact the vendors later. As Shi Feng and his companions reached the restaurant's first floor, they were greeted by a middle-aged man and two youngsters. A middle-aged man looked to be around 50 and wore black martial artist robes. Although he did not look physically strong, one would notice how steady his steps were if they watched him carefully. However, Due to his faint aura, an ordinary expert might dismiss the man as a harmless, middle-aged uncle. To Shifeng, however, this man's aura was as deep as the great ocean. He was certain that this was the same aura that had locked onto during his conversation with Fong, Xiaoyan, a young man and woman behind him looked to be in their early 20s. The woman was curvy and graceful, while the man was as robust as a leopard. He was also handsome enough to earn a modeling job. Both youngsters wore the Redstone Restaurant's uniform, and their auras were comparable to a national fighter. SLO, Mr. Shifeng. I am this restaurant's manager, Huang, and the middle-aged man said, smiling as he introduced himself. Xiaoyu, who stood beside Shifeng, was shocked. Not even the Fong family could afford to provoke the Redstone Restaurant, and the various branches' managers were mysterious, rarely showing themselves in public. Xiaoyu had never expected Fonglin City's branch manager to introduce himself to them. I know what business you have with me, Manager Huang. Shifeng asked Mr. Shifeng. You are currently one of the most famous individuals in Fonglin City, and our Redstone Restaurant wishes to befriend you. Here is our restaurant's silver membership card. If you choose to dine at our restaurant in the future, you will receive a 10% discount on all purchases, Huang explained as he revealed a silver card, presenting it to Shifeng's silver membership. Xiaoyu's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when he heard Huang's words. Despite relying on his connection with Hanifeng, Xiaoyu had only acquired a normal membership card. Moreover, he had to pay an annual membership fee of 2 million credits. Silver members, on the other hand, weren't required to pay a membership fee. Even in Fonglin City, very few people possessed a Redstone Restaurant silver membership card. Thanks. After glancing at the membership card, Shifeng slid it away and left the restaurant without another word. The only thing he wanted to do right now was to re-enter God's domain. After today's events, he was determined to return from the Tower of Four Gods as soon as possible. As Shifeng's group left the Redstone Restaurant, the young man and woman behind Huang and spoke up. That guy doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. He just left after receiving the card. He didn't even bother with any light conversation. The young woman grumbled he's likely been frightened off. He just slapped the Fong family in the face, and they won't let him get away with it. He might be considering leaving Fonglin City as soon as he's able, the young man commented, snickering. That's right. The Fong family is guarded by a neutralizing grandmaster like Old Man Fong. Who would dare provoke the Fong family? The old man won't be able to ignore the slight, the young woman said, admiration brightening her features as she spoke of neutralizing grandmasters. It seems you two need more training. You have no business discussing this, Huang said, shaking his head. Why is that, instructor? The young woman asked rather than replying. However, Huang waited until Shifeng disappeared before he continued. I suspect that Shifeng might be a neutralizing grandmaster. Chapter 2270, Second Floor's Effect. With his business in the Redstone Restaurant complete, Shifeng quickly returned to Zero Wing's main headquarters, instructing his people to work on improving their Tier 2 skills and spells completion rates. He also reserved some advanced combat rooms for the guild's core members in Zero Wing's various battle arenas. The advanced combat rooms might not be as effective as the Tower of Four Gods, but they were better than nothing. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu began to organize the purchases to set up the virtual combat platform for the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Blackie, I'm afraid I'll have to spend quite some time in the Tower of Four Gods. While I'm gone, I want you to focus on collecting ancient origin wood and diamond wood. Also, have Qingxue lead the main force members to the Sea of Death's Tide Vortex to grind monsters. The monsters there should drop something called the Tidestone Fragment, Shifeng said. Collect as many fragments as you can. I will need them. Players could only enter the Tower of Four Gods once every 360 days, and he couldn't just leave the tower and waste the opportunity. After completing the trials on the first floor, however, he realized that completing the rest would take a long time. Meanwhile, more powers had begun to shift their focus to the sea. As a result, Dragonheart City had become more important in the game if Zero Wing wished to continue its rapid development. While collecting enough funds to set up more Heaven's Rumble Training Center branches, it would have to establish itself in Dragonheart City as soon as possible. To do that, Zero Wing needed to increase its popularity in the city. That way, Zero Wing could establish a guild residence, allowing easy teleportation to the city for its members. This was also why the various large guilds were pushing their members to complete quests in Dragonheart City. Although many of these guilds had collected the necessary ancient gold to purchase land and build a guild residence, they didn't have enough popularity to establish a teleportation array within the residences. As a result, their established guild residences could only serve as a resting place for guild members. Nothing more. Unfortunately, gaining popularity in Dragonheart City wasn't an easy task. As an independent, neutral city, very few quests offered guild popularity, and with so many guilds contesting for these quests, accumulating 50,000 guild popularity was incredibly difficult. However, quests weren't the only method of gaining guild popularity. A guild could also accumulate popularity in Dragonheart City through tied stone fragments. The only monsters that dropped these fragments were in the tidal vortex, which was located in the Sea of Death's core area. Even the weakest monster in the area was a level 90 Great Lord, and the tidal vortex was home to quite a few level 90-plus Grand Lords. One would frequently encounter level 90-plus mythic monsters as well. There was no doubt that the tidal vortex was a very dangerous place if a team entered the tidal vortex without a Tier 3 expert. Even survival would be an immense challenge initially. Shurfeng had wanted to lead a team to the tidal vortex to grind for EXP and tidal stone fragments himself. But since he was stuck in the Tower of Four Gods and Zero Wing situation was growing tenser, he had to rely on Blackie and the others to complete the task. Zero Wing's main force was no longer weak. Its members were level 90 on average. The main force also had an MT like Kola, who wielded a fragmented legendary shield. The main force members should barely be strong enough to grind efficiently in the tidal vortex site. I'll notify the others right away, Blackie replied. He took the situation seriously when Shurfeng had stated that the tidal stone fragments were of great importance. He left Shurfeng's room immediately to notify the other main force members. Once Blackie left, Shurfeng lay in his virtual gaming cabin and logged back into God's domain to clear the Tower of Four Gods trials as quickly as possible as God's domain appeared around him. He returned to the temple with the six-headed hellsnake system. Kill 1,000 six-headed hellsnakes within 3 days. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. Kill 1,000 of these things in 3 days. The second floor's first trial is much harder than the first floor's. Shurfeng could not help but frown when he read the system notification. Although the first floor's first trial had required him to slay 1,500 twin-headed netherfire wolves, the wolves had been ordinary lords. These six-headed hellsnakes, on the other hand, were bloodline creatures. Not only did the hellsnakes have far more HP, but they also had special bloodline abilities. Killing these monsters would be far more difficult than killing the netherfire wolves, and the six-headed hellsnakes roamed the temple in groups of 2, or for even a refinement realm expert of the same level would struggle to kill all 1,000 hellsnakes in 3 days once the brief invulnerability buff he received for logging back and faded. Shurfeng wasted no time as he charged toward a group of 2 six-headed hellsnakes. Sure enough, the six-headed hellsnakes were far more challenging than the twin-headed netherfire wolves. The moment the 2 hellsnakes noticed Shurfeng, all 12 heads attacked the swordsman with perfect coordination. Such a well-coordinated attack could likely kill an ordinary Tier 2 expert to Shurfeng. However, the hellsnake's attacks lacked finesse. He responded by unsheathing Killing Ray, countering the 2 hellsnakes' asterisk attacks with his own secret technique, Lightning Flash. When the attacks collided, sparks flashed between them. Both six-headed hellsnakes were thrown back as a series of damages exceeding minus 90,000 appeared above their heads. What high defense, Shurfeng thought as he looked at the 2 monsters. Killing Ray had only left a white mark on the hellsnake's asterisk scales, failing to cut through. The hellsnake's defense could practically rival a Grand Lord's. Could this be their special ability? Killing Ray was a top-tier epic weapon, and when paired with his strength, he could easily slice through the flesh and meat of a Grand Lord of the same level. Yet he had failed to injure the Lord-ranked six-headed hellsnakes. The only explanation he could think of was their Bloodline ability. This was the Bloodline ability that players detested more than any other player's damage in God's domain, dependent on their basic attributes, as well as any injuries they inflicted on monsters. Skin, muscle, and bone damage could significantly affect players' overall damage. This was why players constantly sought high-quality weapons later in the game. Even without incredibly high basic attributes, players could rely on sufficiently powerful weapons to deal even more damage than players with high attributes and weaker weapons. Fortunately, Shattering found Lightning / easier to execute here than on the first floor. Moreover, he had consumed 20% less concentration before Shattering could test the second floor's effects. The two six-headed Hellsnakes had launched another round of attacks suddenly. Inspiration struck as Shattering instinctively executed Lightning Flash this time. Instead of 14 slashes, Shattering struck the two Hellsnakes with 15 slashes. Lightning Flash's power instantly increased. Not only did Shattering's counterattack repel all 12 heads, but also left a bone-deep gash in each head, the injuries slightly affecting the Hellsnake's combat power. At the same time, damages of over -100,000 appeared above each head. The technique already possesses such great destructive power with just 15 slashes. Shattering was stunned, staring at the injured Hellsnakes. However, Shattering instantly felt the aftereffects. Not only had his entire body gone numb, but he had also lost nearly half of his maximum concentration. Fortunately, the numbness lasted less than a second, and Shattering was able to defend himself against the Hellsnake's next attacks. The 15 Lightning Flash's side effects were far more severe than Shattering had expected, but that didn't stop Shattering from using the technique. Once he had recovered enough concentration, he used the technique again to familiarize himself with the improved version. After roughly 8 minutes, Shattering slew the two six-headed Hellsnakes. The instant the two Hellsnakes died, Shattering felt a trace of their bloodlines flow into his body, granting him 1 point of bloodline power. At the same time, the two Hellsnakes dropped a shining, crimson stone that radiated a strange, alluring energy. Chapter 2271, Tower of 4 GodsJecrets. As more time passed, the strange energy the crimson stone radiated became so dense that even Shattering could feel it affect him from 5 yards away. He felt his bloodlust rise and rage fill his mind. What is this thing? Despite being inactive, it has such a powerful mental influence on those around it. Shattering stared at the crimson stone, and shock. Eternal energy filled the Tower of 4 Gods, allowing players to maintain ideal mental clarity and focus. However, the strange energy this crimson stone radiated had the complete opposite effect. Shattering picked up the stone to inspect it the instant his fingers touched the crimson stone. However, his very soul shuddered. He felt, for a moment, as if he stood in a sea of blood and gore. Powerful, violent energy assaulted his body, weakening the eternal energy's effects. Contaminated soul fragment. Shattering was dumbfounded after inspecting stone. How is this possible? The crimson stone was a fragment of condensed souls. A soul was intangible in the real world and in God's domain. Trying to make a soul tangible was an excruciatingly difficult process. Normally, a soul could only take on a physical form with the help of divine items. Take the soul orb, a fragment of the treasure of illusion, for example. It could be used to absorb a portion of a player's soul and use the collected souls to create soul water. The ancient gods' literature fragment could also absorb the souls of half-dead creatures to create soul essence. However, soul water and soul essence were significantly smaller items than this fist-sized crimson stone. Contaminated soul fragment, special item. This fragment is comprised of countless condensed and violent souls. It contains dense soul power and can be merged with any creature's soul to achieve ascension. However, doing so will subject the target to intensely oppressive effects. This fragment can only exist within the Tower of 4 Gods. It will disappear upon leaving the tower. It's no wonder why the Empire's founding emperor was so bloodthirsty. So that was due to this thing. Realization dawned on Shattering after reading the contaminated soul fragment's description. So, The opportunity everyone referred to as this stone the Tower of Four Gods had been responsible for the rise of countless powerhouses in God's domain, including the founders of empires. These individuals' powerful souls were a large part of the reason they had gained the strength to lord over a country. After all, souls were the root of everything, including players. If players' souls were extinguished, they'd have to start a new account if they wished to continue in God's domain. If players could strengthen their souls, they'd have an easier time mastering skills, spells, and combat techniques. Their physiques would improve as well. When one gained a new tier in God's domain, their soul ascended. If a person's soul ascended by other means, they'd improve in all aspects. And now, Shattering learned that soul fragments, which could help one's soul forcibly ascend, dropped in the Tower of Four Gods. One could easily imagine how great of an opportunity this was. It was no wonder why even Tier 6 God-ranked players had fought to enter the tower. Absorbing such violent souls will likely be a major challenge for players. Absorbing too many of these contaminated soul fragments is likely impossible. Shattering gave the Crimson Stone in his hand a disappointed look. He only held the contaminated soul fragment, yet it had such a powerful effect on his mental state. Moreover, it was surrounded by eternal energy. Its effects would likely be many times stronger in the outside world. Shattering couldn't even imagine what would happen if he absorbed this thing. He estimated that absorbing 2 contaminated soul fragments would be his limit. Anymore, and it would affect his mental state, of course. His limit was only this low because he was a Tier 2 player. He'd likely be able to absorb more contaminated soul fragments as he rose in tier. It was like adding salt to water. Once the water was saturated, no more salt would dissolve. In this case, the violent energy within the contaminated soul fragment was the salt, while his soul was the water. If his soul couldn't absorb the violent energy, the excess would affect his mind suddenly. Shattering had an idea. It was too risky to absorb the violent energy, but the Crimson Stone itself was condensed soul's essence. He might be able to absorb only the soul power within the fragment by relying on the Ancient Gods Literature fragment. The Ancient Gods Literature fragment's soul absorption skill absorbed soul power. The half-dead creatures only refer to monsters when their HPs hit 0. As the corpses disappeared, their physical bodies no longer protected their souls, and the souls could wander. In this state, the Ancient Gods Literature fragment could then absorb the souls. The soul fragment was the condensed form of these wandering souls. Shattering then pulled the Ancient Gods Literature fragment from his bag to experiment. If his experiment failed, so be it. If it succeeded, however, he would hit the jackpot. The Ancient Gods Literature fragment could, after all, strengthen a creature's soul without any side effects. He grew nervous as he used soul absorption on the contaminated soul fragment. The Ancient Gods Literature fragment began to glow, and the violent energy within the contaminated soul fragment flared as if it were trying to resist the literature fragment's power. However, the literature fragment had been carefully crafted by an ancient god. How could violent souls possibly resist? The fist-sized Crimson Stone turned to dust in Shattaring's hand in less than 5 seconds, and Shattering had acquired a single drop of soul essence. Wonderful. Shattering rejoiced over the result. Condensing a soul essence was extremely difficult. First, he had to choose a monster that met the minimum level requirement. Soul absorption would not work on monsters that were a lower level than he was. Second, the target had to be sufficiently powerful. Great Lords were likely the lowest limit. Considering that he hadn't reached level 90 when he had hunted the level 102 Great Lord rank skeleton generals, he guessed that not even souls from level 100 Great Lords would yield him any soul essence once he reached level 100. At the very minimum, he had to target level 100 Grand Lords. Moreover, soul absorption had a 6-hour cooldown. It wouldn't do him any good to grind one boss after another, and he didn't have the free time to hunt a powerful boss every 6 hours. However, he was currently stuck in the Tower of Four Gods and had nothing better to do. So, he might as well use this opportunity to collect soul essence. Moreover, he couldn't take the contaminated soul fragments outside the Tower of Four Gods. It was wonderful news that he could use the ancient gods' literature fragment to convert the contaminated soul fragments into a form that he could take with him when he left, following which Shurfeng continued through the tower's trials, collecting bloodline power and stockpiling soul essence. Due to the generous EXP these monsters provided, he leveled even faster than he would grinding elsewhere. Fortunately, these trials, which would be challenging to normal Tier 2 players, were no problem for Shurfeng. His life within the Tower of Four Gods was actually quite relaxing. Once he cleared a floor, he rested for a day and returned to the real world to check up on Zero Wing's situation. However, once he reached the third floor, he found a trial to be a bit challenging. Not only were the third floor's monsters bloodline creatures, but they were also of a higher rank than those on the second floor. The first trial alone tasked Shurfeng with killing 900 High Lords of the same level. Even peak experts would need a long time to complete the task. Killing all 900 would be utterly impossible in 3 days. Shurfeng had only completed the task thanks to his superior basic attributes and the secret technique. Lightning flashed during the third floor's second trial. Shurfeng had to face Great Lords, and he had to kill 300 of them in 3 days. Even Shurfeng had barely managed to complete the trial after killing the 300 Great Lords. Shurfeng had risen to level 99, only one level away from the level 100 threshold. It was at this point that he had finally collected the 100 bloodline power he needed and accumulated 86 drops of soul essence. If not for the contaminated soul fragments' low drop rate, he would have had more when Shurfeng completed the third floor's second trial. The scene around him changed, and he found himself in the same Colosseum he had visited during the first floor's third trial. However, instead of 10 giant gladiators, an ordinary human stood on the elevated platform. This human wore dazzling armor and carried a pitch-black greatsword. When Shurfeng saw this swordsman, he could not help but gasp at a Tier 3 hero. Chapter 2272, Bloodline Evolves. The third floor's trial. Is this challenging? Shurfeng was rendered speechless as he stared at the human swordsman standing in the center of the elevated platform. Crow Bison, Black Sword Knight. Hero, Tier 3 Sword King. Level 99. HP 13, 000/13, 000/000. Practically every player in God's domain knew that NPCs were not to be provoked by this stage of the game. Yet many were still unaware that there were even massive differences between NPCs. Take the NPC giants Shurfeng fought on the first floor, for example. They possessed powerful racial traits that granted them superior combat power. The combat power giants wielded ranked at the top among NPCs of the same tier, but comparing an ordinary NPC giant to a hero was like comparing a candle flame to the sun. However, comparing an ordinary NPC giant to a hero was like comparing a candle flame to the sun. Heroes had completed the trial of God and received a god's blessing. Their combat power was unparalleled among those of the same rank. Powerful heroes could even slay an adult dragon by themselves. They were akin to kingdoms and empires' guardian saints. Many Tier 5 apex experts in Shurfeng's previous life had grown conceited and would frequently attack kingdoms and empires' caravans. In the end, many of them had encountered hidden NPC heroes and received a painful beating. These experts hadn't been able to escape and had been locked up in prison for their crimes. Why wouldn't Shurfeng be stunned to learn that he had to face a Tier 3 hero? System: kill Crow Bison, the Black Sword Knight, within 1 day. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. Shurfeng's last spark of hope faded the instant he heard the system notification. He had hoped that he'd only have to survive against the Tier 3 hero for a certain time to clear the third floor's trial. If that were the case, he'd have a chance, but he actually had to kill a Tier 3 hero. Shurfeng wouldn't be able to defeat a Tier 3 hero, even if he were a Tier 3 player, let alone right now. As a Tier 2 player, the Tier 5 apex experts of the past had commanded incredibly powerful combat techniques, and the weakest piece of equipment they had worn had been epic rank. They had also carried a few fragmented legendary items, yet they had only earned a one-sided beating during their encounters with Tier 5 heroes. Wait, why is that hero only wearing dark gold equipment? Just as Shifeng was about to give up on the trial and stop wasting his time in the Tower of Four Gods, he noticed that the glow effect on Crow Bison's weapons and equipment was effect unique to dark gold ranked items normally. NPC heroes wore a minimum of epic set equipment, while some of the stronger individuals were fully geared in fragmented legendary equipment. An NPC would have an easier time collecting such equipment than players. After all, however, the Tier 3 hero before him only wore dark gold equipment. Moreover, by the looks of the hero's equipment, it wasn't even a dark gold set equipment. I have a chance. Shifeng's eyes glowed with excitement at this discovery. There was a 3-rank difference between epic set equipment and individual dark gold equipment. In other words, this hero's combat power would be 3 ranks lower than usual. Most importantly, Crow Bison was not level 100, but level 99. Level 100 was a massive turning point in God's domain for monsters and NPCs. Until monsters and NPCs reach that threshold, they'd be restricted by the system, only able to exhibit a portion of their full strength. Hence, Shifeng still had a chance of completing the trial considering the situation. Shifeng quickly calmed himself and stepped onto the platform. I advise you to turn back, young adventurer. You are not strong enough to defeat me. Crow Bison said. How will I know that without trying? Shifeng countered. Then I have no choice but to remove you myself, Crow Bison declared, unsheathing the pitch-black greatsword from his back. The intensity of his aura skyrocketed as he charged at Shifeng. Crow Bison was extremely fast, and mid-charge, he split into 6 clones, which were impossible to differentiate between. Sure enough, he'll execute all of his skills and spells with a 100% completion rate. Shifeng wasn't surprised in the least to see the 6 heroes charge at him. The move Crow Bison just used was the Swordsman class's Tier 3 skill, Sword Phantom. Normally, the skill only allowed the user to split into 4 copies, but one would gain 2 more if they achieved a 100% completion rate. Not only would these additional doppelgangers confuse the enemy further, but all 6 were also physical copies, of course. Shifeng wouldn't take Crow Bison's attack lying down. He immediately brandished killing Ray Shadowblade. Thanks to his incessant training, Shifeng could now execute Shadowblade with a 103% completion rate. As a result, the number of sword lights he summoned had increased from 10 to 12. Although Crow Bison was a Tier 3 hero, his basic attributes were only slightly higher than a Strength-type Great Lord due to the limitations of his equipment. Meanwhile, Shadowblade power had risen with a 103% completion rate. Now, a single sword light had enough strength to rival this NPC hero. However, Crow Bison's 6 doppelgangers altered their footwork and agilely evaded all 12 attacks like nimble cats, just as Shifeng's sword lights were about to slam into him. Without pause, the NPC continued towards Shifeng. The evasion surprised Shifeng, an advanced combat technique. All 6 doppelgangers had executed an advanced combat technique simultaneously. Facing so many enemies, Shifeng had no choice but to defend himself with Sword's Transmigration. Shifeng had improved his use of Sword's Transmigration during his training in the Tower of Four Gods as well. Now, he could deflect 6 simultaneous attacks without trouble. However, the instant the 2 swordsmen's attacks were about to collide, Crow Bison's 6 strikes converged into 2. Shifeng felt 2 powerful forces strike his blades, the combination attack containing so much strength that he couldn't defect. The impact threw Shifeng over 10 yards away as he lost nearly 10,000 hectopascals. Bronze combat technique. Shifeng stared at the Tier 3 NPC hero in shock. Shifeng had used a bronze defensive combat technique, yet he hadn't been able to deflect Crow Bison's attacks. Moreover, he had taken damage from the attempt. He could only assume that this was because Crow Bison's offensive combat technique was bronze rank as well. Although Shifeng had known that NPC heroes were immensely powerful, unparalleled among those of the same tier, he hadn't expected them to be this powerful. It was no wonder why Crow Bison could exhibit 100% of his combat power if NPC heroes could casually execute advanced and bronze combat techniques. Not even a domain realm expert could achieve such a feat before Feng could steady himself. Crow Bison's main body transformed into a streak of pitch-black light, arriving before his opponent almost instantly. Tier 3 skill, Spatial Slash. Normally, Spatial Slash only yielded one attack, yet in Crow Bison's hands, it had produced 3, each with the strength of a mythic monster. Unfortunately, Feng didn't have time to employ a defensive maneuver against the speed of this attack. As a result, he was forced to activate Defensive Blade. Feng suffered defeat in less than a minute due to his disadvantage in terms of basic attributes, skills, and combat standards. After his death, he automatically respawned at the bottom of the elevated platform. His combat power might be 3 ranks lower than normal, but he's still so powerful. It is no wonder why most Apex experts in the past ran away from heroes. Looking up, Feng gave Crow Bison a bitter smile. Not only was Crow Bison capable of effortlessly executing bronze combat techniques, but he also had a 100% completion rate with all of his skills. A Tier 3 player had no hope of defeating him. Not even Feng's current combat power was a match for this NPC hero. My combat power is still weaker than his, but I might have a chance of victory if I can gain a basic attribute advantage. After the first fight, Feng realized that the difference between their strength wasn't as large as he had assumed. His gaze shifted toward the Frost Iron Bloodline's attribute panel. The Frost Iron Bloodline has already increased my strength so drastically. If I can upgrade it to an advanced bloodline, my attributes should climb even higher with little choice. Feng tapped on the Frost Iron Bloodline's attribute panel and chose to evolve it. Chapter 2273, Advanced Fused Bloodline. As soon as Feng chose to evolve the Frost Iron Bloodline, the 100 bloodline power he had accumulated transformed into a purple and gold gas that flowed throughout Feng's body. As the gas spread throughout his body, Feng felt as if he were being burned alive. His heart, however, remained icy cold. At the same time, divine runes began to appear on his body. Initially, the divine runes seemed fragmented, but as the purple gold gas fused with Feng, the divine runes completed after 10 seconds or so. The gas had fused with Feng, and a set of complete divine runes had tattooed his body. His aura had changed slightly as well. If Feng had felt like a mighty wolf before, he was now as imposing as a majestic lion. His strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. There's such a huge difference between the Frost Iron Bloodline's basic and advanced versions. Feng was a little surprised when he sensed the changes to his body. Frost Iron Bloodline, Fused Bloodline, increases players' compatibility with melee skills and reaction speed. Mainly improves strength and agility, followed by endurance, vitality, and intelligence. Statistically, the Frost Iron Bloodline had barely changed. Yet Feng could feel the difference in him quite clearly. Currently, he had massively improved in various aspects. His strength attribute was now only slightly lower than that of a Grand Lord of the same level, and his reaction speed had risen to rival what he had enjoyed in his previous life as a Tier 3 Sword King. Feng immediately unsheathed Killing Ray and executed Shadowblade. The moment he did, however, he was stunned. Before his transformation, he had been able to produce 12 sword lights with Shadowblade. Yet now, he commanded 14 sword lights. His skill completion rate had climbed to 105%, 2% more than his previous limit as well. The improvement was frightening. It was incredibly difficult to increase a skill completion rate by a single percent after reaching 100%. It was even more of a challenge than raising one's completion rate from 99% to 100%. After nearly 2 weeks in the Tower of Four Gods, he had only increased his Shadowblade completion rate to 103%, and he still couldn't hit that rate reliably. And yet, Feng had just achieved a 105% completion rate with Shadowblade. Why wouldn't he be surprised? Moreover, every sword light was as powerful as a Grand Lord's attack. If he combined all 14, he could even severely injure a Grand Lord of the same level 90+ Grand Lords possessed very high defense, and their physical bodies were incredibly tough. Even a Berserker would have a hard time injuring a level 90+ Grand Lord. At best, the Berserker's attack would leave a small scratch, not weakening the Grand Lord's combat power in the least after examining the effects of evolving the Frost Iron bloodline. Surefone walked toward Crow Bison. He hadn't been a match for the NPC hero since his basic attributes had been slightly weaker than his opponents. Crow Bison was a bona fide Tier 3 existence, and every one of his skills was at Tier 3. Surefang's reaction speed had also been slightly lower than Crow Bison's, however. The evolved Frost Iron bloodline gave Surefang a strength advantage, and he could now execute his skills with a 105% completion rate. In terms of raw power, Surefang's Tier 2 skills were in no way inferior to Crow Bison's Tier 3 skills. Surefang had also become Crow Bison's equal in terms of reaction speed. His chances of defeating the Tier 3 hero had definitely improved. You still refuse to give up, young adventurer? Crow Bison frowned as Surefang returned to the platform. You are only Tier 2. The Tower of Four Gods' third-floor trial has been prepared for Tier 3 beings. Of course, I refuse to give up. This is the third floor's final trial. Once I clear it, I'll have cleared the entire floor and receive the reward for doing so. Why would I give up? Surefang replied in the Tower of Four Gods. Rewards were based on the number of floors the challenger had cleared, and the difference between clearing 2 floors and 3 was massive. To put into perspective, it was akin to the difference between Dark Gold equipment and Epic equipment. Fine, then I have no choice but to send you back, Crow Bison said. Crow Bison's figure blurred immediately, and in the blink of an eye, he loomed above Surefang, swinging his pitch-black greatsword in a downward arch. As the greatsword descended, Crow Bison split into 3 identical copies. As a result, 3 attacks soared toward Surefang, converging toward a single point. The power of this attack tore apart space itself. It wasn't any weaker than a mythic monster's attack was he holding back. Surefang wondered, his expression darkening as he watched the incoming blade. Crow Bison had perfectly incorporated a combat technique and skill in this attack first. The hero had used the Tier 3 skill, Mountain Splitter. He then used an advanced combat technique to combine the 3 attacks, stacking each attack strength. Not even Domain Realm experts could use this move. Mountain Splitter was an AoE skill. Thus, life-saving skills such as Defensive Blade couldn't block it. Only invulnerability skills could stop it, unwilling to expose weakness. Surefang executed Purgatory Pentaslash to counter the attack. Each of Purgatory Pentaslash's strikes was stronger than the last, and Surefang executed the skill with a 104% completion rate, combining it with the Strength Combination technique. All 5 strikes merged perfectly as the cut through the convergence point of Crow Bison's 3 attacks. Boom. As the blades clashed, a massive explosion shook the arena. The resulting shockwave threw Crow Bison, who had been suspended in the air. Although Surefang hadn't taken damage, he had depleted a huge chunk of his concentration due to the difficulty of combining the skill and the combat technique, leaving him sluggish. If he hadn't evolved the Frost Iron bloodline to advance rank, pulling off that move would have been impossible. Fortunately, Surefang was currently in the Tower of Four Gods, which was full of eternal energy. As a result, he had recovered a significant portion of the lost concentration before Crow Bison had even hit the ground. Just before the NPC hero landed, Surefang executed Windblade and charged forth. It wasn't easy to move while suspended in the air, leaving one vulnerable to attack. Naturally, Surefang wouldn't miss this opportunity. Achieving a 105% completion rate with Windblade, Surefang only needed an instant to cross the 20 or so yards between themas. Soon as Surefang reached Crow Bison, he brandished Killing Ray and executed Lightning Flash. Since Lightning Flash was a combat technique, he didn't need any preparation time to use the attack. As Surefang swung Killing Ray, his attack felt smoother than ever before. Previously, Surefang hadn't been able to perform Lightning Flash's 16 slash. Yet now, 16 sword lights flew toward Crow Bison like an all-encompassing net, each carrying enough raw power to force a Grand Lord to stumble backward. Crow Bison had reacted very quickly and performed a defensive combat technique. Unfortunately for the NPC, Lightning Flash was a full offensive technique. Even with only 15 slashes, the technique had enough power to rival ordinary bronze combat techniques. Now that Surefang had performed the 16 slash, The hero could only nullify 5 of the sword lights when focusing on defense, and the remaining 11 attacks struck him squarely. Crow Bison immediately lost over 1 million HP. However, Crow Bison was not an easy opponent. The hero launched a counterattack the moment he landed, his black greatsword releasing an endless darkness that devoured all light around him. NPC hero sent 9 slashes at Shattering, and like the darkness around him, the attacks surrounded Shattering. Even with his sharp senses, Shattering couldn't sense the attack's trajectories and had to rely on Sword's orbit to protect himself even with the technique. However, 2 of the attacks struck, dealing more than minus 100,000 damage. With a maximum HP at 630,000, Shattering could only afford to take 6 more of those hits. An amazing move. Shocked, Shattering stared at Crow Bison as a domain realm expert. He no longer had to rely on his sight to sense incoming attacks. However, Crow Bison's previous move robbed him of more than his vision. His other senses had significantly weakened as well. If he hadn't had the reaction speed of a Tier 3 player, he would have lost half of his HP from that attack. It seems this will be a battle of attrition. Shattering adjusted his approach and activated Twilight of the Gods and Twilight's Shadow since these abilities would lower his basic attributes. Shattering hadn't bothered to use them during the first fight with Crow Bison. Widening the gap between their basic attributes wouldn't help him defeat the Tier 3 hero. However, now that he had an edge with his strength, his doppelganger's 1 strength wouldn't be as high as Crow Bison, but the difference wouldn't be so vast. They could, more or less, contend with the hero with the help of his doppelgangers. Shattering focused on offense and traded blow for blow with Crow Bison. Crow Bison was just too powerful, however, and by the time he had finished off 1 doppelganger, Shattering had only dealt a little over minus 800,000 damage in total after another 2 minutes. The NPC hero still had 1/3 of his HP remaining. In contrast, Shattering's HP was nearly at 0. At his current state, he'd only last 3 more moves against Crow Bison. It seems this is my limit. Looking at Crow Bison, Shattering smiled and said, "Let's start the second round then." He then activated the aura of Water's life domain, and he began to recover 20% of his HP each second. Unless Crow Bison could kill him in 1 hit, the hero couldn't defeat him while Life Domain was in effect. This was the final trump card Shattering had saved throughout the fight. It would only last 30 seconds. After all, Shattering charged at Crow Bison, repeatedly executing Lightning Flash and not giving the hero an opportunity to activate a skill. He rapidly shaved away the NPC's HP, but Crow Bison wasn't a fool either. He focused on his defense, slowing his HP losses. Life Domain's 30-second duration was almost over. Crow Bison still had 7% of his HP remaining. Shattering, however, adjusted his footwork as he activated Instant Strike. The Tier 2 taboo skill he had reserved. He gambled the last of his concentration to execute Lightning Flash. The massive attack speed boost Instant Strike provided allowed Shattering to execute the combat technique perfectly. 17 sword lights flew toward Crow Bison with such speed that the Tier 3 hero had no time to defend himself while executing a bronze defensive combat technique. As a result, the combined power of the 17 sword lights slammed into Crow Bison, devouring the last of his HP. System, congratulations. You have defeated the hero, Crow Bison, and cleared the Tower of 4 Gods' 3rd floor trial. Chapter 2274. Level 100 restriction removed. The instant Crow Bison died, Shattering's experience bar skyrocketed. He had already been very close to level 100, and in the end, his experience bar took less than 2 seconds to fill completely level 100. Suddenly, a faint purple glow enveloped Shattering's body. The phenomenon wasn't like his previous level-ups, and as soon as the glow faded, invisible chains appeared around him. These chains then cracked and shattered, freeing Shattering of his prior restrictions. He already reached level 100. Shattering sighed ruefully as he looked at his level. He both desired and detested level 100. Level 100 might not seem like much, but Shattering understood that it was the greatest milestone in God's domain. The main God system didn't only release monsters and NPCs from their restrictions. Players would also undergo a qualitative transformation upon reaching level 100. Unfortunately, they'd also lose the main god system's protection. The invisible chains that bound players were a form of restriction and protection. Not only would players' basic attributes rise by a large margin, but their sensitivity and reactions would also reach 100%. Of course, this meant they would also fully experience the pain when receiving damage, and their mental exhaustion would begin to affect their physical bodies. Everyone knew of God's domain before level 100 was an illusion. It was a watered-down simulation that allowed players to adapt to the actual game. As players continued to level up, they'd experience fewer restrictions, and once they hit level 100, the restrictions would be completely removed, and God's domain's virtual world would truly begin to mimic reality. Leveled far faster than I had expected. I'll have to complete my Tier 3 promotion as soon as possible, Shifeng thought after getting a feel for his level 100 body. Although combat would be more of a struggle after level 100, the hazy sensation he had felt all this time had finally disappeared. He had regained the body he had been so familiar with during his previous life. While his virtual body had been under the main god system's protection, he hadn't been able to exhibit 100% of his strength. Hence, he hadn't been able to immerse himself in battle fully. That also meant that he hadn't lost much concentration when taking damage. That body hadn't felt like it had truly belonged to him, but now his concentration would decrease when he took damage. He could finally enjoy a true sense of realism. Although players gained massive improvements when they reached level 100, they would also be at their weakest, and God's domain monsters and NPCs would be liberated when they reached level 100 as well. An ordinary level 100 Tier 2 expert wouldn't even be a match for a chieftain rank monster. In fact, the player would die the moment they entered a level 100 map. Even with a 6-man party, Tier 2 players had to be extremely careful in level 100 plus maps if players wanted to survive in level 100 plus maps. They had to cross the Tier 3 threshold before Shifeng could grow accustomed to his new body. The scene around him blurred. This time, he was teleported to the top of a mountain. Ancient stone pillars decorated the area, and a large number of dragonkin roamed the mountain. Dragonkin looked a lot like humans, but they were covered in scales and draconic heads and rough, robust tails. These dragonkin were fully armed with weapons and armor, and they looked like an organized army guarding these ruins. Black-scaled dragonkin. Bloodline creature, Great Lord, level 100. HP 120 000 000/120 000 000. Although the black-scale dragonkin were only Great Lords, they felt even more dangerous than the hero, Crow Bison, had, and the ruined Shifeng had teleported to was full of them. If he attacked a single dragonkin, at least 3 of its companions would come to its aid. System, congratulations. You have cleared the 3rd floor's trials and arrived at the Tower of Four Gods' 4th floor. You may choose to rest here for 1 day. You may also choose to start the 4th floor's trials immediately. The 4th floor really isn't a place for Tier 2 players. I'll need to reach Tier 3 to clear these trials. Shifeng watched the roaming dragonkin with a bitter smile. Dragonkin's life rating was considerably high, even surpassing inferior dragons and giants. Dragonkin had inherited a part of the dragon bloodline. Even ordinary Tier 3 players would have to flee from a level 100 plus Great Lord ranked dragonkin. Although Shifeng could rival actual Tier 3 players, he wasn't an actual Tier 3 player. Furthermore, these black-scaled dragonkin had awakened their bloodline abilities initially. Shifeng had wanted to try his luck with the 4th floor's trials, but he dismissed the thought. He decided to give up on the challenge, throwing away his 2 remaining lives and leaving the Tower of Four Gods. As he couldn't gain anything more from the tower, so there wasn't any reason to stay. Once Shifeng gave up on the challenge, the system teleported him to a temple. Various treasures were on display within the temple, all intensely dazzling. Every one of the treasures radiated an incredible pressure, and some had an aura that was even stronger than that of a mythic monster. Young adventurer, your success in clearing the 3rd floor is quite the achievement. Even the strongest of your 4 companions barely managed to clear the 2nd floor. The man that had first greeted Shifeng by the tower's golden doors congratulated. Smiling, The man continued. Underscore, as your reward for clearing the 3rd floor, I will present 3 items to choose from. You may only take 1 item with you. After the man's statement, 3 brilliant treasures appeared before Shattering. As soon as they did, eternal energy began to gather around themes expected of the Tower of 4 Gods. The rewards are amazing. Shattering stared at the 3 items in shock. The first item was the Draconic Eagle's Summoning Flute. The Draconic Eagle was an advanced, extraordinary flying mount with the dragon bloodline. Although it was only 1 rank higher than the Thunder Eagle, the difference between them was massive. The only flying mount stronger than this Draconic Eagle was legendary rank, and very few legendary flying mounts existed in God's domain. As for the 2 other items, they were Dragon Blood Sacred Stone, consumable, has a 20% chance to upgrade a piece of epic equipment to fragmented legendary rank. There is a 50% chance that the Dragon Blood Sacred Stone will mutate and strengthen the target equipment. Hero's Tome, special item. Sacrifice 50,000 magic crystals to summon a tier 4 hero that is 20 levels higher than the user for 12 hours. Can only be used 3 times cooldown, 10 days. Although none of the items were fragmented legendary rank, they were no less valuable, and every one of the greatly tempted Shattering upgrading an advanced extraordinary flying mount to tier 4 would be a very simple task. On the other hand, he would have to invest a ton of resources in the Thunder Eagle to get it to tier 4. The Dragon Blood Sacred Stone's value went without saying. Even if it failed to upgrade the target epic equipment piece to the fragmented legendary rank, there was still a 50% chance for the piece would mutate. The Hero's Tome was also a priceless item. A bona fide tier 4 hero would be many times stronger than ordinary mythic monsters. You have 10 minutes to decide. Then, you'll be teleported to where you came from. Choose wisely. The majestic man Sadie, choose the Hero's Tome. Shattering announced after giving the matter some thought. Although an advanced extraordinary flying mount was immensely powerful, he would need to invest a lot of time to nurture it. Furthermore, that item wasn't entirely out of his reach. As he grew stronger, he was bound to encounter an opportunity to obtain one. As for the Dragon Blood Sacred Stone, it only had a chance of granting him a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. It wasn't a guarantee the Hero's Tome would be more helpful to him than the Draconic Eagle or Dragon Blood Sacred Stone. He wouldn't be able to use external items during his Tier 3 promotion quest, but he could use a Tier 4 hero in response. The majestic man waved a hand, and an ancient, dilapidated tome appeared in Shattaring's grip. The sight of the book elated Shattering. With this Hero's Tome, he was far more confident of completing the high-difficulty Tier 3 promotion quest. With Tier 3 being a major turning point in God's domain, his performance in the promotion quest would greatly affect his chances of reaching Tier 4 and 5 in the future. He could not afford to be careless. Since you've received your reward, you may leave now. The majestic man waved a hand again, and Shattering transformed into a streak of light as he was evicted from the temple.